What's up, guys? Welcome to the next live stream. This is our St. Patrick's Day edition. Hopefully you guys enjoyed some of that green good. And that's beer, by the way. We've got a number one question coming through the chat right now, which is people are bidding on Robert's kitchen chair. Now, I know I've put in some bids, but guys, come on, $21.37, $20. This thing is really important to Robert's mother-in-law, so we got to bump the prices a little bit. My first bid to him was about $400, and I got denied there. So just know that you're going to need to bump it up. So
these are four digits. Nice. Four digits, I think that's accurate. I mean, these are solid wood, very nice quality. Granted, they probably have a little spaghetti and stuff like that for my kids using them, but they can be cleaned. They can refurbish it.
Easily cleaned, too. They got a nice poly finish on them, don't they?
That's right.
They're sharp. I mean, it is better than your average. So anyways, let's kick this thing off. So right away, we want to talk about a couple things that are going to be coming up. As always, we're going to do some giveaways today. We've actually made connection with the Kalami brand. So you guys know we've been talking a lot about Kalami. We didn't know them at all when we started to talk about them, but it's a solid product for the price, and they've since reached out to us. And the cool thing is they've offered a couple chairs for us to give away in this stream. So a Kieran and an Atlas chair, we'll be giving those away, as well as a few Meeps. And then I think we're probably going to have a special giveaway at the end, depending on how many of you stick around. So first chair in the list that we're going to talk about. And then as we're doing that, please bring the questions to us. But we're going to kind of go through our tier list, I think, right, Robert? We're going to go through the tier list, and as we're going through it, then you can ask questions on those chairs, but of course you can ask questions on any chairs.
Yeah, we'll basically just work our way right through these, and so there's some questions, too, we've pulled from our YouTube channel. I already see one pop up about Kalami and kind of how we rank chairs, so I guess we'll get to that as we get to the Kalami, Kieran, and the Atlas, but I guess just to real quick clear up, our ranks are basically based off of, we have our comfort tier list, and then we have our overall tier list. So that's why sometimes the ranks maybe seem like they're not matching up properly, but we're ranking those tier lists are specifically ranked when we have our comfort tier list. We're not thinking about price, we're not thinking about warranty, all that stuff is not applying to that, whereas our overall tier lists, we bring all that into the picture there. So what's our first chair we have here?
I think one thing, too, to mention is it's the average then of us three as well. Yes. So just looking at that chair, or those two chairs in particular, I know that Robert really likes the Kieran chair, and so that's going to bump it up. I don't know where you were. I can't remember where you were on those.
I like the Atlas a little bit better, so I think that was one of the reasons why the Kieran might have tested better on one list, because Robert really liked it compared to Greg and I, whereas I think you also like the Atlas a little bit more. So
yeah.
Rankings will vary, but it's a good thing to see multiple opinions from different people that use it differently, and you're not just getting one shot and one view of it. So.
Yeah, so our first chair on our list is one that we are very familiar with. Ryan's already sitting in it here, and that's the Steelcase Leap. So we had, this is A+, potentially S tier ranking, and maybe Ryan, you could take it away. You're the one sitting in it over there.
He dropped a bomb on the last video.
I did. I finally just had to bite the bullet and say, you know what, I cannot keep holding this chair in the A tier simply because I don't think it has the recline of an Aeron, simply because I think it has the most comfortable back, the most comfortable seat, and the most comfortable arms. And so it's like, man, if it's just not hitting the mark on just one thing, but it still has a good recline overall, it's S tier for me. I talk about how I go in these cycles of using different chairs, and I'll use one chair for 2 months, another chair for 3 months, and my top three chairs for a while have been the Embody Gaming, the Hayworth Fern, and then this Leap. But there's something about this Leap where I always keep coming back to this thing, and it's not one of those things where I'm really itching to get back into the Embody or the Fern. I could probably just stay in this Leap for the rest of my life, to be honest. So easy S tier for me on this one. And we've been given this one a #1 rating for like 5 years. So when we get those comments from people saying, you only rank it high because you sell it, no. We've been calling this #1, making no money off this chair for years before we finally got into the refurbishing game. So this has always been an A or S tier chair for us.
I think it makes a smart business decision if you like something that much to then eventually sell it. And that's really what we've done. We've done that with a number of chairs as well. So it's not that it's just, we wanted to sell them, so we ranked it #1. Like Ryan said, it was at least 2 to 3 years before we started to offer that we ranked it high. So I think, like Ryan said, he thinks it has the best seat in the business. I just don't love the contour on it. Now, it's not that it's a huge downgrade. It's just when I look at the Amia seat to this, it just fits me better. And so because of that reason, I bump it down just a little bit, or knock it down, excuse me. But otherwise, best back in the biz without question. The armrests are ridiculous. The only thing that's a miss here, if you're someone who wants a headrest, I just think you avoid that because the one that comes from the factory is terrible, especially for the price. So
I would say if you want a headrest on the Leap, I know there's a lot of companies or people out there trying to give ways to add one. I think Office Logics came out with one, and I always see people showing different ways on Reddit to bungee cord it or whatever. If you want a headrest on the Leap, just don't get the Leap and get the Gesture, because the Gesture has a headrest that was made for the Gesture. The reason that the Leap headrest is terrible is because it was an afterthought. It wasn't made with the original design of the chair. The chair isn't designed to have a headrest, and so it's just added for the people that desperately want it, and then you find out that it's hot garbage. So if you really love Steelcase and you want a headrest, go with the Gesture. Great chair, great headrest.
Yeah, we do rank the Leap a little higher comfort overall, but I personally, I think the Gesture is only a little bit behind the Leap. I actually really like the Gesture. Arms, obviously, that huge flexibility. So, but yeah, the Leap does have a little bit more flexibility, a little nicer seat. Backrest, I think, is better too. The Gesture has, in my opinion, has a little bit of that more cradled feeling. And it's just, yeah, but again, they're so similar that if you really want to have a headrest, it's a great idea. And we had a question, can you add a headrest to a Leap? You guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but you have to order it with the headrest, and then afterwards you can remove it, but it's not something, you can't just take any Leap and add a headrest to it.
yeah.
Well, yeah, kind of, technically.
Because I know, like, the one you're sitting in has a little cutout in the frame where the headrest kind of fits.
So that
through,
won't fit perfectly.
A factory headrest, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
They do. There are some aftermarket ones. Honestly, I haven't found anything that I think is great. And maybe that's something we need to do. We haven't done it yet, but I think the way it's set up, like Ryan said, from the factory, it's really just not designed to have a headrest, and there's not a good way to latch it on there with the flexible backrest as it is right now. And so to get a product that's going to be really nice and stout and last a long time, I'd be a bit concerned on that. So it would definitely take some development. I know that someone asked the question, and this is something I created, so my apologies there, but they want to know if you can add the Amia seat to the Gesture. I haven't tried. I just haven't tried.
I don't think you would be able to.
I don't think it's a little bit different seat sliding function on that, but I mean, hey, after this stream, I'll check it out. All right.
So I think, well, I mean, the Leap is, we'll probably hit on this as we kind of compare other chairs, but I think we're good to move into our Ergohuman. So this is a chair Greg and I have both been spending a lot of time with lately. Greg recently did a video where he compared the old Ergohuman, which has been around for years. I mean, how old is that? It's at least
2004 or 5.
Okay, so that's been around for a while. Now we have
2008.
2008.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so now we are up to the Gen 2 version, which Greg is sitting in right now. I'm actually working on a comparison with this chair right now that you'll see soon, but huge improvement. Anything you want to take it away here, Greg?
Well, I mean, look at this one. This is the gray. Sorry, this is the gray color. And I think the pictures that we have up right now don't do it justice because this thing really pops. And so my assumption, because I haven't seen the blue one yet, is that it's probably going to be similar. And knowing what this one looks like compared to the one that Francis is in, I really like the gray color. It's pretty unique and it really looks nice. It goes well with all the chrome accenting. But yeah, I mean, this is a major upgrade. I was one of the first people to talk about online that there were some problems with the original Ergohuman, which didn't necessarily put me on the right track working with Eurotech and Raynor with their chair, because I had said there's 8 specific problems with this chair. You need to make improvements in order for it to be a better option for more people. And the seat frame was a major, major concern, as it had that front pad that was just super uncomfortable, caused pressure, and it made it so that I couldn't sit in it as well as the back. There was a big drop off on the back, and so no matter how you sat in this chair, but if you slouched at all, your tailbone went numb, and this is something that developed over time. I didn't experience that with this one, and I've been sitting in it for a long time. I know Ryan, because he's been here the longest, right? I mean, we've been sitting in these chairs since the start. Same issue for you. You loved it at first, and then it wasn't long after that it was like, I can't do it.
I mean, the Ergohuman is the very first true high-end ergonomic chair I had ever used. I remember getting it delivered to our house down in Mankato when we were still going to school, and I was super excited to use it. But yeah, after a couple months, I started to get the numbing tailbone issue, and I was like, man, I really want to love this chair, but I just can't. So I ended up switching to the leather seat. But I think the new seat, even though I still can't get into mesh seats the way that I would really like to. I just can't use them for more than 4 to 8 hours. I haven't found that magic chair. But I will say that this seat is in the top tier for mesh seats just because it does remove a lot of those problems. Very similarly to the Aeron Remastered, when they kind of redesigned the slope, got rid of the front seat pad, and made it a little bit easier to sit in the chair and not feel that crease. And they've got the 4-zone positional thing going on. I think the Ergohuman is a lot like that transition, where they got rid of a few of the major headaches, the major problems. And while I say it's not a perfect mesh seat because it still has that, hard frame, you can't ever really get around that, it's definitely one of my upper end mesh seats. And I also like that they fixed kind of the backrest so you can actually use it in a more forward position. I don't like using chairs where I'm forced to recline, where you're back like this. I like to be able to sit up and forward like I am in my chair right now. And the new design allows you to do that. So for me, those were the two biggest things that I noticed right away that I was like, yeah, this is definitely a game changer for this model.
Yeah, so Ergohuman, like Ryan was just saying, you can lock that really nice and straight up, and the lumbar feels really good. Or you can unlock the recline and just kind of comfortably sit back a little bit. Now, it doesn't quite have like a Aeron recline. I'm, of course, the Aeron fanboy, but at the same time, you're not paying nearly as much. So Ergohuman, you're going to get this chair for just over $900. That's including a headrest, and Aeron. Aeron doesn't even have a headrest, but if you were to add a headrest to an Aeron, you're looking at close to $2,000. So this is a really good value. Finally, a chair this is a mesh chair I can really recommend. I've done mesh chair tier lists. The old Ergohuman I had at a C. So this, working on doing that video pretty soon, it's probably going to be at least an A for the all-mesh Ergohuman. So huge improvement, like the guy said. There's just so many different ways. Also the arm pads. I don't know if you guys quite hit that, but you roll this around, and just as different people in the audience, in the office, have tested out this chair, it's just they stand out because they're so cush. They feel great. And for me, arm pads are super important. It's like a really a big factor for me because just the way I sit, the way I work, I'm really putting weight on them, maybe more than I should be. But so that's a very important factor to me, and I really love. I mean, those are probably S tier arm pads.
I think they're the only arm pads to rival the Aeron in terms of softness.
Took it from me. That's the truth.
They're the only two that you can push your finger like all the way in the pad.
Yeah.
The problem with that is always longevity, but I'm sure that they've been tested. So
yeah.
I would definitely take the comfort over the risk that they might not last for an additional 2 years. And just have the most comfortable arms anyway. So
I mean, let's be honest. This chair was originally created to take on the Aeron. It was the first one to actually take on the Aeron. Mm-hmm. It shouldn't be a surprise that the next generation is much like the Remastered that fixed a lot of the problems on the Classic. It did the same thing. So I'm not shocked those arm pads ended up that way. That's just how this thing rolls. So for half the price, you get pretty much all the adjustments that you'd want. And again, it's half the price, but don't expect an Aeron because it's an Ergohuman, but it's still a solid chair. So.
You guys had mentioned that this new version, I didn't know this version has forward seat tilt?
Yes.
So that's for me, I hate forward seat tilt, but that's just another adjustment that kind of, like you were touching on, brings it closer to the Aeron because that's the one function it had that the Ergohuman didn't. And for those of you psychopaths out there that like to use forward seat tilt, the Ergohuman has it for you.
It is different. I saw a comment, would someone 5'7" fit in the Ergohuman?
Francis, how tall are you?
So
wow.
The one fit issue I think that you're going to have if you're a little bit shorter is just the arm width. That would be my only concern because it's the only thing that I find that could be an issue for me. They do swivel in, which helps when you're kind of upright and tasking. Yep. But if you're leaning back a little bit, you might have your elbows out a little bit further than you would like, but that's the only thing I could think of if you're a little bit on the shorter side because it has great seat depth, great seat height range. The back height adjustment is good. So for most people, it should be good. I don't know about the headrest, though. Once you get down to about 5'2", 5'3", 5'4", you probably just want to go with the standard Ergohuman.
Yep.
All right, before we jump to the next chair, I just want to start getting people queued up for the giveaway that's coming. The next giveaway that's coming is going to be the meep So what you want to do is, and do this once, otherwise it will block you after you do it multiple times, is enter hashtag giveaway in the chat and then send it, and then you'll be entered in to win potentially the Meep. And then before we go to the next chair as well, I think we've got some stuff going on the site that we want to talk about. So besides the Atlas, Kieran, and Meeps that we're going to be giving away, and that final one at the end, depending on how many people have stuck around, we've got a coupon right now on BTOD. It's Lucky 10. It's on everything in the store. We also have an outlet 20. So if you like some of the chairs that we have, we do have an outlet where we basically bring the chairs back from our free returns program. They're inspected, verify that they work, they're repackaged up, and we offer an initial discount on those just out of the gate, plus an additional 20 with the outlet 20. And then finally, if you're just looking to get in a Meep and you don't win one today, it's a Meep 20 for 20% off of those. And then I think that's it. Robert, is there anything else?
No, that sounds good. I think you hit them all there. So a Meep, just a quick say what that is. As part of our giveaway, I'm actually sitting in a Meep right now. That is our Steelcase Amia frame, so you get in the backrest of an Amia chair, and then the seat of a Leap. So we've talked about these two chairs a ton. We love both of these parts of the chair. So you're getting what we consider an A-tier backrest from the Amia. You're getting an A-tier seat. Ryan probably even has it higher than an A-tier. Put them together, you're not losing any functionality. You're essentially getting the functions of an Amia chair. And then the arms, you're getting the arms, same functionality that you'll have from a Leap or an Amia chair. They're basically the same arm pad set. So it's a great chair, great value. And yeah, again, today, 20% off. I'm not a great math guy, but 20% off, and already those are around $400 are Meep chairs typically. So yeah, I can't imagine a better value on our entire tier list here when it comes to getting those high-end ergonomic features, the comfort for that price range. So
well, we can have the debate right now because we've got the Atlas for about the same price as what that a Meep would be.
Hold on one second. So Cam asked a good question about the outlet stuff. He asked if they're recleaned. Yes, they're gone over as long as they're needing to be cleaned, because a lot of these chairs come right back. So they wipe them down and they vacuum them, but they don't necessarily. Sorry, I'm looking at the chair back there, the Atlas that just came out, thinking about what Ryan said. But yes, they're cleaned and they're gone through, inspected, made sure that everything is as good as new. So these chairs they're a great deal, because I think the Vera chair on there is like probably $300. It's probably going to be mid 200s for a $440 chair. Yep. So it's pretty ridiculous. Okay, so the great debate.
Yeah. Do you go with a refurbished $300 or $400 chair that is a high-end chair to start, or do you go with a chair that we rank very highly in the price range and it's brand new, like the Atlas chair? And for me, you could go either way. If you don't want a used chair and you need something new that no one's ever used, then I do think that this is going to be the best option that I've ever found for probably anywhere under $400. And I do think that it has enough comfort, enough adjustments, and enough styling to compete with some chairs in that $500 to $700 range, especially with these big brands really boosting up their prices through COVID, and they're still doing it. So for me, there's not a lot of better options in this chair. You get a ton of adjustments. It looks good. I think it's comfortable. Is it going to be perfect? No, because it's still a $300 chair. I think the lumbar could be a little bit better, but for me, this is the best that you're going to get in a new chair for around that price.
Yeah, so I mean, thinking about the Meep, the only like concerns that I could see people having, you are getting a refurbished chair, so it's possible that there might be some little scuffs, or there might be some marks on it. It's not going to be absolutely perfect, and that's what you're getting with the refurbished. But keep in mind, you are getting everything, so essentially everything your body touches. So you have your arm pads, your fabric. It's going to be totally new. It's all brand new. So if you're okay with maybe a little mar on the side because someone bumped it into their desk, then to me, refurbished is definitely the way to go. But again, if you definitely want that brand new chair and you want to, feel more comfortable with that, then Atlas is a great option. I mean, we kind of briefly touched on this when we first opened. Personally, I really like the other column chair, which is the Kieran, but we'll get to that one later. But these are both great.
He's a hater of the Atlas.
Well, you don't get a headrest with the Kieran, but personally, I actually thought the cheaper one was a little more expensive, a little more comfortable. But yeah. So other questions here. I know I'm going backwards a little bit, but if you are a 5'2", are you okay in the Meep chair?
Yes.
5'2" in the Meep?
Yeah.
Yeah, you should be. I would say when you get around 5 foot even, stuff gets a little questionable there.
The problem is once you get to 5 foot, you're really not going to be able to find anything that fits you until you go down to like the petite chair market, but a footrest can solve almost all of that. When we made a tier list on the best chairs for petite people, the Leap was in it, and the meep has the same dimensions as the Leap. Yep. And so very good chair for people down to probably 5'4". If you're any shorter than that, you're going to just want to use a footrest, which is honestly, most people I feel should be using a footrest. I would say that 90% of the people that work here at BTOD in the office portion use a footrest, including people that are tall enough to not have to use a footrest, like Greg. Greg would never have to use a footrest, but he does. So
I feel naked without it.
Wow. Okay.
Is that weird?
Well,
is that inappropriate for the stream? My desk setup feels naked without it.
There you go.
There we go.
Little qualification.
There we go. Small qualification.
I mean, are we ready for this next chair? I don't know. Francis might lose her mind over there. This is Francis's new favorite chair. Do you have it out there? I got a light.
Yeah, it's out on the floor.
She's already got it out there. This is maybe one of our top, probably, if not the top, one of the most top asked for chairs for us to talk about, the Anthros chair. So we finally got a review up, and now Francis has really spent a ton of time in this chair, really likes it. Personally, I found that once I get this chair dialed in, I do find it quite comfortable, but it can be a little tricky. Like, I don't know if you guys want to speak to that, about how those adjustments work, fine-tune it for your body.
Well, let's just say why Francis likes it. And I guess we found out in the past couple of weeks that this might be the ultimate chair for an editor or a programmer or someone that, like Francis said, she likes to kind of sit back a little bit, and then she can just chill there and work on her editing for hours upon hours. And that's why she really likes it, because she likes to get into that one position that she's going to be in for 3-4 hours and just hammer out the editing. And Colton actually said the same thing. So this might be a sleeper pick for those of you that just get into the grind of tasking, whether you're a programmer or an editor or whatever you've got going on. Personally, for me, I think it's a really well-built chair. Super premium parts. The cushion is amazing. And I've been one on the record lately to say that you really got to be aware of thick cushions. But I will say that one thing that they did very, very different on this chair, that I guess they have it patented, right, with this cutout thing? They have cutouts in the seat.
And then they're like a bulb or a bolt. They actually are. They work upwards, so there's room for them to push through without that pressure pushing back on it underneath the seat.
So what it does is, like, your sit bones go into them, and you don't get that flex back pressure. So even though the seat is thick, you don't compress down so that your lower back kind of hunches, which is the problem that I have with, like, the CXO. I would kind of hunch my back after a while. This one, you can't do that. One, because the seat, and two, because the lumbar pelvic support. They don't call it lumbar support because it's not. It's pelvic support. It really forces you to just not be able to slouch and scrunch like that. So super cool design. I do think it would need a couple improvements for me personally to get it up to like A or S tier, but super, super good start from this brand, and I'm looking forward to what they come out with in the next few months.
Yeah, I think for people who have really bad back issues right now, or maybe someone who is like Francis, who is locked in that one position and likes that way that pelvic support is, she looks past some of the things that kind of bug me a little bit just because of how I operate in the chair. But there's so much to like about this chair that I think they're on the right path, and I think they're pretty close to being that A tier. I don't know if it'll get to S tier, but it possibly could. I mean, the seat, for sure, if we just rank the seats, probably going to get there once that front edge is solved. Arm pad, same thing. But I think one, you had mentioned Colton likes it too, which led me to, we've got to get that camera spun around right now, because he has got a fresh mustache going, and he's working on a hot mullet too. And we got to see this action. Yeah, we got to see this live. Yeah, there it is. Look at that look. So we're not quite to the length that we need to be to get that fan rolling so that he can just get that action shot, but we're working on it for the next live stream. So you got to put in the chat if you like this look, and if he needs to hold on to it until our next live stream so we can do that look with the blowing in the wind. Gosh, it's going to be good.
Yeah, no fan out there, but
not yet.
Maybe next time.
Yeah, there. Yeah, so we're delayed. I finally got to see it. Yeah, it's coming in. He's got it shaved up the sides. Nice. He inspired me to get the mustache going again. So here we go. But otherwise, with the Anthro's chair, again, it's expensive. Everybody knows that, but you get a lot for what you're paying for. Ryan said it best, this is premium throughout. It's using a lot of the same component manufacturers as Herman Miller. And so I think when you put it in perspective like that, a lot of people push back, like, why would I get this over Herman Miller? Well, I think it does a completely different thing than Herman Miller chairs do. And I also think that the quality of the chair is on par with some of those Herman Miller chairs because it's coming from the same place, honestly.
Yeah. A lot of times Herman Miller is, form over function. They really, really care about how their chairs look. And a lot of times they're willing to sacrifice comfort in a chair to make it look better. I think a Cosm would be a perfect example of that. This is kind of the opposite, where they're not going for the best looking chair, but they're trying to go for the best functional, healthiest, best ergonomic chair that they can come up with, really. And so I think another big concern that I've seen with the chair in our last video when we did it is people pointing out the fact that this is a brand new company and it's a $2,400, $2,500 chair depending on how you spec it out. And part of the draw of that price is that you're getting a 12-year warranty, and there being a little bit of concern of, will the company be around in 8 to 10 years if something goes wrong? Valid concern, definitely. One thing that I will say, though, is that this company has a pretty strong team and a lot of good backing, a lot of venture capital type funding, and they've got a pretty big crew with a lot of experience from big companies. I don't know if I want to say where they came from, but people that left major companies to come to this brand to work with them.
Major seating companies.
Right. So while I don't want to fully, vouch for them because that's not what we do, I do think that you have a better chance with this brand making it the long haul than, a lot of the pop-up brands that we see trying to make a go on Kickstarter or something like that. So
we actually have a special coupon too they gave us that we could promote. If you do decide to buy one, they're expensive. If you use the coupon BTOD, you'll save $200 on the Anthro's chair, so it will knock some of that off. And don't forget, it's got 30-day free returns, so it is a really unique chair, but they want to push you to try it because they think you're going to like it. If you just go through the reviews, you'll see exactly who the type of person it is that they're building this chair for, and if you can relate to a lot of those people, then I think you'll know it's probably going to be a good fit, and I would give it a try. So, All right, before we do the giveaway, let's push one more here. Knoll Regeneration. This is what Ryan calls a sleeper pick because it really isn't talked about a lot, which is odd because it's been around for quite a while. It's from a known brand, which is now under the Herman Miller umbrella. But tell us why you think this is a sleeper pick.
I think it's a sleeper pick because I think that it provides extreme value for what you're getting. In a world where most of the premium chairs are going to be, $1,500 at this point, I do think that this chair that sells for $800 to $1,000 has a lot of really good things going for it. The seat looks paper thin, but the seat pad is really good and it's super flexible. One of the most flexible seats that I've used, and I can sit in that seat for. It's the closest seat probably that I've used to the Leap seat, and I love the Leap seat. So I can use that seat all day. The backrest is also super unique with that rubber-like material. You'd think that it would be a little bit firm and hard, but it's actually softer than a lot of backrests, and I would prefer that style to most mesh backs, which is pretty surprising. The one miss is just the arms, and that's just because Greg decided to order the worst arms possible.
That's true.
I have seen the good arms, and if we had the good arms, this would be a top-tier chair. And so I do consider this a top-tier chair if you get it spec'd correctly. And I just think this is something that it kind of surprises me that Herman Miller isn't promoting it more. Now that they own Knoll or they combined or whatever, I feel like it should just be on the Herman Miller website right there with their other chairs, and I think it would do really well.
And I would choose this chair over a lot of the similarly priced Herman Miller chairs like the Veris, the Lino. There's a lot of chairs that are a similar range that are in the Herman Miller lineup, but I would prefer the Regeneration myself.
I'd prefer it over the Mirror too. I know that's blasphemy to you, but
Well, yeah. But, they're very different with the mesh seat on the Mirror 2, and but they're similar in a way because they have the poly backrest. It's kind of a deceptive looking chair because you're going to have this real thin seat, so it looks super thin, but it actually doesn't feel that thin. So just like the Leap too, it's a thinner seat, but you don't feel like you're not going to bottom right through it or anything like that. So personally, I do really like this chair. And it does have, to me, it has a little edge with looks. I mean, it's not like that's a super important factor, but it might be for some of you, even going back to the Anthro's chair, we're talking about looks maybe different. I love the looks of that chair. That would actually kind of boost it for me to purchase. Same with the Regeneration. It's probably going to get a little edge, but it's obviously very, everyone has their own opinion on the looks.
Yeah, I think considering how many chairs I've ordered, I can get a couple wrong with the arms, but I definitely failed miserably on this one because those arms aren't great at all. That's 100% for sure. So before we do the giveaway, because it's going to happen, don't forget hashtag giveaway, and we're going to give away an meep here. Ryan's got to run through his legal jargon. I think he's got it.
Pull it up here. Official rules. This is a sweepstakes. No purchase is necessary for this. You do need to be 18 plus and reside in the continental U.S. because that's where we can ship the chair. Use hashtag, what was it, Greg? Giveaway in the chat.
Hashtag giveaway.
Starting, it's already started, but enter it. Winner will be selected at random at the end of the countdown.
I think it's ended, but before we give it away.
Oh, has it ended?
I think it ended, yeah. It's been a while. We're a little rusty. We haven't been on live stream for a bit. So we're going to run it right now. Looks like we've got 65 eligible entries. Let me double check. Should be a few more in there. Don't forget, you have to be in the U.S. because I see someone in here who's not. So make sure you are in the U.S.
It's just we get a lot of questions, can I order a refurbished Leap? I'm in the UK. There's not a ton of good options here. The problem with shipping stuff that far, one, is it's incredibly expensive. So we're going to have to charge you more than the chair costs just to ship it to you. And then any type of warranty going on or damage is an absolute nightmare because we now have to ship parts overseas and it becomes... It's tough to deal with, and so that's why we're not set up to do it now. Maybe in the future, if a company comes around and makes the shipping a little bit easier, but it kind of defeats the purpose of getting a refurbished chair. If you have to pay $500 for the chair and then $1,000 to ship it, you might as well just buy a brand new chair from Steelcase.
Discrimination of Europe. Trust me, we don't want to not be able to help you out. But Ramiro Rincon. Rincon.
Like the pitcher.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. You stole my thunder there.
No, don't watch baseball, so I apologize. However, you have won the meep, so make sure that you reach out to marketing or I think marketing will want you to email them. Is that how we've done in the past? So just marketing at
BTOD.com.
Perfect. We'll drop that in the chat too, and then they will get back to you right away. And so we can set everything up. Make sure you are in the USA. Congratulations. So I think let's jump back in here. I think there's some really good questions that have kind of come in since we started that I want to.
Yeah. Can I I'll grab one right away if that's cool. So someone asked about they want to purchase a used Aeron. What should they look out for? Now we could probably talk the rest of our live stream about this because it's pretty complicated, but I'll try to give it to you quick. So there's basically two versions of the Aeron. You have the Aeron Classic and then essentially the remastered Aeron, which is their newer version. So I'll just tell you right away, if it looks too good to be true, it probably is. If you're seeing like $300 for an Aeron and you're like, oh, great, it's going to be a classic chair, which basically we're not going to recommend. We don't love this classic chair. If you can get it like super cheap, maybe it's worth trying out, but a lot of problems with that chair. So really a remastered chair is what you're going to be looking for. And on the used market, I haven't seen many, period, but if you do see them, they're probably still pushing $800 or so. I don't know if you guys have seen better prices than that, but
remasters are going to be really expensive.
Yeah, and the average used price on an Aeron right now, I think it was like $450 up to maybe $500, depending on what market you are. So we actually are subscribed to something that gives us like East Coast and West Coast when it comes to what the average price is. And so typically in New York, you're going to be a little bit less. On the West Coast, you're going to be a little bit more. Stuff in the Midwest, if you find one, it's going to be in between.
And I think probably the easiest way to identify, if you're not sure which one, if you are looking at an Aeron Classic, it has this kind of rubber lumbar pad that slides into the backrest and can be removed. The Aeron Remastered has different styles of more like a built-in shell. I think honestly, a quick Google search, you'll see a pretty easy comparison. We have videos that show all this stuff as well. So it's pretty easy to identify, and the mesh is very different on the classic versus the remastered. So definitely know what you're getting. If you're expecting the experience of a remastered, but it's only $400 or $500, 95% sure this is not actually going to be a remastered chair. So
I also want to say too, that the big issues we found when we were refurbishing these chairs that were the old style seat, and you can actually see it. We've got a couple posts. We should probably just drop them into the live stream here. Hopefully someone from the team can do that. But there are like specific seat designs where the frames of the seat would actually crack. You want to watch out for that, because when that happens, it's pretty much worthless at that point. Mm-hmm. You also want to make sure that the actual mechanism is working on the chair. How clean or dirty it is. The older chairs are going to be really filthy, and so you can clean them. And again, we have a process video where we showed you our process. You could technically follow that process and clean the chair up yourself, but just beware there. And also, you're not going to get a warranty on these chairs because they don't pass through to the next owner of the chair. So just know, even if you're paying and you feel good about it, $900 for a remastered, you have no warranty on the chair. And a classic does not have a warranty on the chair. Don't let anybody tell you any differently.
Yeah, and I mean, for me, the biggest problem with the classic, aside from it just being old and having those issues that Herman Miller's addressed and fixed in their newest versions and now ultimately in the remastered, is that the previous Aeron is the definition of form over function. This is a chair that was built specifically to look good. That's why it was put in the Museum of Modern Art, and why it's touted as one of the breakthroughs in ergonomic technology, because there was never anything like it at the time. But I remember the very first time I ever sat in the Aeron at a show. I was walking up to this thing like it was going to be the best thing I had ever used ever. I sat down in it and told Greg, this thing is uncomfortable, because I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. And that's just kind of the way that the chair is. And so that's ultimately the reason that we stopped selling it, because we had so many people returning it because it was just uncomfortable. And people were under the impression that it's an Aeron. It's the best. It has to be the most comfortable. But it's not. And it's an old, outdated design. And so we decided just to stop selling it to prevent people from being in that situation. And it's just super expensive to deal with. So if you're going to get an Aeron, go with the remastered. If it's used and you want to roll the dice, it's probably a decent dice roll if you're not getting the warranty, just because if something's going to go wrong on one of these chairs, usually it's within the first, 60 days to a year type of thing. Otherwise, they last pretty well. So I would say that getting a used remastered, 50% off, 60% off is probably worth the dice roll. But I would steer clear of the classic for almost any price. Under $100, yeah, sure. But even at $200, I mean, I'm sitting in a Tacova over an Aeron Classic. I'm sitting in a Kieran over an Aeron Classic. So it's not it for me.
Okay, Fusion Pro versus the standard Fusion.
Fusion Pro has a better frame. It's not plastic. It's not nylon. It looks nicer in the back. You get a headrest with the Fusion Pro that you don't get on the Fusion. And I believe the Fusion Standard has 2D arms compared to 3D arms, if I remember correctly.
And the mechanism's different.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
we don't have the standard Fusion. Yeah. I just remember doing research because I wondered myself. But
so you do have to pay for the headrest on the Fusion Pro.
So
it's a little hidden on their site because they always show it with the headrest, but I'm looking at their site right now. If you want to go in and buy a Fusion Pro, a headrest costs, I think it's about $130.
Did they change that?
So
I wonder if they changed that.
Maybe
I thought it was $1049 for the full deal.
Well, maybe I'll keep looking at that, but definitely, like you said, Ryan, these are not the exact same chair. There's definitely difference in there. We actually, for the most part, recommend the Fusion Pro. I mean, at least me personally, there's some problems, especially with the seat, but I've actually thought that this is a really good option for an all-mesh chair, because all mesh chairs are difficult, and usually it is the seat. I'll keep looking at the double check on the headrest thing there.
That's the thing. You and I had that discussion with the Fusion Pro. We liked it, Fusion Pro. We liked that chair quite a bit. But when you put it up against the Ergohuman with a headrest, there was a big discrepancy in price. That's when we started to talk about that additional headrest. But for me personally, when I look at just the standard Fusion.
We don't even know if that's right, to be honest.
I'm just making it up as I go. Let's be honest. Don't know how to pronounce it. Anyways, if Razer's watching, give us a call. Let us know. We're murdering the name of your product. But I think that I personally don't think that you would want to go with that. Just the standard model. It was over $600, and I didn't see how it could hold up to that. So, in my opinion, I would avoid that. But I would definitely consider
the only reason I would get the standard is if you are dead set on getting a gaming chair brand chair and your budget is around $500, because my number one pick would be the Titan, which I do not like. It's just the best of the worst, but this is an actual ergonomic chair compared to a racer. So there's that.
All right. We've got Frances waiting in another chair that she absolutely loves. Robert loves this chair too. It had a moment for me. That moment's gone and past.
Yeah,
it's very unique. So we're looking at the human scale Freedom with the headrest, and that headrest is really the most polarizing part about it, because it really pushes your head. I think we can kind of see this over here. It really holds your head forward. I guess we always seem to use the word pushes, or I do, but in my opinion, as someone who likes this headrest, it kind of just holds your head in place. So what I found is I'm able to recline, have that headrest kind of, it bends forward essentially to hold your head. And what looks like a very awkward position, I personally find comfortable. Now, I know I am probably on my own in that opinion. You guys would maybe go without headrest?
Well, just to help to explain, when he says hold your head in place, the design is meant to hold your eyes at the same level. So as you recline in the chair with most headrests, your head is going to go back like this, right? Because it's attached straight. This headrest stays straight as the back goes back. So as your back reclines back, your eyes stay level. And so it kind of pinches your neck down, and I don't love that feeling. But a lot of people do love the feeling of being able to recline back without having to pull their head off the headrest and tilt it forward, but their head is still supported. Super, super unique style. It's just not my cup of tea.
I think for me, the best way to work in this chair, which I found most comfortable with the headrest, was a midway recline, because when I reclined fully, that's where it did the neck crinking, which was too aggressive as it pushed my neck forward, unfortunately.
I love Joseph. He doesn't know if there's a hashtag thing, but he fires it in there just in case. We'll cover all bases.
We got another one coming up. We're gonna hit it at the end of the timer this time, and then we'll do the Q&A, and then we'll give it away.
Yep.
But yeah, I think this chair itself, it makes a ton of noise too. In my opinion, the older versions of this chair were better built, and the price hasn't gone down, but I think the quality has. And so this is a tough one for me at the price point. They're playing in the game of the Herman Miller Steelcases of the world, and I don't think the chair is there anymore, just simply put, unfortunately. So
yeah, the noise is kind of like, because I sat in this for a while when we were all in the office together, and that creaking kind of, it's like I was always a little bit afraid to recline, because I knew that it'd be like, crick, 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 and then it's like everyone kind of looks at you.
It's not even just a creak. It's like a creak with a click. It's like click, 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 click.
Yeah,
it's like three noises in one.
And we know it's not just ours, because we've heard other people say that this is a problem. And I mean, the other human scale chairs, I've never really noticed, certainly not to that level. Because I sit in a Liberty chair pretty often, and it doesn't have that at all, even though they also have that self-adjusting, or basically weight-activated recline. So it's a similar system, but doesn't have all that noise.
So I think with this chair, like everybody said, I mean, there are better options from human scale. I would probably lean into those, and we'll talk about them, like the Smart Chair. That's going to be one of them, the Liberty. But for this one, we scored a C kind of across the board. I think we all agreed on this one. Was a C for comfort. Did you get it a little bit higher, maybe B minus? I know Ryan and I had it down lower.
List. I had it as a B, actually.
Yeah,
that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. So I think it's for Ryan and I, pretty average chair. We don't think it's like terrible by any means, so don't get that. But for the price, maybe.
I actually like everything that you touch. If it just had a normal synchro tilt recline, this would probably be a B, potentially an A tier chair for me, because the seat is really comfortable, and the back itself is really comfortable. It's got a really great curve, and aside from kind of the lack of width, it has width adjustable arms, but not really. They get a little wider, but they don't come narrow enough. the armrests are just limited in adjustment. And like Greg always says, they're like T-Rex style, so they can be a little bit short.
Too short.
But the pads are comfortable. So everything that you touch is really comfortable. And the headrest itself is also very comfortable. If it stayed in place, it would probably be an A or an S tier headrest. So I don't know. It's just a tough one because everything that you touch is really good, but the recline, I can't dig it.
So Jake said he's on the fence between a Steelcase Amia and a Hayworth Fern. Which would be better for me at 6 foot, 190 pounds? Quite
for
a
me,
bit
it's
different.
kind of an unfair comparison. I mean, that Fern's going to have quite an edge, in my opinion. It's
that's
higher
tough.
end chair.
Yeah, I mean, they're both. We love both of those chairs essentially, and at 6 foot, I don't think the Amia backrest would be an issue size wise. I'm 6'2", and I've never really had problem that the Amia wasn't tall enough of a backrest. So now you're kind of getting down to things like looks, and I mean, because honestly, I'd be happy in either of those chairs.
So I guess the question would be, what do you gain by spending an additional $500 to get the Fern over the Amia? And is that $500 discrepancy worth it to you? And for me, what you're getting, to me personally, I think the backrest is more comfortable on the Fern. You're going to get a lot more movement. It's a lot more flexible. The back is also taller, and you can get a headrest, even though it's like D or F tier. I wouldn't recommend it, but if you have to get a headrest, the option is there. The arms, you get a little bit more adjustability on the Fern, but I actually like the arm pads better on the Amia, so you're probably not going to be able to boost it for the arms. And then the seats are going to be really comparable in comfort as well, because they're going to have about the same flexibility and about the same cushion thickness once you break that Fern in for 30 to 60 days. I do think that the Fern has a much better recline than the Amia, though, because it's deeper. You get that 5-position tilt limiter instead of just the upright tilt lock, and it looks, much more of a premium chair than the Amia. The biggest knock on the Amia is that it kind of just looks like a normal chair, and you can't really tell that it's a $1,000 chair just by looking at it. When you look at the Fern, you know that someone spent a whole bunch of money on that thing. So for me, you're getting a better backrest, slightly more adjustable arms, and I think that it looks way nicer, and I like the tilt quite a bit more. So,
yeah, I think if you go cost-value ratio, the Amia is going to win because it's one of the best when it comes to all chairs in all categories. For about $1,000, you get a chair you can definitely sit in for 12+ hours without a doubt. You get a lot of similarities to the Steelcase Leap. However, like Ryan said, you don't get that back limiting feature, which some might like and some don't care about. For me, I just crank the tension up and I just release it and go. Otherwise, if I want to upright task, I lock it in. But that's definitely a big feature for people, for sure. If you set up the chair, the Fern, the way that Ryan does, you definitely get a lot more softness in that backrest because he loves the digital knit without the lumbar. I prefer it with. So you can go similar in lumbar or even more aggressive in the Fern. For me personally, though, one of my everyday chairs that I use is an Amia, and it's not the Fern. I just choose not to. So for me, the price doesn't really play a factor just because we have so many chairs here. I just prefer the Amia, but it doesn't say anything bad necessarily about the Fern. Do you have anything else, Robert?
Not really. I mean, you
Pretty
guys
much
really
covered
cover it. Yeah, I think if your budget is already, if you're even considering these two and you're willing to stretch to the Fern, you're not going to be disappointed. There's nothing like a problem with the Fern that you're.
The only potential problem is if you're tall and you extend the seat all the way out.
Sure.
Then there's a gap.
A lot of people complain that they can feel the back of the seat. So if you're like, 6'3", then maybe the Amia. I don't know if he put his height in there or not.
He said 6, right?
He's 6 foot, so he would have no
then
issues.
either
It's
one
not a
would be
problem
fine.
there.
Here, I just have to clear something up. So people keep asking for the giveaway. Once you're entered, I believe you're entered through the end, right, John? Okay. So we're going to double check this, but I'm pretty sure once you enter giveaway, you should be good. Yep. Yep. Okay. Yep. Okay, got it. So for every giveaway, we're going to enter once. So we're going to clear it out to give everybody another opportunity, and you're going to want to be in the stream in order to get the giveaway. That's a requirement that I don't know if we mentioned because it's hard for you to know that you won
Yeah, you have to be in the
being
stream,
here.
right?
So hopefully that cleared it up. I actually think So that would be the thing. Wait for us, though, to say. So don't just keep entering it in there. Just wait. We're going to do it in about 10 minutes here.
Yeah, you can see the timer counting down. That's for our next giveaway. So Greg will give you a little warning time when we're ready to do that. And our plan is to keep going with these about every hour or so. We're going to be dropping more giveaways. So we got more column A chairs. We got more meep chairs that are coming out. So stay tuned.
Someone asked, what year our Leap chairs are for refurbishing. So Leap V2s came out in 2006. They're still available today. Ours can vary anywhere from 2006 up to today. But I think the big thing is with the refurbishing process that you shouldn't have to worry about that part because we're going through all the chairs. We're making sure that they're in perfect working order, really, and then they're backed by the warranties. So if you get a chair and over time it breaks down or something, it's going to be covered by warranty, so I wouldn't be overly concerned there. A lot of the chairs that are coming out recently have been a bit newer, but you will get a mix of those other chairs in there, and it's really honestly just too difficult for us to pull every single chair and label it with a date like we do with our as-is. Those are much easier because we've pretty much batched them out. We can tell you exactly what date those are going to be. We're not doing really any work to them outside of cleaning them up because they're as-is. So if you buy a Leap V2 in a refurbished format from any supplier, you're going to be getting a chair from that same range because that's when they were first made. And I think someone asked about the V1. So I think the V1 is a really interesting chair. Ryan, what do you think about the V1?
I think that the change from the V1 to the V2 was massive, and I completely understand why Steelcase did it because it is much more in line with today's seating standards, the flexibility required in a seat and a back, and it's a much easier chair to sit in for 8 hours. For me, the Leap V1 is pretty good, and for its time, I'm sure it was the most comfortable chair, but the seat is pretty stiff. There's no flexibility in it like they introduced on the Leap V2, and that goes for the backrest as well. It's kind of got that rolled back design at the top, so it's a little bit shorter, and it doesn't allow for any flexibility or movement, which I don't love. And then the arms are, the pads themselves are pretty comfortable, but the adjustments don't compare even close to the V2. So, I mean, if you can get a V1 for, under $200, it's a decent buy.
A mint one.
Yeah, a really good, because they're super old.
But you'll see them super cheap now.
Yeah,
it's
you can
crazy.
see them super cheap. So, I'd say $75 to $100 it might be worth picking up, but it's absolutely definitely not going to have a warranty, and it's going to be super, super old. So keep that in mind.
And they're definitely, I would say, leaning towards more petite, shorter, because it doesn't have the high back that a Leap, and I'm not talking about like a high back chair, because like there is a V1 high back, which is very unique, but just the regular V1 is definitely a shorter back than the Leap V2. So it would be better for smaller people. My wife actually sits in one at work, and she's petite and comfortable in it. But yeah, again, if you're, even 5'10" or something, I would think that backrest is going to feel pretty short.
It's hard to believe because they're very similar looking, kind of, but they aren't. So the V1 looks very old compared to the V2. It was a really good change that they made, and that's probably why they haven't changed it again since, other than some actual things happening inside the chair that you maybe can't see on the V2 chairs. So yeah, I mean, listen, for $50, if you find it for $50 and it's clean, it's probably a much better chair than you're going to find anywhere else new at that $100 mark on Amazon.
Sure.
So
I mean, the fact that Sherry is using it at work, I mean, just shows how long it's lasted. That's incredible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Well, we ready for our next chair?
Let's do it.
We're getting into a real gaming chair here, the Asus Destrier. Is that how we say it?
Destrier? Are we going French with it and removing the R?
We always enjoy our different pronunciations of the chairs, and
we're from Wisconsin.
To say we're right,
We can do that.
So Ryan probably has the most experience with this chair. I mean, I'll give a quick take. This again has that mesh seat. Mesh seats have a lot of issues if they're not done properly. Personally, I have a problem with the Asus seat. It's just has kind of this weird bunching in the front, which I don't love. It actually, probably my favorite part about this chair would be the headrest, but unfortunately, it just has the tendency to move way too easily. So it's like you might get in the right spot and, it feels nice, but as soon as you kind of recline or move, it moves so easily that all of a sudden it's not in the right spot. So I'll admit I have not spent a ton of time in this chair. Ryan did a review. He probably has a better opinion. This
is just a tough chair because I think that it's either going to provide a good value or a terrible value, depending on where you get it and how much they're selling it for. Because if you get it from where we got it, which was the physical Micro Center store in Minneapolis area, I mean, it was $900 and it came with a 1-year warranty. Man, that's tough. A 1-year warranty on a $900 chair. I mean, it's a well-built chair, and part of me can see how it could be $900, and I like the fact that they didn't go racing style and it's molded more after an ergonomic chair. It's got a lot of solid adjustments. It feels like a solid chair, but 1-year warranty is tough to stomach. I have seen a lot of comments in some of our videos that they've found this chair for as low as $400 to $500 at some stores. If that is the case, then this would for sure be my pick for the best gaming chair around that price, because then you're up against racers like the Titan and the Anda seat and the Razer Isker, which I think are not a good choice at all. So for me, it's really going to depend on how much you're paying for the chair. But like Robert said, the seat could be a problem no matter how much it costs. But I think they did a lot of cool things with it. Like, I like the arms. I know you guys don't like the extra padding where your elbow would be, but I think that was pretty cool that they introduced that. I like the arms being able to swivel 360 degrees and use them backwards. So there's a lot of cool stuff going on with the chair.
Yeah. So
for me, it's just going to be the price.
So right now, you can $400 off right now, but you have to be able to find it at your local Micro Center, so you can't order it online for that price. So it's $500 right now, but again, you have to be able to find it in store somewhere. You can't just order it online.
Okay.
I mean, I think for $500, you're getting a lot of chair. I think the first thing you said when I brought it back was, dang, this is a lot of
substantial
chair. Like, it doesn't feel like a cheap chair by any means. And so it was never necessarily like $900, oh my gosh, for this chair. It was more like, how does this chair have a 1-year warranty and it's $900 and it actually is built quite well? It didn't really add up for me personally.
It's kind of a red flag.
Right.
Almost like, is there something we don't know about? Like, it's almost like you want to look in the fine print, because a lot of manufacturers will have a warranty where it'll be like limited lifetime warranty. And then you look in the fine print and it's like, except for the cylinder and casters are only warranted for 1 year. And then you instantly know that those are garbage and that they're cheap and they're probably going to go out within a year and you should plan on replacing those. And that's why it's a limited lifetime warranty. And it's kind of a little bit, in the gray area. But that's not the case at all with this one. It's almost like there is no manufacturer warranty, and the only warranty is through whatever store sells it to you. And if that's the case, then it's a lot of times it's going to be less than a year. I mean, if you get a warranty add-on from somewhere like Staples or something like that, it can be as short as 30 days. So
Cam wants to know, do you get better reception for your TV with that headrest? Good gravy, that's obnoxious.
Yeah. It's meant to be like a sound thing, which, again, a cool addition for gamers, trying to keep gamers in mind, trying to do something different to make it an actual gaming chair instead of just making a chair a different color and calling it a gaming chair. The one problem that I have with that idea in general is that how many people are using their actual speakers and in a position where the sound is going to then bounce off that kind of soundboard to make it, that surround sound type feel, compared to people like me that are just in their headphones and don't need that at all. So the one thing I will say is you can take it off, and that would probably be the first thing that I would do when I got the chair, is just take that thing off.
Well, that speaks volumes to how good it is.
Well, I mean,
they missed the mark on it a little bit.
I do
but
use
some of you
headphones.
Might,
If you don't, maybe you'd like it.
100%.
I mean, it's a unique looks thing too. It's like, it gives more of a gaming vibe look, which if that's, if you're buying a gaming chair, there's a good chance you're wanting it to look like a gaming chair. But again, it's very,
a little bit of like Darth Vader,
yeah,
vibes there.
It's not quite the Cougar Terminator look of over the top gaming, but at least you're getting some of that gaming vibe.
All right, next up, Herman Miller Cosm chair. Now, this one actually I think is quite decent for a mesh chair. It retails for around $2,000, so it really needs to be. It's one of those chairs that's like super simple to use, which is hard to believe that it can be that comfortable. Now, of course, we have the leaf arms on it, which are the arms I would never recommend to even my worst enemies. So these are the cheese grater arms. They're so bad. But
we let Herman Miller convince us to get these arms because they were really pushing. This is another one of those form over function things where they were pushing these leaf arms because, yes, they do look better because it just flows perfectly with the chair, but my God, they are so uncomfortable in every way. Not just the mesh grinding your elbow skin off, but the hard frame around the whole armrest. It's basically just mimicking what the seat does and the seat problem. So now you have the hard frame not only around the seat, but also around your arms. Yeah. And so it's like, let's just double up on the problem here and make these arms. That was the last time that we ever let a manufacturer tell us what to order. So.
Yeah, I mean, if you're buying it to like fill up your conference room, which be very expensive, but it would look awesome.
Yeah.
For that, the leaf arms make sense because, yeah, they're going to look the coolest for sure. I mean, if you have an office, you spend, 2 hours a week in, and you want the best looking chair that is still going to be relatively comfortable for that amount of time, Cosm. That's probably would be my pick. But, boy, it's got some problems. If you want to sit in it 8 hours a day, the leaf arms definitely be the number one problem. You'd have to go with the fully adjustable arms. For me, at my height, 6'2", I couldn't sit in this chair long-term just because of the short seat depth. So my legs just feel like they're hanging way off the front, which is really unfortunate because our version, we got the high back version here. It's such a tall backrest that it feels great on my back. It's like feels like everything is sized perfect for me except for that short seat. So it's like
15 and a half inches.
Yeah.
The seat depth-wise.
You'd think when you got the high back version that they could give you like a long seat version to go with it, but it doesn't work like that. It's not like the Aeron, where the Aeron, you buy your ABC and you get the entire chair is basically scaled to your size. The Cosm, you can get the high back, but it's not giving you any larger seat.
Yeah, I think pretty much everything you guys said is true. It's a hammock for the backrest. It's a hammock in the seat. I mean, if it fits you, it could be really good. It's so basic with how it functions that it may or may not be a great thing. To the point of the conference room setting, the thing with those leaf arms is that they're only comfortable when you're kind of reclined. So unless you want the entire conference room just in a sort of hanging out mode, I can't even see it really working there either. It's just a typical Herman Miller thing where they just want it to look really cool. And
it's a flex.
Right.
It's the same thing that was happening during the .com era. You want to impress people when they walk through your corporate building.
So tell them about the experience we had at NeoCon with this chair.
Yeah.
It proves exactly what you just said.
When this chair came out, we went to NeoCon, and this is the product that we were most excited to see. They had built up the release of the Cosm for a year at that point. So we went to the show. We were so pumped up to see this thing. We walk into the show. And mind you, this is a trade show, the biggest furniture trade show in the United States, and the most chairs. And in every other booth there, whether it's as big as this table or as big as our office, you can use and test and see and feel every single product in there and get used to it, see what it's like. We walk into the Herman Miller showroom, and they've got everything roped off, like we are in a museum, literally. And they've got signs everywhere that say, "Do not touch." And so we walk into this showroom thinking that we're going to be able to finally try, touch, feel the Cosm. Nope. Didn't even get to sit in it. Nothing until we got exclusive access after the show had ended because we were part of a VIP media group, and they pulled one off of the stand and let us sit in it. And it was like, my God, why even have the chair here on display if you're not going to let people use it? It was incredibly frustrating. And like Greg said, that is what the Cosm is.
100%. All right, we just counted down to 0, so it is time for our next giveaway. So here's the deal. This one is going to be the Atlas chair. It's an amazing chair, I think, for the price. And if you don't have a good chair yet, this could definitely fill that void. And this one is being brought to you by Colony themselves. So hopefully they remember that they made this arrangement. Otherwise, it will be from BTOD. Either way, we'll make it happen. So no big deal. So Ryan's going to hit the legal stuff on there.
Official rules. This is a sweepstakes with no purchase necessary. You need to be 18 plus and reside in the continental U.S. Hashtag giveaway. The winner will be selected at random at the end of the countdown. If you are selected as the winner, make sure to email marketing@BTOD.com, and we'll get you set up.
All right, awesome. So hit that up, hashtag giveaway. We're going to answer some more questions here. Well, everybody
so someone asked specifically to Robert here, which I'm Robert. Well, we never really say our names, Ryan, Greg, Robert.
I would assume most at this
Francis
point, no, right?
Here. Well, you never know. I don't want to think I'm bigger than, everyone would know my name, so I'll throw it out there. I do usually go by Rob with 2 B's, though. That's kind of my new thing. So
It's true.
Rob 2 B's, if you want to comment that.
Yeah, Rob 2 B's. It's not too new. I think we've been calling you that for a while now.
Yeah.
I love it.
Anyways, so getting back to the question was for someone 6'2", 240. Now, I'm not 240, but I can give you an idea between meep and I believe it was, I think they updated their question, right? So it's between a meep and leap.
No, Lamia and a meep. Wait.
Yeah, I think they updated. Do we have, what's
Lamia or a meep for 6'2", 240?
Amia or Lamia?
Lamia or a meep. So the two creations.
Now, 2 creations. Personally, I would go with the Lamia. You're going to have you kind of getting the best of the both worlds for a larger individual. You're going to get the higher backrest. You're going to get a little extra padding now this gets a little complicated. It's not actually a thicker pad, but what feels like more padding in the back portion of the seat when you're getting the Lamia, because that has the Amia seat. So personally, I'd go with the Lamia. I know that's going to be the higher priced option, but frankly, it's difficult to find chairs for larger individuals, and you're just essentially going to have to pay more. I follow a lot of stuff on Reddit. A lot of times I'm seeing people ask, well, I'm 6'3", 250. I really need a chair under $300. And I'm like, wish I could help you, but it's going to be tough. Would we even have a recommendation for that? I know I'm adding questions here, but it's tough to get those for larger individuals, a chair in that budget price range.
You're looking at more of the specialty stuff that we have, or like the neutral posture stuff is going to work for you once you get to that point, or like the Leap Pluses, they're going to work as well.
So basically, just be prepared. You're probably going to have to spend a little more. But
at 300, you said, right? 300 pounds?
Well, sorry, I said $300.
Oh,
so
sorry.
If you're 250 pounds or more,
then that changes everything. Disregard everything I just said.
So the advantage is, the reason you're paying for more is because you're buying a chair that's built to hold that amount of weight for not just a little bit, but for years. So, you're probably better off to just save up, not go through buying multiple chairs because they're eventually going to break. So,
I'm rolling this thing. We're about to roll it.
All right.
Here we go. 4, the Atlas. And you fit in the Atlas.
I fit in the Atlas.
And how tall are you?
I'm approximately 6'2".
Sometimes he goes by 6'3". Watch out. Just watch the videos. Make sure you comment on those. Those are older videos, by the way. Okay. Ooh, the winner is Kyle S. Kyle, congratulations. Make sure you reach out to marketing@BTODtv.com. We'll get you set up there and get your chair on its way to you. And, of course, let us know what you think. So, yeah, back to that question about the Meep and the Amia. I think the biggest issue with the Amia chair, I'm 6 foot, so I have no issues fitting in it. I think if you're a wider body frame or you're taller, say 6'2", you're on the edge, 6'3", 6'4", now you're getting too tall, I think. And that back gets too short, where the Leap is going to be a much better option. The odd thing I think about the Leap is that it does a really good job fitting users that are really short and users that are really tall. Like, it doesn't impact you in a bad way when you're shorter.
It's the best at that.
Right.
It's the best chair that we've ever used that can accommodate people, like we touched on earlier, all the way down to, 5'3", 5'4", all the way up to, like 6'5"? You could be really, really tall and use this chair. The one deceptive thing about Steelcase chairs is their weight rating, because the Leap is rated for 400 pounds, and that's just Steelcase's way of saying we have the most well-built, strongest chairs in the industry, but the specs aren't going to work for someone that's 400 pounds. It's just not going to be...
It's not big enough.
It's not a big enough chair. So kind of disregard their weight rating and just know that it's just an over-engineered, overbuilt chair. But yeah, we used to evaluate chairs on a category that we called scope of users. And we would score the chairs on how well they accommodated the entire population. And the number one chair was always the Leap. So
yeah, it was super adjustable. All right, before we go back into this here, again, we're going to have another giveaway that's going to happen at the end of the countdown. Is that countdown right there, Robert?
Here, one thing here, quick. We have never tried the Newsom task chair from Knoll. I've seen that in there a couple times. Sorry, but I've never seen it even.
I've added to the cart 3 times.
Oh.
But I haven't bought it yet.
What? Okay.
Should we buy it? You got to let us know in the comments. If you think we should buy it, I'll buy it. Yeah, I mean, I've had hesitation there. Is anybody going to want to know about this chair? So
He is so disappointed hearing you say that now.
Apologize. And I would love to help one person, but I need to have at least a few people on board to do that. And I am curious myself. I think it's a pretty unique looking chair for sure. It's a nice looking chair. But I want to go back through for the things that pay the bills, right? We got to make sure we talk about that stuff. So BTOD does have some stuff going on right now. If you're not winning in the giveaways, you can use our Lucky 10 discount, which is across the entire website. All the products on BTOD.com are going to be eligible for this. We also have 2 other coupons that are specific to other areas on the site. The first one's going to be the Outlet 20 coupon. This is 20% off already discounted products that have been lightly used. They're within the 30-day free returns program. They come back to us. We inspect them, make sure they work fine. They're cleaned up. They're put back in a box. We ship them back out to those who want to save some money. So a chair like the Vera is in there. The Ikea chairs are in there. Amia chairs, Leap chairs, and you can find some really good savings there. And then lastly, the meep 20, which is 20% off of the meep chair, which again, that's BTOD's combination of both a Leap seat and an Amia frame. So Ryan thinks that's the better combination. Well, I think that the Lamia is better.
Well, that might be a stretch. I don't think that the Ameep is better than the Lamia because.
Okay. Well, now we just found out where we stand.
I just like the seat better.
Yeah, he likes the seat better. He doesn't like the backrest as much. So, but it's a really solid deal. So, anyways, with that, let's get back into it. Do we have any more questions we want to cover quick, or are we going to look at the next chair?
I think, we'll hit some as we get to some of those chairs, I think. But, I mean, we can already see some orders coming through with some of those codes. So thank you guys.
Someone asked about whether the Freedom would be a better option to a list of chairs that they've already tried. I would rewind in the stream because we talked about the Freedom quite a bit towards the beginning. And then maybe rewatch that section. If you still have questions, pop them in there and we'll try to answer some more specific questions for you.
Okay, so we are on to the Clatina Mellet. So this is a chair that used to be one of our top picks for that under $300 range. It's kind of fallen off now that we've found some other chairs that we like a little better, like the Atlas that we just talked about. Now, me personally, this chair just has real sizing issues. At my height, I find that when I need to pull the seat depth all the way out so that it can accommodate for my longer legs. When I do that, you end up having this big gap between the seat and the backrest, so it's almost like you're feeling that on your butt as you try to sit back in the chair. So for me, it's actually kind of become an unsittable chair. This is one where early on when we first got it, I probably rated it a little higher, and admittedly, I was probably wrongly rating it higher just because sometimes you get excited. You're like, oh, finally a cheap chair that is actually comfortable, and you're like, okay, you get a little, is it a recency bias? Is that the right term? Where it's new, you get excited about it, but in reality, sitting in more chairs that are on that price range, I'm finding out this might not be the best value out there. I think you guys are kind of in the same boat.
Yeah, well, for me personally, I think up until we had seen this particular chair, there wasn't a chair that was really built to the level of this chair, which was one of the first eye-opening experiences I think we really had, where it was like there was an expectation for chairs of this price, and this one definitely exceeded that. Then came along the Colony brand, and they've got some products that really surpassed this particular one. And a lot of it is just to be super competitive with their marketing here in the States. They want to put their products out there. They want to get seen. They want to get recognized. So they are offering ridiculous deals on Amazon. That's just the simple truth of the matter. So they're not making a lot of money on these. But yeah, since time has passed, some of the glaring issues on this one with the awkward recline, the gap between the seat, and just the fact that the seat's a little bit too short for me. It is the closest thing you'll find to a Leap chair that's not a Leap chair, but don't get it twisted. It is not a Leap chair. I think that's probably the fairest way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, that was the most surprising thing when it got in, was that it is literally just a copy of the Leap chair. If you put them side by side and you just look at them from the back, how they function, how the functions work, how the recline works, they 100% just stole the Leap's design, made all of the parts cheap, and then that's that's what they did. And so that's why it was so impressive when it came in, because even though the parts are way cheaper than anything on the Leap, they were still noticeably better than anything we had seen, like Greg said. And so when you're getting a Leap knockoff for around $300, that's pretty rare to see. And it was, for me, the best chair that I had seen for under that price at the time. Now, they've already said we found better options for the price range, which I would agree with, except for one thing, and that would be the headrest. The headrest on the Mellet is god tier. I mean, for a $200, $300 chair, this headrest can compete with the best headrests in the world. I would put it up against any headrest except for the Neutral Posture 8000, which is unbelievable. But this headrest on the Clatina has super good padding, it's big, it has good adjustments, and the headrest holds its position when you use the chair. So if your number one concern is reclining back, having a really good cush headrest that's always going to fit you and be supportive, then for me, you got to consider this chair. But if you're just looking for the best chair overall, the best bang for your buck, then I'm going to lean more towards those Kalami chairs or the Tacova, because I think the Tacova is more comfortable in areas than this chair, and it can be as low as a third of the price. So the Clatina is just in a tough spot now with all of these Chinese factories and their direct-to-market chairs. It's making it difficult.
You know what would be really smart, since they copied Steelcase, is for Steelcase to copy them on their headrest.
They can't, though.
I know
because
they
have an actual
get where
decent
I'm going
frame.
with this. This is like one of the best headrests
Yeah.
that like we've seen. Honestly, and the funny thing is that a lot of the majors are when they have a headrest, they charge as much as this chair is with the headrest. So like it's crazy out there, guys. It's crazy out there. So all right.
So we've been going for 80 minutes and we've got through 10 chairs.
Wow. So
let's start cooking a little.
We're not fast, you're saying?
Well, I'm looking at my sea of about 80 chairs sitting in front of us. So let's keep rolling, going into the Fern. We talked about this a little bit, but for those that maybe weren't with us early on when we talked about it, this is, in my opinion, the ultimate setup for a Fern.
Hey, Robert.
Yes?
Can they see the sea of 80 chairs?
We can see the...
Can we take a peek at that?
Yeah, excuse a little bit of our mess as we store stuff, but yeah, I mean...
We lost the camera. I'm asking too much. Colton's just back there putting what is it?
D40?
No, not WD-40.
Spraying it?
He's putting that motor oil in his hair. He's getting it greased back, like mine, but better.
The 10W30?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Well, we're getting reconnected. Maybe getting our camera back online. Oh, yeah. Anyways, we'll keep going. Let me just keep going with my Fern for now. So for me, the ultimate setup here is that quilted back. It gives you just a little extra pad on there. And I personally like the lumbar support. So that's kind of the ultimate setup. This chair looks awesome too. I think we're just about ready. Are we back online? We're a little delayed watching it ourselves, but yeah, this took a long time. I'm not gonna lie, to get all these chairs in. And believe it or not, this seems like a lot of chairs. This is far from all of the chairs that we have at our disposal.
Yeah, maybe half.
There's some that are way in the back that we don't really talk about anymore. But and this is where our experience comes from, sitting in all these different chairs. Now, granted, we haven't sat in each one of these for months at a time, but long enough to give good impressions. Oh, there's John even getting in the stream. So John's doing all the behind the scenes. I don't know where we'd be at without John setting us all up here. So.
All right, so back to the Fern.
Yeah.
So this is one of Ryan's top 3 chairs. He's sat in it the most for sure, mostly because he's hogged it. But I mean, what's your take on this one? I mean, you've been sitting in it for what, 2 years now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is one of the chairs that I consider to be in my permanent rotation with the Embody and the Leap. The things that I like about the Fern compared to any other chair is going to mainly be that backrest. The backrest is just so unique with the 4-layer system that they've got. I know a lot of people talk about kind of a floating or suspended feeling, and sometimes I think that that's a little bit overkill and just kind of repeating things that they've heard. But this chair truly does create that kind of floating, hovering feel because of the multi-layers. And when you get that digital knit added on there, you get a little bit of softness put in there too, and it's kind of a feeling I've never really felt before in a backrest. And so, like Francis has shown, you can really stretch and move because it's got that skinny design, so you're not kind of being held in place or restricted. So for me, that is the number one reason why you would get the Fern. I think the biggest question for most people that are considering the Fern is, do I get the lumbar or not? And for me, that's the most difficult one to answer, just because Hayworth didn't go with a depth adjustable lumbar system like we see on chairs like the Leap. And so you're kind of stuck with the lumbar that you get. The lumbar is really unique. It's like an airbag system, and so it's not hard or pokey or anything like that. For me, there's just a little bit too much of it, and so it creates a little bit more of a curve than I would like. But people that like lumbar and get this addition really, really like it. And so my preferred combination doesn't have it, but I wouldn't downgrade that for other people that like lumbar support, and I would probably recommend it for those of you that do like lumbar support. So for me, it's the backrest. The armrests are great too, super, super adjustable, probably right there with the gesture and the Leap in terms of adjustment. And I think the seat's really good too. There's just really nothing on the chair that I dislike, and I would consider everything to be A or S tier. So that's why I like it so much.
So we got a couple questions I'm just going to cover right now. Can I ask how tall the woman is? Thanks. Lisa, that is Frances, and she is 5'6", right? I remembered from earlier in the stream. Okay. And then
Might have changed since then.
it hasn't changed. If it was Robert, it might have.
Can we grab a? Can one of you grab a Fern with a headrest? Someone would like to see a Fern version. They want to know where the headrest goes. We've got a couple Ferns with headrest, the gaming headrest, and then the original mesh back with the headrest. So we'll show you what that looks like.
I walked by the Fern gaming. We got the Halo version in the office. I walked by it the other day in the office, and I looked hard at it, and I was like, should I give this headrest another chance?
And?
I didn't. I was like, no. I feel pretty confident that this is not the headrest for me.
Well, it's hard. Like, it literally is hard against the back of your head, and it sort of pushes it forward a little bit. So, like, it just gets in the way.
Yeah, and I'm not necessarily somebody that chooses headrests anyways. Like, I'm fine without a headrest, but so it's not like a big deal. I'm perfectly fine with just the regular Fern.
I don't like that it's in front of the backrest, and I don't like that the foam has no give. And so that's my biggest gripe with it, is you can never get it out of the way. It's always there. You have to use it. There's no escaping it, basically. And so that's my biggest problem with it, and I like it better without it. And one thing that I didn't really think would be an issue is that the headrest takes away from some of the flexibility in the back, because you've got an extra thing mounted up there, and it just doesn't feel like I can flex the chair as much.
It's in the way of your head, so like it just limits your movement, your range. Because you still obviously have that same, but like you're physically, your body, your head getting locks in because it's pushing it forward. It is really weird, and you can't really take it off without the chair looking incomplete. And you're dropping $1,500 on a chair, you're gonna want it to look nice. So, I think so. For me, I do like the lumbar. I think that's my preferred version. I like aggressive lumbar, so like that's always been my thing. Adjustable Fern lumbar would make it S tier. Without lumbar, it sinks in too much. So so that goes to exactly what we're basically saying here. I would agree with you. However, Ryan disagrees, and Ryan also looks at the Leap to go without the height adjustable lumbar because he felt it was too aggressive in his back, even dialing it back. So I don't know, what do you take off the height adjustable lumbar on the Leap? What do you do with the tension knob for the depth on that?
I turn it all the way down. Okay. My thing is that I just love chairs that have a very, very good pronounced S-curve without an added lumbar system. So chairs like the Liberty from Human Scale has a really good S-curve, and I can use that chair with no lumbar support all day long. I love it. And so, like, with the Leap, I just take the lumbar out, turn it all the way down. With the Fern, I like it with no lumbar. That's just kind of my go-to. Even the Clatina Mellet that we just talked about, I'll take the foam out of that thing instantly, and I think it's a lot more comfortable. As long as it's not a flat back, like a racing chair, like a cheap ergonomic chair that doesn't have any S-curve, then it's probably going to be in my wheelhouse.
So last question, someone had mentioned the build quality on the Fern, and I know you had mentioned some stuff in the past. Was it mostly due to those arms becoming loose, or was there anything else that you...
For me, the only issues that I've seen with quality is just the quality control coming from Hayworth, but I don't know if that's been resolved or not. That wiggling of you can see the difference in the wiggling of those armrests. The way that it wiggles on the gaming chair is the way that it should be. You know, there's not a ton there even when you extend them all the way up. But if you extend that orange chair's arms all the way up, they just wiggle and wiggle and wiggle. And it's because the bolts in the bottom aren't tight. And that's how it arrives to us. I'm sure if we had the proper tool, we could flip it over and fix it.
We definitely do.
But other than that,
we should fix it.
Yeah. But other than that, I don't understand people that get this chair and say that it felt cheap or it was low quality or there's too much plastic or that's how high-end chairs are now, guys. I mean, plastic is the new way to build a high-end chair. Really durable, flexible plastic that can move with you when you move. So yeah, the highest-end chairs are going to be made mainly out of plastic. You can upgrade things like the frame, like the chair base or the arm frame to be metal, which isn't going to make it any more durable. It just makes it look nicer. So from a durability and a build quality standpoint, I've only seen 2 brands, and maybe you guys can correct me here, but in my opinion, I've only seen 2 brands that I would say are consistently better built across the board for all of the price points, except for maybe the Soji chair, and that would be Steelcase and Herman Miller. But I would put the Soji's build against those chairs at the price point all day. So I think Hayworth does a very good job of building good quality chairs and, you know, judging on how many chairs that we've gotten from them, we have, I don't know, 10, 12, 15 chairs probably because we have so many different versions of all the chairs. Only a couple of them have issues like you see with those Fern arms. So I don't know how big of a problem that really even is.
Yeah, I would say if we're looking at build quality, I would say the Assure is the one that's going to be the worst just because it's the imported chair. But even like the Soji, which is truly their like entry-level chair short of an Assure, which I don't think fits their lineup very well. That chair has been solid for us, and I think it's a workhorse. It's a great value. So, okay, one question came in here before we jump into the next chair, and it is about the BenQ light bar. So here we've got me, a BenQ light bar lover, and then we've got Robert. He's a hater. So he's all about the Quintus, right? You're the Quintus brand guy.
I am.
He's the Quintus brand guy. So he's going to tell you, if you want to listen to him, that you don't need to buy that BenQ light bar. But I'm going to say if you want asymmetrical light pattern, you don't want it to shine on your monitor, you want to have a really solid, well-built product, and you want to pay a little bit more, well, maybe twice as much, which I'm willing to.
More than twice as much.
Well, sometimes
3
more
times.
than sometimes
$30 for the Quintus.
I think it's worth it.
We can throw a third opinion in here. I don't even know the brand of the light bar they put on mine. It's probably the cheapest one ever built, and I love it. It's way better than having nothing. So,
and you have good overhead lighting in your office.
I do, but I still turn that thing on first thing every morning. I don't know why, honestly. It just makes the setup feel so much better. It's just illuminate. I don't know. I love light bars.
The newest Quintus has an extra adjustment on it where you can kind of pivot the angle. So if you're worried about that glare on the monitor, to me, that really takes it away. So I think for a third of the price, I'm totally happy with my Quintus.
What he doesn't want to tell you is that it will then act as a light when you're on camera because it's shining in your eyes. It's not that bad. But
here's the good thing. They're like $30 on Amazon. You could buy it, test it for yourself, and very easily.
$30?
I just saw it like last night.
That's got to be one of the best value desk accessories that you can get as a light bar. I mean, we get so many comments of, what a stupid thing. Why don't you just use a lamp? Or why don't you just turn your lights on? It's like, well, because a lamp has to sit on my desk and take up space, and the overhead lighting doesn't direct the lighting right down on my desk where I need it. Like, I think that most people get confused, and they think that we're not trying to light up our monitor screen. We're illuminating the space on our keyboard and right in front of our desk. So everything right in front of you that you're working on is nice and bright, and you can see it really well. And I don't know, when you get up towards 40 plus like I am, and your close vision is starting to fade off a little bit, it makes a big difference.
Probably why we like the light bar the most.
100%.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not there with you guys yet, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, listen, I know everyone watching this channel isn't 21 years old, so there's got to be people that are relating to me.
You'd think we sold these light bars. Unfortunately, we don't. The amount that we love them, but we do definitely recommend having them and just make your setup a little more comfortable. I mean, for me, it even kind of helps set like a mood because it's like, this is my workspace. It kind of, just lights up that area. And
it's a vibe thing for sure. I agree. But yeah, I think what just came from this is if you want to get the best of the best and pay for that brand, then you get the BenQ. If you just want a light bar that works, then you can look at, well, Ryan doesn't know what his brand is, and I can't remember. And then there's Quintus. So there's a whole range of them. So, okay. All right. Next chair on the list. What do we got? Cougar Terminator.
Oh, jeez.
So this is the chair that we really wish that we had live cameras rolling at all times, because we would have captured the best moment in the studio, only because he didn't get hurt. But he rode this chair to the ground trying to get that headrest to fit.
I did.
Yeah, took it all the way to the ground and broke the chair.
So when I did?
Yeah, you cracked the spine.
What?
Yeah.
I didn't even know that until this
It's
moment
cosmetic.
right now.
It's not like a.
So the backrest is so tall that my head only goes up to like, what is that, the second portion? It was like halfway through the second portion when I was leaned back. So lean back in it. Yeah, she doesn't want to risk it. My mistake was when I leaned back, I then tried to extend my head up to the headrest to like be all the way up there, and then I kind of fell over in the chair a little bit.
Go all the way back,
tipping.
Francis.
No, don't do it.
No, don't.
Don't do it.
Some killer footage by Colton
See?
here, by the way,
That's
getting that crack.
Nope.
It's nice.
She almost went over.
Yeah. That's a risk an owner's willing to take. But
So this chair is the most odd chair because it's massive, but then it's skinny in the seat, massive in the back, and it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I wanted to love it. Look at the base. Like, it's so massive that it gets in the way of your feet just because it's so big. But if you want to put your foot up on it, not bad.
like the word that I think of when I see this is chonky. It's like a chunker chair. It's just like thick everywhere for no reason. The back of the backrest has so much going on that contributes nothing to the chair that you must be paying, I don't know, an extra $100 for that spine. So I guess it's purely for looks, which makes sense. It's a gaming chair. Yeah. They certainly went out of the box, so I give them credit for that. I just don't think that the comfort is there.
Look at that headrest hitter.
See what I mean? So this is the exact position that I was in when I was reclined back, and then I made the stupid mistake of scooting my back up to try to feel what it would be like to have my head on there, and I completely flipped out of the chair. So don't do that if you have this chair.
And the funny thing is, too, is this is such a large chair. Like, this probably has the biggest footprint of any chair we have, maybe in the whole office. But yet it's not necessarily made for larger people because the seat is very narrow with these like bolsters. So even though it like is huge, it's not necessarily for the larger individuals.
It's got that airflow though for the back sweaters that Francis just showed.
Yeah, if you got a sweaty spine,
Phil wants you to reenact. I don't know if we're ready for that.
Yeah, Ryan is about to jump over there.
Phil wants to see me get a head injury, apparently.
Do we have a helmet in the office? We could put that on Ryan, and then he could go try it.
It's risky.
We could put a foam pad on your head. That would work.
Yeah,
okay.
I think we're ready for Tacova. Not much else to say here. Tacova, going back to another chair that's in that lower price range. This is one we found it, I think, about the same time as the Mellet chair.
Yep.
Can you put a trigger warning on here for folks? Because I think there's a misconception when we promote or recommend this chair that it's somehow going to be Leap status or it's going to be a Fern.
Yeah,
it's $$39 most days with a coupon.
So I mean, we get asked all the time. People want to know, what can I buy for this price range? So that, and we want to be able to give an answer. That doesn't mean that we would say that this is your awesome 8 to 10 hours a day chair. But if you really want the absolute best thing we could find for $129, the Tacova is there. I mean, that's going to be the recommendation. So obviously, you got to set your expectations at that price range. This is no Anthro's chair. So,
but if your only option in your budget is $139 and you need to sit in a chair for 8 hours, then you should get this chair, because what else are you going to sit in for $139? I think that's the problem. It is far from perfect, and it won't last forever because it's so cheap. But this is another example of them just kind of offloading them in the States.
Well, if this is your budget and you've never used anything as expensive as this chair, I can promise you've never sat in anything even close to as comfortable or as adjustable as this chair, because it can't exist. Like, this is one of those things where we get a lot of chairs that come in and we're like, how are they even selling it for this price? Just because it costs a lot of money to ship a chair from China over here. It costs a bunch of money to FedEx it right to someone's door. You have to provide customer service, a warranty. So for $129, it's questionable whether or not this company is even making a profit. And when you think about it like that, it's like, man, I might be getting close to manufacturer cost on a product just because they're trying to get their name out there and flood the market with their chairs so that they can, get their name in the United States and eventually grow here. And that is what's happening here. So you're getting in on ground level, the lowest price that you'll ever see for a chair like this. And so, yeah, we gush about a chair like this because the value is so incredible, but then you still need to dial it back, because even though it's $129, even if it was sold for the price it should be sold for, maybe it's a $250, $300 chair, it's still under $300.
Yeah.
So it's not going to have seat depth adjustment, it's not going to have all the bells and whistles and the highest end build quality, but it's comfortable for the price, that's for sure.
I think Phil said it best, and I don't know what chair, Phil, you ended up with, but he said, I had it to COVID for a couple weeks. It felt cheap, and it wasn't the best comfort, but I can't think of anything better for $130. That's just it. Like, either you have more to spend or you don't, and if you don't, this is something you should consider. If you have more, then you should definitely look to get something better, because you can afford to get something better. But if you can't, this is it. And man, we've brought in so many chairs. I've seen so many chairs, and they all are the same after a while. And that's why something like this stood out. And I know some of you want to see like the Sihu chair, which, yeah, it's about the same price or a little bit more. But for me, the seat's so uncomfortable and the arm pads are so bad that I think it's just not even a competition.
Yeah,
I can't.
It's also got weird dimensions where the seat height is short. So the max seat height on the Sihu is short, but the seat depth is long. The arms are then wide. So the arms are built for someone that's big. The seat depth is for someone that's tall, but then the seat height is for someone that's short. So a lot of people talk about the Sihu M18, is it?
Yeah.
I know we got a comment the other day that we shouldn't just label the Sihu chair because they make a lot of chairs, and this chair is the M18, which, I agree. We should probably do a better job of just blanket labeling the Sihu, but the M18 is a terrible chair, and I would never recommend it, even if I wouldn't take it for free. And that's just a fact. It's one of those chairs where it's borderline, you might just rather sit in your dining chair until you can maybe save for another year, because you're not gaining that much extra.
Well, that's perfect cue, because next up on the list is the kitchen chair. But Robert refuses to bring it into the office, even for a live stream. For just one time, we need his mother-in-law to understand that this thing is bigger than the Greeby family. This is the kitchen chair.
I was really close to bringing it in, and then I was like, if I bring it in here, just for the live stream, but I was like, if I bring it in, it's not going to make it home. Somehow it's going to get stuck here, and then because
I'm taking it.
Kind of like the chairs that you take from here to your house.
Well,
how many chairs you got sitting there now?
Brought the Carmen back.
Okay.
It's got a fleet, but we got room to get rid of some. I apologize for the giveaway, because I saw people were asking, can we give these all away? No, unfortunately, we can't. We need to keep them. So this is your classic kitchen chair. Honestly, it sits like most. Actually, I think yours has a little bit better flexibility in the back.
Well, it's because we've tested it a lot, done that Russian twist, and, worked it out.
It's an F tier. There's not much to talk about it. If you're sitting in a kitchen chair, Tacova, step up, right? And then if we're looking at the Kieran, step up. If we're looking at the Atlas, step up. Now's the time for sure.
Aeron Classic, step down.
Well, yeah, that's one of those few that, unfortunately, we'd rather have the kitchen chair. Okay, so next up, we've got the Steelcase gesture chair. This is definitely a popular one. One of the most popular, I think, from Steelcase's lineup. I know a lot of you love this chair. It looks like we have about a B score, so above average from us at BTOD. Let us know in the comments, too, why you love this chair, because I think that's important for the community to see, but we're going to give you our take on it right now. Ryan, what do you think?
I think it's a really good chair overall. There's just a couple things on it that would push me towards a different chair, and that's just because I'm so spoiled from seeing so many chairs and getting to choose from so many chairs. I would prefer that the seat didn't kind of lean forward. It almost makes me feel like I'm kind of falling out of the chair a little bit, but that is probably the biggest complaint. I think the backrest can feel a little floppy sometimes, but for me, I don't need that real extreme support, so that wouldn't be a deal breaker for me. It's just that I know that there's more comfortable chairs in the Steelcase lineup for me personally, which is why I lean towards those chairs. But going back to the whole headrest thing, all of the chairs in the Steelcase lineup, except for the gesture, are pretty terrible for headrests. So that's probably the one thing that would push me towards this chair would be the headrest. But the armrests are amazing. The adjustability is absolutely ridiculous. And it is a very flexible chair, which I really like because you're not constricted. It's not rigid. You can move around in it as much as you want. And it's super well built. And then along with that, aside from maybe the Silk, it's probably the best looking chair in the lineup, or I mean the Carmen.
Yeah, I think both those excellent looking chairs. Gesture is definitely right up there, but it's going to be the more higher end over like the Carmen. A lot of similar thoughts for me. I always found that the Gesture feels like a little more of a cradled feeling backrest. I don't know if it's my body shape or what it is. That's not a bad thing. I actually like how that feels. But yeah, it's got some other issues that we've talked about. It has that little bit of kind of angle tip. If you want to go straight up, I guess you could fix it by adjusting the tension on the tilt, but then what if you don't want your tension that way? So there's a couple little things that kind of knock it down where we actually like the Leap better. To me, the armrests, the function is amazing, and they have good padding. The padding is about similar to a Leap. I actually think the Leaps are a little more cush, but it's close. As much as I love all that stuff, they do move a little bit more easily than I like. You know, I like when arms really can lock in place. Like I wish once you put those Gesture arms in their spot that you could somehow have like a lock where a button would release them. They don't have that. So like if you're really pushing on your elbows, you're probably going to push those arms in a place where you don't want them. So as much as, you know, we always get asked, can we put these Gesture arms on our Lamia and make a
Glamia.
I don't know that I'd want to. I'd rather have the Leap arms where they aren't going to move so much on me.
So someone asked, how does this compare for the back and the seat to the Leap V2? And to be honest, for a seat, I would say this is probably my least favorite of the top three of their chairs that I like. So that would be the Amia, Leap, and the Gesture. I would put this at the bottom of those three. Doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. It's just not as comfortable in my opinion. And then from the back standpoint, I like aggressive lumbar. I don't really notice the height adjustable so much in this. It doesn't have a super strong lumbar. When you crank up that tension, it does feel like it sits you really upright though, so that can be something if you like that. But from a backrest perspective, I still think that the Leap is a better backrest. It's just more intuitive. You have more adjustments to it, and it's more flexible. So.
Yep. And we do still have some of these used as is that we are selling a Gesture. So if you're really looking for one, that's on our site right now. We posted the link in there. There's a lot of these available.
I think there's 8 or 9 left. Yeah. I saw some go through. Yep. So there's a few of them left. They're 2018s.
All black.
And they're in licorice upholstery.
Oh, I thought you were trying to say like new and you said licorice, but no. Licorice is the color.
That's the tags are on the site, on the page. So yeah, if you want one of those, I guarantee they'll be gone by today. They just don't stick around.
One other difference between the backs and the seat between the Leap and Gesture is the Gesture feels softer. So the seat to me feels softer, but that also opens the door for it to bottom out a little bit more, especially in that tailbone area. I also think the backrest feels a little bit softer on the Gesture as compared to the Leap, just because I don't know if it has a little bit more padding or a little bit softer padding. So that is one thing to think about if you like a little bit more of a softer feel, but there is a potential for the seat to compress a little bit more. Overall, I mean, Gesture is an A-tier chair without question, so not a ton to complain about, kind of nitpicking when you have to compare it to another S-tier chair.
Yeah, and, you know, someone commented in here, it's a bonus for musicians, guitar players. There's a lot of different,
cantilever arms
reasons where you'd want those arms to get out of the way. It's like, judging by how many comments we get about that, you would think that like 1 out of 3 people are guitar players looking for an office chair, which is awesome. I mean, go ahead and play, but this is definitely an option. There's not a lot of these chairs that we're looking at don't have that ability to get the arms out of the way.
People just don't like our takes sometimes, and so an entire community will come into our chat thread. They'll just hit us up, say, this is great for guitars. Why don't you talk about it?
Yeah.
And we don't.
And then we will.
But now we are.
Now.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. We'll get better. One thing, though, for sure on this one, headrest without question. Yeah. I don't know why we still haven't brought one in. We need to. Every time I've sat in this chair at every show, I get an accurate depiction. It's not like when you sit in a chair at a show where you've walked 20,000 steps and you're just tired. The headrest, how it cradles your head and neck is superb, and I think it's without question the best or one of the best, really close to top 3 for sure, for headrests that are coming from a factory designed for a chair that you can use, and it's really good. So,
maybe just, Greg, if you want to quick clarify, you talked about this earlier. Someone asked difference between the outlet chairs and our normal refurbished chairs.
Yeah, so all the outlet chairs are going to be depicted as, so if it came back as an as-is chair, this is a chair that we said was in excellent, very good condition, and so that meant that the original upholstery's on it. If it came back as a return, so someone didn't like the chair from a comfort standpoint, we would make sure it's cleaned up, and then it goes back back into the outlet. Now, if it's a refurbished chair to start, we'll let you know that as well. And so that chair will do the same thing. We'll go through it, make sure it's clean, make sure everything is functioning. So basically what you're doing is you're getting a big discount off of our refurbished chairs that we're selling. And the biggest difference in the outlet is you cannot return it. But if it has a warranty, it will say that on the chair. Most chairs, I believe, have warranties in the outlet.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest difference is the outlet is just a chair that's been returned back to us. It's a chair that we've sold and was returned within the 30-day window, and so we're just going to resell it for a discount, mainly because we don't want to put it through the refurbishing process. We're going to give you a better deal, and it also saves it from shipping the exact same chair across the country multiple times, just because it's not great for the chair to be shipped 10, 20 times. And so if we sell it without returns for cheaper, it ensures that we're not shipping the same chair 10, 12 times, which is just kind of risky to the build quality of the chair. And so you get to save a bunch of money on a chair that's been lightly used and tested. So
May Spitfire, it looks like you got an issue with your Leap chair. Just reach out to customer service. They'll take care of that issue that you have with the cylinder. So, okay. Robert took a break. I can't believe it. We said we weren't going to take a break for the entire time.
What?
I'm kidding.
Okay.
That was never going to happen.
It's like,
because this thing, I think, could potentially go as long as 5 hours. I don't think all of you will be with us, but it could. What do we got for other questions here? Anyone know how well the carpet casters work on hardwood floors? I would definitely say that you are going to see that they can slide easier, but I would recommend getting that soft PU wrap on any hard surface floor. They're just going to roll a lot better on there. But as far as carpet's concerned, I wouldn't go the other way. You just want to go carpet casters all the time. What do we got? Where's this next one? Oh, yeah, there's someone else calling out here with the regards to the cylinder. I think one of the things you'll notice on the cylinders for a lot of the higher-end chairs, especially the Steelcase chairs, you're going to see that they sit lower anyways in the actual base. This is intentionally done because what they're trying to do is get that maximum range. So they want to be able to get the chair at its lowest position and to a maximum position. They're always trying to fit the 95th percentile of people. So when you imagine you're trying to fit basically people that are a little bit taller than, 5 feet up to, 6'4", 6'5".
Yeah.
It's such a massive range that they have to set the cylinder in there really low. So even just a ½ inch of change in that actual setup is going to have a big impact for it to potentially drag on the ground. So that's something that we try to watch out for as best that we can. But again, if you have any issues with it, reach out because that's definitely something we take care of.
Rollerblade casters, I've seen it pop up a couple times. So we actually have rollerblade casters on a lot of our chairs here. The advantage to rollerblade casters are going to be that they'll bump the chair's height a little bit, which can be useful for some people, but mainly it just makes the chair easier to roll on thicker pile carpet, and a lot of people like the way that they roll on hardwood floors because they're really soft. You're not going to have any firmness or plastic on your hardwood floor. So that's going to be the main use for them. The one thing that I will say about the rollerblade casters is because they are taller and because of the way that they're designed with the stem not being directly over the top of the caster, not getting the dual wheel design, sometimes they're actually a little bit more difficult to roll than a normal set of casters until you actually get it moving because you need to get all the wheels to turn in a direction. So little micro movements in your desk may not be quite as easy as standard casters, but they're usually easier to roll around in general. So like the chairs that we have here that we know we use all the time for video shoots, we throw rollerblade casters on them because it's much easier to roll them around our office and transport them around and keep the chairs safe and keep the casters looking nice and working well. So I think that they can be a very good addition. They're just not going to be a solution to every problem out there.
For sure.
You guys get 5 or 10 chairs done while I was out for a minute?
12,
or?
actually.
12,
We've
all right,
done
great.
12.
So long.
We've done 12 chairs since Robert was gone. Everybody let him know. So that would mean we're technically on the next page. Or actually, we're on the Mavics.
Yeah.
So we've been pretty tough on the X chair brand in general, mostly just because the chairs that we've had in here haven't been great from a comfort standpoint. They did some things, so it's very similar to an Ergohuman or like an IO chair, but they introduced some things that just were awkward, like this weird perching kind of in between position. They had the frame that was a killer for the front of your legs. The arms weren't great. I mean, there was just a lot of stuff going on there, especially within just the return policy and warranty stuff. It had this awkward policy set up. But the Mavics gaming chair that we brought in here, the M9, right? It's the M9?
Yep.
This is without question the best chair that we've tested from them, and I have no problem recommending this to a lot of people. From a comfort perspective, I gave this a B, above average. I like it a lot. There's so much to like about it. Aggressive lumbar. It's got this ridiculously deep recline when you pivot the backrest plus also recline in the chair. It's got a nice headrest. I mean, what do you think, Ryan? I mean, it's pretty good.
This is a brand that I give credit for actually trying to improve an ergonomic chair for gamers while sticking to an ergonomic chair design. They've got the logo in the headrest, which is pretty typical of a gaming chair. But other than that, it's not going to be in-your-face branding that can kind of be gaudy and annoying. This is a chair that you could use in your home office. You could use this at work, and it wouldn't look out of place. But gamers that see it would know what it is. So it kind of is in that middle mode where it's, to me, kind of a more mature gaming chair, if there's such a thing. But like Greg said, it's got a lot of cool features on there that just make it better than most gaming chairs out there, and that recline is one of them. Because when we look at other gaming chairs that have come out following that ergonomic model, like the Vantum comes to mind from Herman Miller, the recline on that chair is absolutely terrible, and it doesn't compare anywhere to a racing chair, which ultimately you're having to compete against, because gamers seem to really like this function of being able to lay your back completely flat back, whether they're actually taking naps in it or for the potential that they would take naps in it, I'm not sure. But you can see Frances, she's almost completely flat. That's about the same range that the Titan will go to, because the Titan doesn't go completely flat back, because Secret Lab was smart enough to not allow that so that people don't fall out of the chair and get hurt. And that's kind of what Mavics did by mimicking that, but it has a synchro tilt recline instead of that knee tilt or center tilt that pops your knees up and isn't very ergonomic. So I think this is a really good chair. And for me, it's always the chair that I think too is, what is your favorite gaming chair? This is going to be my pick almost always for under $1,000. And until you get up towards the gaming and body, it'd probably be my pick all the way up into that. So I like it.
Yeah. I'm maybe a little.
What's coming here?
A little more average on it. I don't know. I mean, I do really like the backrest, like that lumbar. Agree with a lot of the stuff you're saying, but to me, the seat feels not quite right. I don't know. It's almost like I'm okay with a thin pad in general, but for some reason, I feel like it's too thin. Like I'm feeling it's too hard for me. But it's still one of the top gaming chairs, just because there's so tough competition or lack of competition, I guess. Yeah.
Low bar to entry in the gaming category.
Yeah. Well, I think ready for the OM, yes, huh? So
yes.
To keep moving along, yeah. So this is a chair, Office Master, the Yes chair. This is a unique one where it has lots of adjustability. It has a more thicker pad than a lot of the other chairs we're looking at, but yet that thick pad doesn't necessarily mean that you're, sinking into this couch style cushion. So, a lot of times you automatically are going to think that thick pad is a great thing. I want all that, cushion for my butt to sink into. Not always the best because of, warmth, different things, and not getting the support. Yes, hits a nice balance for those that do want that thicker pad, but still has a good amount of support. Has a little bit of that contoured design. So when you look at it, you're going to see like it's definitely not a real flat looking seat, but yet you don't necessarily feel that contour pushing into your legs and butt too much. You kind of sink into it nicely. And this is a chair that honestly we don't talk about a ton, but we probably should talk about more.
Yeah, I think when you look at a thick seat pad, you want to make sure that it doesn't lock you in so much that you can't move or take advantage of some of the aspects of the seat that allow for flexibility. This one, it looks thick, but it actually has like this natural bounce back in it that you don't sink super deep down into it. Additionally, on thick seat pads, one of the biggest issues is how your legs kind of get the circulation cut off if it has a hard edge around the actual cushion itself. So like as an example, the Atlas chair, it has a really defined edge on it. And so I feel that pressure building up under my legs because of how the chair reclines. I feel it even more. This one has a nice waterfall front that's rounded off. But again, it is a bit thicker cushion. So, if you get warm in your chair, you're probably not going to love this one. I mean, that's just the simple truth of the matter. The thinner it goes, the more flexible it should be, and it shouldn't hold as much heat. But I think the Yes is a really good option for a lot of reasons. One, the price, but two, it has pretty solid comfort for the price, and it has a good warranty to go around with it as well. So I know it's been something we've been pretty high on, and like Robert said, we don't talk about it enough, I don't think. There's not a lot of products in this sort of middle range that you can find right now. This is one of them that you might want to consider. I know this color isn't necessarily the most interesting. There are other colors with it, but I've been pleasantly surprised with it.
Yeah, I was going to say, ignore the seat color. We missed the mark on that one. But aside from the seat color, it's a good chair for the price. It's going to be somewhere between $400 and $600, depending on how you get it spec'd. But we've got some new arms on it now that we didn't sell the chair with before. And I think these arms are a massive improvement to the chair, mainly because they don't do the thing with our previous arms where they just jiggle and wiggle all around, like that Fern that we showed earlier that wasn't assembled correctly. A lot of Office Master chairs will just be like that, even when they're assembled perfectly, because the chairs are designed to accept so many parts that they can't all fit flush and perfectly. But this arm set that we've got locked in on this chair that we're now offering is super stout, and they are very comfortable, very adjustable, and I think it makes the chair a lot more comfortable. Paired with that soft seat and the mesh backrest, this is one of those chairs where you look at where it's like, can I really find a better chair for that $450 mark? And it's tough just because that window of $400 to $600 is really lacking right now. And I think that this chair helps to kind of fill that void a bit and giving you some options that are new instead of having to be, I mean, if you were to go to the Reddit office chairs subreddit and ask what's a chair for under $500 that's brand new, you're going to get killed in the comments because they're going to tell you you're a moron, you're an idiot, buy something referbished. But if you want something new, this is one of those options that you don't have to go with a used chair. If you want a good quality, comfortable chair for $400 to $600 and you don't want to get refurbished, this is a good one to consider for sure.
Yeah, it's like Eurotech Vera. You've got like the OM seating stuff. You've got the Soji, which is now a little bit higher, maybe $550 to $600, but it is somewhat limited in that group. But yeah, I mean, I think, can we still add the headrest to this? Is that still available?
Yeah.
Okay, so it had a really nice headrest. I think we rated it an A, so it wasn't S tier, but it was adjustable enough to fit a variety of people. So, yeah, we really missed on that seat cushion, Nick.
Calling him out. Well, I think we got a little bit of time before our next giveaway here. I think we could probably cover both of our IKEA chairs together here. So
in a matter of seconds.
We got the Jarv, as Ryan has termed that. I don't know if that's picked up in the world outside of BTOD, but the Jarv Fillet.
The most awkward chair to move because you have to put weight on it to move it because of the safety casters.
Yeah, that's why Frances is jamming her knee into the seat just to move the chair because it will not roll. Apparently that's a European thing where you have to make the casters not usable unless you're sitting in the chair. So you can see she can't move it around unless she gets in it.
So somehow riding the chairs in Europe is more safe than just pushing it around.
But aside from that drawback.
Do you know that?
I have heard that. Well, not about the safety. I've heard about why they do it. But yeah.
All right, so the Jarv Fillet is an F tier for me. I don't like anything about this chair.
Yeah, and I mean the Marcus, it might be lost in our pool here. The Marcus might give you a little better recline, so that's probably the big advantage of getting the Marcus over the Jarv Fillet. And I don't even know price range. Are they about the same? Do we know?
Yeah.
So very similar. I mean they're nice looking chairs. When they kind of what do we call the 50-footer? Is that your?
It's a 50-footer.
50,
Sure looks
100-footer maybe?
Sure looks sharp from 50 feet away.
But as you get close, you see materials not so great here. You know, super hard plastic arms. I always say that this chair is just basically mesh wrapped around 2 bars because that's what it feels like to me. Yeah.
The problem with the Jarv is there's not really any redeeming qualities about it. Like the seat is bad. It's hard. It bottoms out right away. There's very little flexibility. The armrests are rock hard. The chair frame is rock hard. The recline on the Jarv Fillet is brutal. It's one of the worst hip thrusty style reclines that I've used. And the headrest isn't that great either. And so there's just not any reason that I could see why you'd buy that chair other than the price. But then even then, I think there's far better options in the $200 to $300 price range than the Jarv Fillet. So from a value standpoint, it's not there. From a comfort standpoint, it's not there. And I don't think that it looks very good. I mean, yeah, it's completely white or cream and it all matches kind of the dipped in color vibes from the Cosm. But my God, that's not anything like the Cosm. So
the biggest thing that people say, and I get, is that the Bacant that they have has been working for 10 years. They don't mention the fact, well, sometimes they do, which is funny, that the seat's been flat for 9 of them.
The Bacant?
Oh, sorry, not the Bacant.
Bacant would
I thought we got into tables there quick. It's like,
sorry. But the Marcus, they say that they hold up well. And for 10 years, some of them have said that they have that. But they've also said that that seat cushion went out within the first year and it was flat. So from a build quality standpoint, yeah, the frame and stuff and the backrest and the mesh is going to be there. It's not like it's going anywhere. It's not falling apart per se, but you're sitting on the hard bottom and it's not, there's no adjustments to it. Like Ryan said, like you can't get it to fit you. If it doesn't fit you out of the box, you're just sitting in an uncomfortable chair.
Well, the flip side of the people saying that it's lasted me 10 years is we get an equal amount of comments on the extreme other side saying, I had the Marcus and it was junk after a year, never buy this chair. So as many of you that are out there telling me this chair shouldn't be F tier and you're crazy and you hate IKEA just because it's terrible to shop there. Yes, I do hate IKEA because it's terrible to shop there, but I also hate IKEA chairs because the chairs are terrible. And whether or not it was difficult to buy them and they had free shipping or not, this is an F or a D tier chair regardless of how the shopping experience goes. So I know I get a lot of hate on my IKEA video because I can't stand the shopping experience, but I don't like the chairs just as much. I mean, the Marcus was a chair at one time 2-3 years ago that was one of our picks for a best chair for under $300. That was even before we got the Mellet. So you can understand why when we got the Mellet, we were like, oh my God, this is unbelievable that you can get a Mellet, because our previous pick was this terrible IKEA Marcus. And so now that we've had time to find all of these other chairs for under $300, there's just no reason to get an IKEA chair, in my opinion, unless it's the only option. And that's why the Marcus has gone from, I believe it might have been as high as a C tier at one point, all the way down to F tier, because compared to its peers, it's just not there anymore.
Yeah, and one last thing before we move on to the next chairs. When we went to IKEA last time, which was an experience in itself, we had the intention of bringing all of their gaming chairs back with us.
Yeah, I forgot.
And they were so bad that we just decided we're simply not going to buy these chairs. It's not worth paying for them and bringing them just to tell you they're terrible. We could do that just like this. They're terrible. So that's pretty much it. That's the gist of the IKEA stuff. All right. Hayworth Soji. Wow, could you go from one to another and have such a different experience? I mean,
yeah.
The Hayworth Soji is one of the best values, if not the best value from a major right now.
100%.
I mean, it's like $600 for like the best one that you could possibly want. And it's an amazing chair. We got pretty much a consensus of B all around from all of us. Very few times does that happen. The chair looks just like it did when it first arrived. I've sat in it extensively. It's a super good value, and this is if you're serious about sitting and you want something that's going to last a long time and actually give you support, this is a great place to start, especially if you, again, want something from a major.
It's almost like the only bad thing you can say about it is that it maybe doesn't have some of the features that the $1,000 plus chairs have, which that's not saying that we have any issues with this one. It's only you're going to, if you want the more flexibility, if you want, some of the other features, like now I'm almost struggling to think of what those features would be. Probably flexibility is a big one. Headrest,
Some higher
stuff like
end
that.
mesh.
Higher end mesh, that's a good one. Or even like the quilted knit on the Fern, or even the mesh on the Zodi, that's the knit, that's really nice. So if you want to step up to some of those things, you're going to pay more for it, but you're not like losing anything as far as like comfort or having any problems that we could really speak of. So it is very uncommon that in all the chairs, I keep doing this, looking at all the, it's very uncommon to pick one of these chairs and not have like a big negative to talk about, or at least something negative. But that's basically where we're at with the Soji.
The Soji might be the best at everything for under that $600 mark. And that's kind of the truth about the chair. If you were to look at seat comfort, arm comfort, back comfort, overall adjustability, overall build quality, warranty, customer support, there's a good chance that we're looking at the chair that does all of them the best, except for maybe the whole customer support thing, just because Hayworth is still kind of trying to get into the rhythm of the direct-to-consumer stuff. And I think that there's some other brands that might handle customer service a little bit better. But when we just look at the pure value of the chair, it's top-notch. If we were to make a video on the best value chairs at every price point, you'd be hard-pressed to find a chair to replace the Soji with, and you'd be hard-pressed to find another chair on that list, aside from maybe the Calamity Atlas, that would rival it in terms of value per dollar spent on a chair. And I'm very confident in saying that. I've said this multiple times, that if I had a family member that asked me what is the best chair that I can get for around $500, one of the chairs I'm giving them to look at is the Soji, probably right there with the Vera, and I'd say pick one of the two and you're going to be happy. So
it's super nice looking. They have tons of options. I'm looking at their site right now. They have lots of different color combinations. So if you especially if you want those more natural colors, so you have and they're even named like the ocean color, you're going to get this nice light blue, then a darker blue backrest, stuff like that. You're not going to get that from really very few $600 chairs or less. So you're getting really nice looking chair on top of all the other good things we've said about them.
Which is pretty funny, because if we were to talk about the downside of the Soji, we would say, well, it doesn't look as nice as the Very or the Zodi or the Fern, so the downfall with this chair is that it doesn't have the looks. But when you compare the look of this chair to other chairs that are $600 and less, again, find me a chair that looks nicer. Find me a chair that looks more well put together, that has more solid components, that has the best fitment issues. It feels more solid in a lot of ways than the Fern. Yeah. So to me, this is a no-brainer, easy pick. I have no problem recommending this to anyone in the $400 to $600 price range.
All right, so we got our giveaway coming up here, and again, this is going to be for another meep chair. So in order to enter, you need to do hashtag giveaway. Ryan's going to read the legal jargon.
I got to scroll so far up through the comments now. Official rules. This is a sweepstakes. No purchase necessary. You have to be 18 plus, reside in the continental U.S. because that's where we need to ship it. Hashtag giveaway in the chat. The winner will be selected at random at the end of the countdown. And then if you are selected as the winner, make sure to shoot an email to marketing@BTODtv.com and we'll get you taken care of.
So 2 super funny comments here. I love how I ended up listening to 3 guys talking about chairs. May Spitfire comes back. Almost have to put chairs on the dating profile under interests. What's up? That's good. I like that.
Got to word that carefully,
Like, how much do you like chairs or love them?
What kind of chairs?
Yeah, that's true.
You can see other things.
All right, we only talk about office chairs here, though, so just so we're clear.
I like this other. Did you read this other comment about how content idea give everyone a low budget to find the best used chair on Marketplace and compare the result? Then we can give away those chairs.
Oh, that's a competition for
us? I know
us?
Frances loves to kind of look for what's out there. She's actually found some very nice chairs. She once found us a CXO that we ended up cutting into pieces, but I know she's found some other good stuff for her own.
So are those the ones we'll be giving away, the ones we cut into pieces?
Yeah, well, you can put a new pad on it.
She likes to tell us about her friends she gets frustrated with for not taking her chair buying recommendations. So I love hearing those stories. I found this great chair for my friend and they wouldn't buy it.
They're on the stream right now,
Yeah,
hearing about this. She's gonna get so much crap via text. All right, so let's roll this thing. Let's see. We got a lot of people entered this time. The keep adding up. All right, who is going to win the meep? Tyler. What's that last name? Bajus. I guarantee we didn't get that right.
Hey, we're doing our best
But
here.
you just
We
want
could
a
just
new
copy
chair.
paste it into chat.
It hits already.
Oh,
It's
it does?
already in there.
Okay, there we go. Ooh, the bot. There it is. Congrats.
Phil, I would definitely find a bunch of random chairs to Frankenstein together from the side of the road. That is true. But anyways, Tyler, congrats on the chair. Hit up marketing at BTOD.com. They're going to let you know what you need to do, which is pretty much just give them your information, and then we'll get the chair on its way to you. And don't forget to let us know what you think of the meep. Yeah. All right, so what else we got? There's some more questions in here that we need to hit up.
Chair influencers.
We are chair influencers.
New wave of thing.
I looked back on my life and I thought, starting this company back so long ago, I would eventually become a chair influencer, and here we are, just doing the thing.
Let's hit one comment here. Favorite chair for lighter weight, average size people that don't like stiff seats. We talk maybe more about, since we're guys, on the average to higher.
I just missed it because I just saw
We're in the
Tyler
comments.
correct us on his last name, and it appears that the J is silent, so we were way off.
As expected.
So
By
you're going
use.
to need to repeat your question.
Is it by use? Is that how you say it?
Yeah, that's what I would guess.
By use.
So
There we go.
favorite
My
chair,
apologies.
lighter weight, average size, but don't like a stiff seat.
Leap.
Some might consider
Yep.
that to be stiff.
What?
Like thin.
Oh.
I guess we need clarification
stiff
on that.
is in what?
Yeah.
Is it a stiff seat as in rigid, or is it
Well,
stiff?
stiff seat is in seat pan, like the seat doesn't flex, or stiff is in the foam bottoms out and it's hard.
They said they tend to be leaning forward more and not using the backrest as much. So back or headrest, seat arms probably matter the most. So
So it
putting
sounds
a lot
like
of
we're
weight
not
on the
using the
seat.
chair correctly.
So maybe
No, I mean,
even out that weight.
I'd say any good quality cushion that has a flexible seat design. So
Yeah.
I don't know what your price range is, but
To me, this also sounds like someone that might make sense to get a chair that has forward seat tilt if they find themselves leaning forward and not using the backrest, or just a chair that has a really upright backrest.
Yeah. Joseph said that he found these guys at YouTube best office chairs, and they were like the first 3 results that showed up. We're kind of hogging those top spots. I think we might be the top 5 or 6.
Favorite chair arms? I think we hit on this earlier. For me, by a pretty long shot, the Aeron has the best arms. They don't have the most adjustment, but they have the thickest pad that is just amazing, and they have enough adjustment that they fit me fine. And I love, like I said earlier again, I love how I can lock in that arm height, even though it can be a little tedious to try to move those, but once you get them in place, those arms are so rock solid. So for me, that's the chair.
I got to do something here
Okay.
for BTOD to keep the lights on. We got to run the promos that BTOD's got. Someone actually asked a question that I should have addressed. Are these coupons going to be available beyond today? The answer is no. They end today. Not at the end of the live stream, but they will be done at the end of today. And so we've got 3 of them going on. Lucky 10, this is for the entire website. So no matter what you're looking at, whether it's accessories, standing desks, or chairs, you can get 10% off using Lucky 10. There's also Outlet 20. This is on top of already discounted products. These are return products from the 30-day return period. They're inspected, cleaned, and it's just huge savings to you if you want that opportunity to get a nicer chair, but you're on a tighter budget. And then lastly, the Meep 20. If you haven't won one or you don't win the last one that we're going to do, then use that code to save 20% on the Meep chairs. They're already a great price, so this brings them down to I think sub $200, like in the $200 range, which is crazy. So those will all end at the end of today. Mm-hmm. All right, what are some other questions that came in?
As well, someone just asked, would a refurbished Lamia by BTOD be a better choice rather than the new Soji? I mean,
Such a different.
Yeah, they're very different. I mean, if you want to go straight comfort-wise, I'm going to go Lamia by a long shot. Of course, we're going to look very biased. Lamia is very much our chair. But I will say the chair that I sit in at home 90% of the time, even though it is not my only option, but I sit in the Lamia the majority of the time just because flat out, to me, it's the most comfortable. If I wanted to, I could grab the Soji and sit in that all the time, but I don't. So comfort-wise, for me personally, I'm going to definitely go Lamia. But yeah, you're not gonna. It's not brand new, so you're not.
Yeah, it's a refurbished chair.
Yeah.
So it's.
I mean, in order to be non-biased, I could just say I would take the Leap refurbished, or I would take the Amia refurbished over the Soji. But that's me personally, because I would prefer to get the value in the comfort and the adjustments, like Robert was talking about. But if you don't want a used chair, then get the Soji. You're not going to be disappointed by any means. But it'd be lying for me to say that a refurbished Amia or a refurbished Leap isn't going to be an upgrade to a Soji just because it's refurbished. We're using high quality parts, and it's a 100% functioning Lamia. So definitely an upgrade, but you're not going to be disappointed with a $500 Soji.
And if you want new, then you want new. So the Soji chair is definitely going to be, I mean, it's a nicer chair overall than the Vera. Now on a comfort spectrum, it's going to be a personal preference. Honestly, one's going to sit a little bit firmer than the other, but I think that Soji chair is an awesome chair for $600. It's going to have a super good warranty. Yeah. So yeah, that for sure. And I guess from a bias standpoint, I have to start F-tiering my favorite chair.
Yeah.
You too.
Guess so.
We're going to start F-tiering. We're going to start F-tiering.
I mean, full disclosure, the other chair that I do sit in, because people have asked this before, I do really like the Herman Miller Sella chair, which
they're so mad now.
It's not
a chair that's available.
It's not helping you at
to
all.
Find it now, and they can't.
You could find. I just found some used ones that popped up on the marketplace.
We'll have Francis help you find it.
So
there's one in Milwaukee.
Nice.
Francis, just let us know.
She sees
Francis knows where the closest Sella chair is currently right now.
Yeah. Search Sella Milwaukee; it'll pop right up for you.
Full disclosure, though, that would be my other pick, but. Good luck finding one.
Wow, because Robert's been buying all of them just to make sure no one else can share the great pleasure of sitting in the Sella chair.
Another, just to get off of chairs for a minute, if that's all right. So one piece of office tech you've gotten within the past 12 months that you cannot live without: keyboards, lights, chairs, etc. This person said that theirs was a Leap V2.
That's not an accessory.
We'll say stuff around the desk.
Oh.
For me, I've done a couple videos now lately with all these different desk gadgets, accessories, all that kind of stuff. One of my favorite things I've found is this Echo Dot, which this is a super popular product. So it's not like I'm sharing some new thing that, you've never seen. Echo Dot's like the little ball thing. Man, does that thing work for a lot of cool different uses. Now, I don't really use it for a speaker, like for listening to music or anything, because the audio quality I'm kind of like a novice audiophile. So I have pretty nice speaker setup, but so I don't really want to use that for more than that. But the way that I can connect all this stuff together is pretty awesome. So like I walk into my office, Echo Dot can sense that I'm in there, all my lights turn on. I have routines running, so like different things. I can have like the radio pop on at a certain time. There's so much around it that's just this little thing that costs, I think they're like $40 or something. So for me, I love that thing. Again, not necessarily for just what it is as a speaker or assistant. It's more like all the little ancillary things that you can do with it. So anything from you guys?
Well, first of all, you've been basically stealing all of the videos that incorporate any type of tech in them, so I can't really talk about that so much. But I would have thought it was the Cyberpunk, that little Cyberpunk
that
clock.
Thing is pretty cool. That's coming out in a video very soon, right? I think Colton's working on that run. Yeah, next Monday. So that is a very cool accessory. That it's some of those are complicated. So it's like it takes you like a lot of time to even figure it out. Just like that, like a month ago, I came out that Elgato Stream Deck, I believe it's called. That one I'm still figuring out, and I'm finding out that I really like using that. John's giving me the thumbs up. I think because he loves those as well. He has the nice bigger one, I believe. But so sometimes those things, they take time to like figure out how to use them, just like the Echo Dot. But this other Times Gate, it's called, really cool looking like cyberpunk clock. So that's coming out too. So
mine's going to be one that I've never actually used before, and I don't know if it actually works well.
All right, hot take here.
But that little vacuum thing that you have, does that thing work?
I love it.
That's my pick then. Yeah. I'm going to trust Greg. It works. That thing is pretty amazing. It's just this little tiny vacuum that you can vacuum your keyboard keys up. It's so cool. I
use it all over my desk and my desk pad. So no, I do.
Could probably
What's
drop
the name
a
of
link.
it?
I think it's the ODistar. They're only like
ODistar.
$7 or something.
What?
I don't know. Yeah,
that's the best
cheap.
value in
We'll have to buy
office
one,
furniture
Ryan.
history right there. A $7 little vacuum for all of your stuff on your office.
Yeah.
All right, we want to jump into some more chairs?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Well, I bet you didn't know this one was coming up, did you?
God, that was like 3
It's been
in
way
one.
too long that the puns haven't been out.
Okay.
This is the only chair to have turbo lumbar support.
God, and this is the only chair that is just tough to get out of F tier, but you think it should.
Well, for the price, you'd think so.
Yeah. I mean, I appreciate Secret Lab for having an ergonomic chair and not just sticking with the racers, because I think that foundation is much better. But this is one of those rare scenarios where I'd rather sit in the Titan than this thing, just because there's so many things on it that make it unsittable for me, starting with that seat. It's that classic mesh seat with all of the negatives that you would expect on a mesh seat, like the foam pad at the front, the really hard frame around the entire seat. And then the seat isn't that wide and forgiving, so you're almost certainly going to have to deal with that frame. The armrest pads are pretty good, but I don't like the adjustments. And the trigger height adjustment thing is cool, but I find myself just lowering my height randomly because I pull on it. I don't know why, but I don't know. And then the backrest, Greg commented on the turbo lumbar. It's turbo, but it's not very comfortable for me. And
turbo.
I don't know. I appreciate what they tried. I just think that they missed the mark with it. It's just not a comfortable chair. So,
you know how to get that to go, Francis? Yeah. But it's pretty much turbo. It's aggressive. Yeah, I think this has got all the issues that most mesh chairs have. It's a 50-footer. Again, honestly, it looked great at 10 feet, but it just doesn't sit comfortably. So I think if you're trying to get
you got to be pushing into the backrest, then click the button. There you go.
There you go. I just don't see it as a viable option for most people, especially when there's better options for the price. I know this is Secret Lab's entrance into like more office type chairs, but it's not it. So
yeah, it's very firm lumbar. I mean, it's just a little too much for me. So
it looks good and it's got cool technology, but I just think it misses the mark a bit.
Yeah.
Bless you, Rob, with 2 Bs.
Should be 3 Bs for 3 sneezes.
That when we hit a triple like that, that's a big deal here at BTOD. A lot of people are looking out for those. Mostly it's doubles.
Yeah.
So we get a triple sneeze. It's pretty special.
All right. I don't know if you guys have heard of this next chair, but we've talked about it a lot. The Herman Miller Embody. That was a joke because it's probably
I was
our
wondering
most
what was
talked
up
about
on the
chair.
list after you said that.
This is where, so we'll start talking about this is the original Embody, so it does not have the gaming, Logitech gaming features, which are the extra pad, little different fabric material. So Embody, I've spent a lot of time in this one, and maybe one of the biggest things we commonly see about the Embody are the shoulders. Your shoulders get rolled forward a little bit, so this is definitely a true thing. It happens to me. I know, Greg, this is probably the reason that I think it keeps it out of S tier, higher rating. So yes, it does happen to me. Maybe you could see a little how Francis is showing it there, especially for taller people, that's going to be hitting right on your shoulders. What I've found is that if I kind of have the settings just right, where I keep the tension tight, but I tip the backrest back a little, I find that I don't really have as big of a problem with that pushing my shoulders forward. And basically everything else about the chair I absolutely love. So it's almost like I'm so comfortable in other ways that it makes me kind of overlook that, okay, maybe there is a little problem. And again, I mean, it's interesting because like I was just talking about, like a chair like the Soji chair that has like nothing I would complain about. Even a chair that I really love does have something I'd complain about. So I guess what I'm getting to is that there isn't really a perfect chair. You're probably always going to have some things that maybe aren't just right for you, but there's so much about the Embody. Again, I love the recline, the seat, the kind of suspended feeling you get from a chair has a pad. It's just a kind of an unusual feeling. So, I'll quit rambling. Let Ryan take it away here.
I think it's one of those things where it's, at what point is the diminishing returns too much for you, right? Because like Robert said, no chair is ever going to be perfect, but the more that we spend on a chair, the more we expect it to be perfect. And if you go from a $100 chair to a $500 chair, you're going to see a massive difference, maybe 2 to 3 times the comfort or value that you're getting. When you go to 500 to 1,000, you know, maybe it's 1.5. But when you're going from 1,000 to 2,000, you know, I'm going to be able to find $1,000 chairs that are going to be more comfortable than $2,000 chairs. And so it really starts to diminish the more that you spend. It's just that you get to a point where you have to spend that much money to get the absolute best of the best. But spending the extra $500 to go from a Zodi to a Fern may not be $500 in actual value, but what you're getting may be worth $500 to you. So that's something to think about when we're talking about how these super expensive chairs still have things that we don't love. And I think the Embody is a good example of that, just because it does have the issue with the shoulders, you know, getting rolled forward for some. For me, I think the biggest complaints that I see are, number one, that the chair is noisy. So I see a lot that, you know, the chair is more creaky than my Office Max $100 chair. And it's like, well, yeah, no kidding. That Office Master $100 chair has 1 or 2 adjustments. All of the parts are bolted together. It probably has very little flexible plastic, probably some fake leather. There's not a lot going on in there for the chair to be making noise. But when you get a chair that's as highly advanced technological-wise as the Embody, with the ridiculous plastic that it has in there that's so movable, so flexible, it's impossible for it to be completely silent and provide you with the adjustability and the movement and flexibility without having some type of noise. One thing that I will say is that the Embody is nowhere near the loudest chairs. It's nowhere near like the Human Scale Freedom or even like a Human Scale Different World all-mesh chair. So I think it's kind of tough to hate on a high-end chair for making some noises. I mean, the Leap makes noises, the Gesture makes noises. They're all going to make some noises. It's just how tolerable is it for you in your environment. I will say that the Embody is going to have some creaking issues to it because it has so much plastic, but that doesn't mean that it's a low-quality build chair, which is often what I see in the comments. How can the chair make this much noise? It has so much plastic, it's worse than this chair that I bought for $3. No, it's not. It's not worse. It's just different, and it has a lot more going on. So that's something to think about. And then the other biggest complaint that I see is the armrests not having as much adjustability as the Aeron or the Leap or the Fern, because all you're getting is two-way adjustment. The caps don't adjust at all. Now, I will say, while they're not as adjustable, that does remove some of the problems that we see. Like Robert touched on, he doesn't love the gesture arms because they can move so easily, because they have so much adjustability, whereas those arm pads on the Embody are never moving. Those arms are rock solid. They're going to hold their position no matter what you do to those arms. And for me, those pads are amazing. They are super soft, just as comfortable as the Leap, Gesture, not quite to Aeron status, but very comfortable arms, and they are very big and really flat. So I think that there's a trade-off to giving up a couple adjustments, but it's not like you're gaining nothing with these arms. Overall, I think the Embody standard is an A-tier chair. A couple things that I don't love about it is that sometimes I can feel the pixels in the seat, and the lumbar feels a little bit pokey at times, and that's why I like the gaming Embody more, because it kind of resolves a couple of those issues. You get a little bit more padding, and for me, the gaming Embody gets you to that S tier, whereas the regular Embody is going to be more near A tier. But either way, I mean, one of the best chairs in the world without question.
Yeah, I mean, a couple things about that. So for me, the arms, like Ryan said, they're some of my favorite arms of any chair, even though they have that lack of adjustment, because I like how they lock in place. I saw a comment about how, what was it exactly? The arms says so wobbly and weird. I wouldn't consider them any more wobbly or moving than your average high-end chair. Maybe I think
they're way less wobbly than most high-end chairs.
That's what I was thinking. That question, I'm not quite sure. Maybe, I mean, of course, there could be a exception that there was a bad one out there, but there's definitely some movement. But again, you have height adjustment, you have width adjustment. There's going to be, you have to have a little bit of tolerances there to allow them to move. But the pads are really nice. And what was the other thing I was going to respond to? I can't remember at the moment, but yeah, very much in line with what Ryan said, with how the gaming Embody does give you this little edge with some that extra padding. I also saw a comment about how the extra padding in the backrest was a bad thing. Now, I'm not sure why they didn't like that. I've never heard that before. I would definitely have thought my opinion was that it was an improvement having that extra padding on the backrest.
I'm not going to lie. I'm so derailed reading this comment. I got a used Aeron remastered for $375. How is that possible?
I don't think it's remastered.
If you did, then
Scored
congratulations.
a deal of a lifetime.
Holy moly.
But I think if you don't necessarily know what they are between the two, someone could tell you it was remastered.
Yeah, maybe.
And then you think you got the remastered.
Or maybe somebody had a remastered chair and they looked up, oh, well, how much would it cost me to sell this chair? And they saw a bunch of other Aerons for $400.
Yeah,
like,
maybe.
You know, they didn't know themselves what they had. But
Yeah. That's a
I
heck
mean,
of a deal.
hopefully it is. Like, yeah, awesome deal if that is a
I said earlier in the video that $900 is a deal. So
Yeah.
that's incredible. Okay.
Yeah,
Moving
Greg,
on.
anything on the Embody, or should we jump on?
Here's someone, they said, I'm looking for a good chair. I sit for long periods. My butt hurts a lot. Is there a cheap chair that supports the butt and legs and back? This is the exact problem when you're looking for a cheap chair to accomplish the things that only a higher end chair will accomplish. It is what it is. It's
It's a hard truth.
right? It's you get what you pay for, and that's the problem. So like the chairs here that are $1,000 and up, they're going to be significantly better than a $100 chair that's a cheap chair. I'm assuming that's what you're saying. But then chairs like the Anthros chair, the Embody chair, I mean, these are just worlds beyond whatever that $100 chair is. And so it's unfortunate, but you aren't going to find something like that for cheap.
Yeah.
You just simply won't. And I think we get a lot of those questions, and it's unfortunate, but it is kind of what it is.
I think when you're in that situation, you need to pick the, 2 or 3 things that are most important to you on a chair, and then find the chairs that have those things, and then see which of those chairs offer a few extras that also check your boxes. And then maybe also think about the things that you're willing to give up the most. Like maybe you don't necessarily need a headrest, or maybe you don't necessarily need a seat slider because you're not 6 foot tall. Then you can eliminate some things to bring the price down. So I'd think about what's most important, what's least important, and then start eliminating chairs based on that.
So M asked, is $1,250 a good price for a new Embody?
Yeah.
Or is that a good deal? First of all, I got to ask, where did you find it for $1,250?
On sale at Herman Miller.
And it's brand new.
Probably on sale at Herman Miller. If they had a 20% sale, maybe no.
$1,900. You'd still,
Okay.
it would still be higher than that, but
Maybe a dealer or something. But yeah, that's a good price.
for sure, 100%. What else do we have here? Have a regular Embody and a regular Fern without digital knit. Which one presents better value? Knowing that the Fern is $200 cheaper.
It's a toss-up. I mean, the Embody is going to do better on the resale market. If you're going to need to resell the chair, a Herman Miller branded chair is always going to have the highest resale value out of any chair, so you can factor that in. But in terms of bang for your buck and what you're getting out of the chair itself in terms of comfort, adjustment, build quality, it's a toss-up. I think it's fair that the Fern is priced a little bit less because I do think the Embody's built a little bit better. But I think that the Fern is actually a little bit more comfortable, and you're getting a little bit more adjustability. So it's a toss-up. For me, they're both S-tier chairs. So that's a hard one for me.
So M responded, dealer custom order. So number one, definitely a good deal. Then you'll have a warranty. I'm surprised that they're getting back to you. I think that's really good luck on your part, because from what we've heard in the field is a lot of these dealerships don't want to do one at a time. So they're more into the big filling an entire building. Even with COVID taking a lot of that away, they've still stayed true to who they were, and they don't want to do individual sales. So yeah, if you can get it for $1,250, definitely.
Yeah.
Do you recommend the Atlas headrest for the Embody? We don't have that,
Yeah, we've never used it.
so we really can't answer
Can't make a
that.
recommendation there.
I mean, we do really like the Atlas headrest for the Aeron, but that, it doesn't necessarily translate. All I know is that one is very high quality materials, and they are expensive, but I personally would think it's worth it. But again, we can't really speak to it. So, quick non-chair question. Someone asked about the Logitech Lift versus the Logitech MX. I was in such chair mindset, I couldn't think of what that was, but those are two vertical mice. Mises.
Okay.
So
Mises. Is it a Mises?
I don't know. Maybe Nick can chime in. He's good at that stuff. Personally, I was kind of disappointed. I haven't used the Lift, so I can only speak to the MX Vertical. Personally, I thought the MX Vertical was not as nice of build quality as I expected from Logitech at that price point. If you're looking for a more vertical style mouse, I personally would actually just go with the MX3, the newer version, because even though it may not look like it, it really puts your hand in a pretty vertical position. Maybe not as much as the MX Vertical, but it gets you really close to that. So personally, I found I like that better, but I don't know that stepping up to that MX Vertical is worth the price jump because the quality wasn't amazing. So anyways, back to chairs. Mooses, someone said. I don't know if that quite works.
Mice?
Mice?
I'm way more into the Mises thing, right?
What do we think a fair price for a used Embody is? I said earlier that a fair price for a used Aeron remastered, I wouldn't consider 50% off being a bad deal. I'd feel the same way about Embody. If it's 50% off and it's lightly used and it's in working condition, it's not going to have a warranty, but it's probably a fair price.
And that's a high quality fabric upholstery, so you could do some professional level cleaning to get it where I think you'd feel comfortable. It doesn't have a thick pad that you don't know what has sunk into that pad in years. You're probably going to be able to get it pretty clean. So
that seems fair. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. All right, next up is our meep chair. So we've talked about this a few times. I did actually see someone ask again, what is an meep? So meep, just to go over it quick, Amia frame. So you're getting essentially the functionality of an meep or of an Amia chair, but you're getting a leap seat. Okay, so it's kind of a mashup of these two chairs. So we rolled one out there. Francis is kind of giving it the push test. So it does have good amount of flexibility. That leap seat does have a lot of that flex, and that's one of the reasons I know Ryan really likes that a lot. So you're still getting, again, we rate this seat at least an A. And then backrest, not going to be quite as flexible as the leap chair, but still very comfortable. So again, we've talked about this a lot in the live stream. Anything else you guys want to add quick?
No, not really. For me, this is always kind of irritated with me that we sell it for less than the Amia, because I think that we've improved the Amia and then we sell it for less, but that works well for you guys. So
we just, I guess, overruled Ryan on this one.
100%.
Just continue to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we do have our promo code MEEP20 going on. So if you're looking to buy an MEEP,
now's the time,
recommend
because it's 20% off, which is going to get you, depending on how you configure it, in the $200 range. So back to the point of the question, what was a chair that was really comfortable for cheap? I think if you can get a chair of this quality for in the 200s, I mean,
you can't.
That's crazy.
You can't.
Right, exactly. So you can roll the dice on some refurbished chairs and maybe as-is chairs on Craigslist and Facebook Marketplace. You can risk your life in a random dark alley to get that chair, but you're doing just that. Or we could ship it to you. You wouldn't have to be so concerned. Well, depending on your FedEx driver, I suppose.
Yeah.
So, God. All right, Herman Miller Phantom chair. So one of the more anticipated chairs that came out last year now?
Yeah.
And there was a lot of hype surrounding this chair, and ultimately it didn't live up to the hype.
Yeah, I think it feels weird to say, but I don't know if you could have missed the mark more than Herman Miller did on this chair. From a visual standpoint, I think that's the only place where they got it right. I like that it's not gaudy and in your face with all the crazy branding and crazy logoing and racing style. I'm glad they went ergonomic. It's got a cool two-tone design. But aside from that, you start to only really see negatives, starting with the fit of the chair. We've commented on this multiple times, but it's a kid's chair. It's not, but it is. It's the price that you would pay as an adult for a high-end chair, but it has specs that would really only fit someone that's really petite, because the seat depth is so small that you just can't use this chair.
If you saw this in a kid's room when you were a kid, that's a rich kid's chair. Come on. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it still is.
Look how expensive it is.
Right. But, I mean, the seat is decently comfortable if it fits you. And for me, it fits me not really, but kind of, so I could kind of tell what it would feel like. The backrest is okay. Nothing to wow you about. You're paying extra money for some random thing they invented where it's going to support your upper back right below your neck, but it's super flimsy and doesn't do anything. So I wish they didn't have that on there and didn't charge you for it. I don't know. The headrest isn't great. The recline is super shallow, and so for gamers that want to really lay back and chill and hang out, you can't because the back doesn't go back far enough and the headrest gets in the way. I don't know. I have a tough time with this one just because I can't recommend this chair for almost anyone, which is the main issue.
So, not very good recommendation for anyone is not a very good recommendation.
Yeah, it's tough.
So I think I would love if this chair just fit me. Honestly, I feel like if it fit me, I could give a better take on it. But because it doesn't fit me, I can't really give an accurate take. And it's slimmed down to so few of people that will fit in it comfortably that it's so hard to say. I personally think it looks kind of cool, which that's totally Herman Miller. They do a great job with that. I think they tried to do some certain features that they would want to have in there, but ultimately you have to set a certain margin on Herman Miller products, so it's still expensive to get there. And I don't think it doesn't hit their higher end chairs. It doesn't even come close. It's more in the Veris territory, Lino territory, and honestly, I'm not impressed with any of those chairs. So,
like, is that the biggest recline range right there? Is that as far as it goes? Show them how far it goes back. And then think back to when we were talking about the Mavics and how far back that chair went.
Yeah, it's not.
It's night and day. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's really hard when you can't even really comfortably fit in a chair to give it the full test. But, I mean, it's also just the materials are not at what I consider the Herman Miller standard. So, for the price point, it's tough to recommend to anyone. So,
has anybody actually bought and used and owned one of these chairs in the audience?
Yeah, I mean, it had so much hype that I guess we talk about it more, but maybe it's not even out there that people are even looking to buy this because you can see the problems pretty easily, I think. So.
Will Sander asked if we have any plans to review the uplift chairs. It's really interesting because a lot of those chairs that they have been chairs that were available previous that weren't very successful. We've seen some of those chairs come from like the brands Eurotech and didn't love them then, and I'm a little concerned that we would love them now.
Yeah.
So I'm not overly impressed with those chairs, and that's why we haven't brought them in. I don't think there's a ton of value with them, but that could change. I know they're always bringing out new products, so if we see something that catches our eye, we'll definitely bring it in. I don't know which brand is good to get. I don't mind payments on a chair, but which is good for a long time sitting and can customize the back area to how you sit and the butt area.
I mean, the Anthros kind of sticks out to me a little bit just because how you can customize the back. You can tweak the lower portion, what they call the pelvic support, separately from the upper back portion. So if you really want to have some customization, it's also, their purpose was to have a seat that you can sit in for a large amount of time. You know, we don't talk too much about shear, but has the anti-shear. So ability to sit there and not feel any kind of like pressure or tension on like your skin, essentially.
Essentially, your skin won't feel like it wants to peel off.
Yeah, it gives you it does have a different feeling. It's kind of hard to describe, but you can feel yourself being able to kind of slide in it, and not other chairs are able to do that. I don't know if that's in the actual foam or if there's something between the fabric and the foam, but it does give you. That's what
they said. It's between there. Yeah.
Okay, but you definitely feel it, and it does make a difference for having some of that where you just get, where you want to make these little motions because not necessarily your muscles or bones hurting, but it's like your skin starts to feel like tension on it. So, yeah. So That'd be a chair I thought of right away for being able to customize.
Hey,
The major brands, though, are going to probably be your go-to. I mean, when we look at chairs that are going to have the best products across the board due to extensive R&D, it's going to be Herman Miller, Steelcase, and then Hayworth. And those three have kind of separated themselves from the rest of the pack in terms of being the majors in seating. So you're probably not going to go too wrong with those chairs unless you go with the Vantum. So.
May Spitfire, 100% correct. That Vantum in the rich kid's bedroom will go so good with that race car bed.
Yeah.
What a combo. What a combo. I love it.
Well, I was kind of doing some motioning over to our team to maybe skip a couple chairs that maybe are less interesting to talk about. So we'll skip ahead a little in our normal tier list here.
Let's actually have you answer one question here because you're perfect for this question,
Okay.
Robert. How would you feel about someone that could afford it owning multiple ergonomic chairs at their house?
Great. That's a great question.
I did see that one. So now I don't want to get into, because, I'm not an expert when it comes to like anything medical, what's best for your back, all that kind of stuff. Because I don't know if it's bad to be.
How did you get the second B if you don't have that experience? I assume that's where it came from. No? Okay.
No, it's not. So I don't know if it's good or bad for you to rotate through chairs. What I do know is that personally, I just like to change things up. So like for me, I have a standing desk. So that's one big change you can make is to be able to sit for a while, stand for a while. I like to have like some kind of wobble type board or even just a foot rest that allows you to move around a little bit. So for me to be able to just move around, change positions is huge. If you're able to actually switch and sit in a different chair, well, that's even leveling it up again where you can kind of just sit in a different way. So personally, do I have multiple chairs in my office? Yes. And I do rotate through them, even very different style chairs. And I like to do that. Now, again, I'm not a medical expert. Now, is that bad for you to sit in multiple chairs?
We know it's not.
We know it's not.
No, it's not bad to change. Everything that we've seen research-wise is you want to change your posture. You want to be constantly moving and changing what you're doing throughout the day. Personally, I change my chair every few months. So I can see being a chair enthusiast is a thing. We see comments all the time on our channel where someone will say, I've got a Fern, an Embody, a Leap, and a Gesture. What would you suggest I get next? And we're like, holy moly, like whatever you want. You know what I mean? Because people that experience a high-end chair understand how it can change everything at your desk setup because that is what you are using, that's what you're touching, that's what you're feeling, and that's what affects your comfort more than anything at your desk, more so than your monitor, your desk itself, your keyboard, everything. And so if you have a comfortable chair, that's awesome. If you have more than one comfortable chair, perfect. The more that you have and the more that you can do with all of these high-end chairs, the better. So if you can afford it and you want to get another high-end chair, by all means, go for it.
The comments coming in right now, just appreciate you guys so much because, first of all, Cam is, in fact, looking for an adult-sized race car bed right now. So that's going to look so good if you get the other, if you get the chair.
Real good comment.
Yeah.
Though.
So the fact that Vadim, I wish I could have one cheek on the Amia and one cheek on the Gesture. Now that's a combination I can't quite put together. So that's excellent. And then RC here looking around at my 3 ergonomic chairs nervously.
See? I told you they're in the comments right now.
Yeah.
And then no bed, no desk room, just full of ergo chairs. Yeah. That's kind of like what's going on in here. But yeah, I think the truth is that you change depending on what's been going on, right? Like you got different aches, different pains to the point of what Robert said, uses a standing desk, uses a wobble board, whatever. I mean, a standing desk can be really good to mix up your day, but having different ergonomic chairs that you know fit you in a certain way that you just need right now, and the other one isn't going to be suitable for that, because that's the whole thing with S tier is it's really hard to find unless you're like us and you can run through 200 chairs and in some cases make your own. It's tough. But even so, like I still like to switch it up and we can. And so I don't think there's anything wrong with it, especially if you're at your chair as much as most of you are, which is 10, 12 plus hours a day. So nothing wrong. Hey, we're not going to judge. All right. So I own whoa. Aaron Frost coming in big. He owns a total of 9 chairs. He's talking about some chairs he has at work, but he's got 5 chairs at
He's
his
got so many
friend's
chairs, he has
house.
to keep them at his friend's house.
He's got an Meep, a Leap, 3 Amias. You got an Meep? Did you make that? Is that from BTOD? We started something here? That's incredible.
And notice one is a stool, which, boy, I'm a big fan of the stools, especially
sure
with the
are.
standing desk. Can move it up a little bit and different way to sit. Yeah.
Some have said you've set the trend because in our top picks for every price point, he has rolled out a stool a couple times that no one expected.
Yeah.
So
Wild picks.
awesome.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to move to another Hayworth chair here. This one's not as popular necessarily, but has some interesting things to talk about. The Hayworth Zodi Lux chair. It's a little more on the firm side, different areas, which is probably why we don't always recommend this as much as we do like the regular Zodi chair or certainly not the Fern chair. I guess what would be the reason that you would buy this over some of Hayworth's other chairs?
I think the only reason that you would or should buy this chair is if you like the look of it better than the standard Zodi. I think the standard Zodi is an upgrade to this chair. The only real difference is going to be the backrest. The standard Zodi has the mesh back, and you get a better lumbar system because you get the independent depth adjustable lumbar. And I think that this back is a world of difference and takes this chair. I think the Zodi 2 standard is A tier. And for me, pushing S tier if it had a little bit better recline mechanism. Whereas the LX, I honestly can't use the backrest without just kind of getting sore and getting frustrated that I can't move around. So from a pure comfort standpoint, I would always recommend the standard Zodi. But this chair was designed for home office environments where you would maybe care about the look of it more. That's what we were told, at least at the show. And so I get that. The backrest has a unique design. It looks a little bit better with the fully upholstered look because it matches. But that's in my opinion, that's why you would get it. But if you wanted the more comfortable version, then I'd go with the standard Zodi.
Yeah, this one's interesting. I like aggressive lumbar. The way that they've put it in there, it's really, you don't notice it at all. The only way I could get proper back support for me was in perch mode, but like perch mode is something that you can't do it forever. Like your legs get tired from it. It's a little bit awkward. You do need to get used to it. I tried for a long time and I just couldn't quite get it to be my like mainstay the way I use the chair. And because my back just got physically tired from not having good lower support, I just had to give up on it. Like Ryan said, I think that just the standard Zodi is going to be your better pick here. It just simply is. And it's not cheap, but it looks really, really nice. Yeah. So aesthetically, it's great.
Yeah. No more to add. I mean, you guys nailed it.
Robert's got nothing left there. So
yeah, looks-wise, it's way up there on the list. It's definitely a beautiful-looking chair.
Oh, Aaron Frost won his Meep.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, that's funny.
So, next chair, neutral posture 8000 chair.
S-tier headrest.
S-tier headrest.
S-tier armrest.
Yes.
Let's show the best parts of this chair right out of the gate. Francis, you got to show how adjustable that headrest is because I think honestly, it's got to be one of the most adjustable headrests out in the market. Yep. You can see how far forward it goes. You can see you can pivot it out of the way. You can get it in line with the backrest. I mean, you can, I don't care how tall you are, apparently it will work for you.
I believe this is the chair that Nick was sitting in out there, and he used that headrest to hold his coat. Yeah,
he uses it to hold his coat. He uses it as a coat rack. So when he's not using the headrest, he just flicks it back, just like that, and hangs his coat from it.
I wouldn't always recommend that with some chairs that are not of this high build quality that the headrest might not even handle a coat, but the neutral posture, this is like excellent build quality.
Oh, it's a tank.
Tank is right. Like literally, it's super heavy.
Premium foam. It's just everything about it is amazing. 3-way adjustment. All the adjustments are huge. Yeah. Great headrest. And the arms are amazing too because they rotate all the way around. The caps are massive and flat, and they're really soft. So the adjustability on them is, I mean, if you were going to, after the Aeron and after the Leap arms, if I was to pick my next favorite set of arms or in my top 3, it would probably be these. So really, really good headrest, really good arms. Unfortunately for me, the mechanism doesn't really match those two, which is for me the biggest drawback because you get more of a basic center tilt style multifunction mechanism. And I don't always love that recline. You can see as Francis is reclining, her heels come up a little bit. So potentially you have an issue of putting your knees into your desk. So for me, that's the major downfall. But I think the seat is comfortable. It's thick padded, and it doesn't bottom out. So overall, very good chair. Our sales guys love this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 100%. Kent in particular. It's
Yep.
like his favorite for sure. It's one of those things where it's just so hard to get a perfect chair. I mean, it's so close in so many ways, but it's just not there for me in the flexibility standpoint. The back just hugs me a little bit too much, so I don't love that necessarily. But it's not uncomfortable. I mean, the arms are amazing. The headrest is really solid. But it is going to be on the higher end from a cost perspective, but you're getting a lot for it. So
Yeah, if you're someone that tends to want to just sit still and doesn't need all the movement in the chair, whether it's movement as the flexibility or movement in like recline, then this is a great option. So, of course, we tend to always pick chairs that have all that flexibility, but maybe not everyone wants to or feels that they need to move around as often. That makes this a great pick.
I mean, people have said that for sure. They don't love that flexibility.
Yeah.
They like being locked in, and they just like to work where they work. I can't necessarily do that. I need to move around a bit more.
Or we always hear about car seats. A car seat doesn't really have any flexibility. So this is going to be more similar to that feel where kind of more locked into place.
That's why you feel stiff as a board when you get out of your car
exactly.
on like
Yeah.
a
I was
5-hour
just going to
ride.
say that.
Yeah.
That's why I can't last more than 3 hours in my car seat. It gets tough.
We're not really bringing out the GT racing chair, are
No,
we?
we didn't even roll that one back.
Okay.
Yeah.
So GT racing looks like I got it here as an F.
Yeah. And I think, our next chair on our list was our Aeron Classic, which I know you guys would
That's an
probably
F.
say is an F. So we already covered that one. We do get a lot of questions about Hinomi in general, or is it Hinomai? I think is how we
Hinomi.
Hinomi. So-
Hainami, Hinomai.
So we'll roll that one out because I think that's a little more to talk about there. So personally, for me, it's always funny when your favorite thing about the chair is probably not what's the most important thing about a chair. And for me, the headrest is what I love about this huge, wide headrest that personally I think is really comfortable. But when that's your favorite thing about the chair, it means that the chair is probably not the best.
Yeah, I mean, this chair, when I was looking at it before it arrived, it had a lot of things that I was thinking, okay, this could make the chair pretty good. Like those flip-up arms right there. I know you guitar enthusiasts are being wowed by that. The problem is when they flip up, they don't get out of the way. Like you can see, like they're still in the way. They're ahead of the frame. They're hitting her arms as she's sitting there. It's not a great function, in my opinion. Like Robert said, the
is it
head
restricted by the frame? Like, is it stopping it from moving it back?
It's literally hitting the frame. And so it's always going to be in front of the frame. You're going to have to kind of sit forward on the front half of the chair to avoid it, which maybe is better if you're playing a guitar or using she squeezed it by there. That's actually a lot better. You have to move it out of the way. Okay. Well, that makes it better. Hopefully it doesn't wear out the armrest by scraping up against that over and over. But like Robert said, the headrest is the best thing on the chair because it has this dual mode. It's super wide and super spacious, and it's comfy and cush. I cannot stand that right there, the arm adjustment. I don't know why they went with the Aeron arm adjustment and making you flip a tab up to then adjust the arms, then click it back in place. It's not very intuitive. It's not smooth. And then the footrest functionality, I think, is a complete waste. It's one of the better footrests, but I don't necessarily think it's needed, and you're paying more for the chair to get that. I don't love it. And then the lumbar being so far out from the back made it so that I can't really use the backrest with my upper shoulders. So for me, this is just a tough chair, especially for like $600. So I don't know. I know it has a lot of reviews. A lot of them are positive. But for a chair this price, I mean, you could get the Soji instead. You could get a fully loaded Soji instead of this. Maybe that position is going to make everyone want the chair. But I don't know how practical it is to use your chair like that.
Yeah, I would assume that they did those arms that way because it does make them fairly stout. Like, they're really rigid when they connect to the back. It makes them really a pain in the butt, though, to make adjustments on it. The one thing I'll say about this chair, There you go.
In case you need, I saw the advertisement for that. If you live in a small apartment, it folds in half and you can store it under your desk. I don't think it takes any less space, though.
Actually, technically, it takes more.
Right, you could just slide your chair in.
Yeah. So that was one of those made a problem that wasn't a problem. But anyways, what I don't understand is there's a lot of these chairs that have come out since Ergohuman. So the Ergohuman, when it first came out, was the first chair that had this like really pronounced lumbar thing that was separate from the upper back. But it was way different than these, where it actually tied into the backrest somewhat. And I still thought it stuck out kind of far for most people. These ones are just like, how can we take it to the next level and have it push you so far forward that it's not feasible to even have a backrest? And we had a conversation last week. It was like, why even have the upper back? Because you can't touch it. And it like makes it so awkward when you recline because it's just forcing you forward in your like pelvic it's so bizarre. It makes these chairs unusable. Every single chair that I've seen with a footrest impedes the ability for you to kind of tuck your legs underneath the chair, which is just a natural movement most of us make throughout the day as you kind of move around in the chair. You can't do it because it gets in the way. So I despise footrests for that reason. I understand the reason we want them. It's funny because I've been going to China for what we do here at BTOD for a long time, and the footrest was one of those things we saw super early on, and I was like, this is going to come to America, and it's going to be terrible. And it did. And here we are.
It's terrible.
It's terrible. So
I think they had a huge miss, too. Like, when I saw these arms in the picture on the website, I was like, oh, man, this is going to be like a knockoff gesture. And I was expecting them to be cantilever, where you would just push a button and they'd adjust up and down. And then having to do the Aeron adjustment was a real buzzkill. So
we just took everything from Robert.
Well, no, I said my piece in the beginning.
Did you? Okay.
Someone asked if we had reviewed the X1. That is their, I guess, I would assume a higher end chair. It's a little more expensive. We have not had that chair in yet. That has what looks like more of a split back kind of style. So might be something we can look into getting, but as of now, can't speak to that one yet.
So someone wants us to review Wish chairs and Temu chairs. I can only imagine how good those are going to be.
Yeah, is that because you're wondering whether or not a chair shows up, or?
I mean, or how bad the chair is.
I've seen people order stuff on Wish, and they literally just get a replica that's this big of whatever they bought. So
I bought a tent on Wish one time.
Oh, God.
And it looked great, but it came without a floor. So I don't know if you've ever camped before, but a floor in your tent kind of seals everything up to keep all the bugs out. And then on top of that, the windows, the covers actually open from the outside, so you'd have to go out in the rain to close them. So I imagine it would be a similar experience. All right.
One question. Will you guys review any All Steel chairs? I've read good things about a few of their models. Unfortunately, All Steel is a brand that hasn't done a good job of making their chairs available to the general public, and you need to find a contract dealer that's going to be willing to sell it to you, which is rare, and there's not really any websites out there that just sell the chairs. And we focus on chairs that are accessible by the public and not contract chairs. And so as of right now, we have no plans to review All Steel. If they put together a direct consumer market, then by all means we'll get those chairs in.
Honestly, trying a Temu chair would probably be better for the algorithm than the information. You're not incorrect there. That is a trending thing that we should try it. We spent $100 on Temu chairs and got 10. Possibly.
I mean,
that's a terrible title. We'll have to rethink that one.
But
we're gonna.
All right. So next chair is another one that we're ready to see a big improvement on, and that's the Eurotech IOO chair. So we basically got a new version of this in, correct? So maybe
that's
Greg
what it
can,
is. That's
it is the new one. Sorry, the light is right in the way, so I can't see it. So this is like an updated version, and I saw Eurotech is maybe renaming this chair as well, because we've had an IOO for years, and it frankly had a lot of problems. It was kind of like a lesser version of the Ergohuman with a few different changes, but similar backrest design with the pivoting lumbar. This chair carries over that same pivoting lumbar that kind of really flexes with you as you move around in the chair. Has the really nice armrests that the Ergohuman has. Now, is that the plan? Do we know yet, or is it still in flux here?
It's a replacement, so they're going to phase out the original IOO. And I think when the first IOO came out, it actually was a pretty significant cost difference between the Ergohuman, and so it made it pretty interesting. But there were some things that they never really fixed on it, like the arm pads being way too easily movable, that just made it kind of a deal breaker for most people, because I know when you put your elbow on a chair and the arm pad moves all over, it's super annoying. They've, much like the Ergohuman Gen 2 on the IOO Gen 2, they've really resolved a lot of problems. Number one, in the seat, it's very much like the Ergohuman flatter design. They've removed that front pad. The arm pads themselves are so much better than the original. They stay locked in place. They're nice and soft like the Ergohuman Gen 2. They've made the lumbar to be adjustable, so you can adjust the tension. I think this is really important because, like, people like Ryan who don't like really aggressive lumbar, there wasn't an option. You either liked it or you didn't, and it was self-adjusting to your body weight. Now they actually let you dial back the tension, increase the tension, and again, it's one of those chairs that's sub $1,000. It gets you a headrest, and it's pretty good for the price. I'm really excited to see these chairs come out eventually with a leather seat again, because that's like the ultimate combination. And so I think when you see the new Gen 2 Ergohuman and this IOO come out with a leather seat, you're going to see the ratings even go up higher on it, and then more people will like it. So,
yep. Yeah, so we shared a link to the IOO, but I mean, really at that price that you right now, that Ergohuman is looking like a much nicer chair in that price range until we see what this kind of ends up being once we update with having the new IOO. We're getting pretty close here to giveaway time. Do we have time to sneak in another chair or two?
Oh, yeah.
I think we can.
We've got a title suggestion on the Temu video. Ordered a chair from Temu. Results were shocking. Ryan's face on there shocked.
You guys don't like it when our faces are in there.
Yeah, people don't click those videos.
Yeah, when we put our face in there, you don't click it. So
that and red arrows.
Yeah,
you don't like red arrows, and you don't like faces on
Maybe
thumbs.
we need to go more extreme, though, with the faces. You know, if you're more shocked looking, I think might be right. We'll let Ryan try that. That's what they asked. They asked for Ryan looking shocked.
And obviously that means that they like Ryan more than they like us, which is whatever, I guess.
Well, he really is a good chair expert. So, okay, so next up, we have our Steelcase Think chair. This is kind of sits in a little different spot. You can get the mesh backrest with a padded seat. Again, just super high-end looking chair, very classy looking in my opinion. This one kind of sits in a funny place for me personally because it's again another chair that I don't really have issues with, but I'm not quite sure who this is for because personally I would lean towards some of their other options. And even in some ways, the Carmen kind of replaces this for me because it's even though the Carmen has a mesh chair, it has this padding under it, so it feels more like a padded seat, but with a really nice mesh backrest. So I guess I throw it to you guys again. Who maybe would this chair be for?
High-end conference rooms would be my first go-to, or a home office where you're more concerned with the aesthetics. You want a major brand. You really care about aesthetics. You really like the way this chair looks. This is one of those things where this is one of the Steelcase chairs where I think it's a little bit more form over function instead of function over form, just because, let's be honest, it looks night and day better than the Amia, but I would sit in the Amia 100 times out of 100 compared to this chair just because I don't love the back. I can really feel the frame around the back, especially the top of it. And then I don't like the recline just because it doesn't have that normal kind of synchro tilt action, or even like the leap action where you recline back and the seat kind of slides out. This is more of that hip thrusty style, which I don't love. And so for me, it's tough because I believe the Amia is cheaper than it, or about the same price.
It's a little bit cheaper.
So it's tough when there's a chair that's about the same price that I just think is more comfortable. So
just real quick, sometimes we use these phrases just to make sure people kind of know what we're talking about. Explain hip thrusty. The reason I also asked this is someone just asked about a chair that had a 1 to 1.5 seat to back synchro mechanism. So
Sure.
when we're talking about hip thrusty.
So a synchro tilt recline means that the back is going to recline at a higher ratio than the seat. So a typical standard ratio is 2 to 1. So every 2 inches that you go back with the backrest, the seat will tilt up an inch. And this keeps you in a really good ergonomic posture. And the further back you get, the more open your hips get, and you're in a nice recline without making your legs come up off the ground. Your feet can stay flat, really comfortable. When I say hip thrusty, it means that they've reduced that ratio. And so something closer to like a 1-to-1 ratio means that as you recline the back, the seat is going to incline. And so instead of having your butt sink down as you recline, it kind of pushes it up a little bit, and your hips kind of come up and forward instead of you dropping down and back. And I don't love that action. A lot of chairs are moving to that just because some studies and research has shown that opening up that hip angle sooner can be more comfortable and more healthy for ergonomics. I don't know if we've seen enough results to validate that or not. I just don't like the action as much as a smooth recline where you can kind of rock back and forth and get into a nice position.
So we've had the one that has the upholstered back. I know that they've been promoting that again on the Steelcase website, and that might be a better alternative to this, but like Ryan said, where they went to that weight-activated mechanism, and they really have two options. It's either like the standard or like the boosted version, depending on your weight. It doesn't really feel like a significant difference between the two, and so honestly, I think if you're heavier weight, it's probably going to be a problem. So I don't, again, I would much rather have the Amia's just very simple, adjust the tension, lock upright, or let it float back and forth versus this. Because you can't adjust the tension to your liking, which changes the dynamic when you're sitting in it all day. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, when we have them in the conference room, I have no problem sitting in it for 2-3 hours. It is what it is. It's better than a lot of the chairs that we find in there randomly.
I mean, everything that you touch, well, not everything because I don't love the back, but the seat is comfortable, the arms are comfortable. And so in a conference room, it's not bad. I mean, using it for 2 to 3 hours at a time, and it looks really high-end. It looks really good. You can buy a bunch of them in different colors that match, and so your conference room will look high-end, and you'll have pretty comfortable chairs compared to most conference room chairs. So that's where I see this being used the most.
All right, so we struck zero. It's time to do a giveaway. Oh, yeah. This time, it is Robert's favorite Calami chair. And I have confirmation now that we've actually met and spoke with these folks. It is, in fact, Calami. That is how you say the brand. I feel like that's
no more Calami. It's Calami.
Yeah, don't try to mix it up. It's Calami.
Calami.
Now,
official rules for the giveaway.
Oh, here we go.
This is a sweepstakes with no purchase necessary. You must be 18 plus and reside in the continental U.S. Hashtag giveaway in the chat. Winner will be selected at random at the end of the countdown. If you are selected, make sure to shoot an email to marketing@BTOD.com, and we'll get you squared away.
All right, let's roll it. This is the Calami Kieran chair. Again, Robert's favorite from the brand. It's actually a really good chair for the price.
Yeah.
But this price is even better because it's free. Josh Ortiz. Has Josh won before? Sounds familiar. I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea.
Yeah, I was gonna say
I just made
that's a good memory.
Yeah. I'm not that good. All right. That's awesome.
Congrats. Yeah, I think the Kieran is just, you're so surprised by what you're getting for the price, but even if you ignore the price, this is a really comfortable chair. I like the wider backrest. Arms are, I think they're quite nice for the price range again. You don't get the headrest. That's maybe the downside as opposed to the Atlas, but I'm a big Kieran fan.
The best thing about the Kieran is that it definitely has the most comfortable seat for the price range that it's in, and I really should just use this thing for a month straight, or we should cycle it through so that we can use it for 2 months straight to see how the cushion holds up. Because if this thing holds up for, a year or 2 years and it doesn't bottom out, this could be extreme value, because we do not see a lot of comfortable cush seats that don't bottom out, that aren't overly thick and get you really hot. And this could be that, which is something unique across the entire board. The only seat that I can think of that's somewhat similar to it is the Yes chair. And so I think the jury is still out, but I have really high hopes for that seat.
Yeah, I know this is one of those chairs though that does have that hip thrusty sort of action on it. So
yeah, I don't love the chair. I think it's good for the price. Like Robert said, the arms are good. I think the backrest is decent. The lumbar support is okay. I don't love the recline, and it's a little bit firm in terms of being a little bit rigid. It's not going to have that flexibility, and it certainly doesn't even have close to the adjustability as the Atlas. But for the price, there's not a lot better. I mean, it's something like that or the Tacova. So
and if you put it next to the Tacova, it's an upgrade, in my opinion, when it comes to just looking at the build of the chair.
From a build quality standpoint.
The likelihood of it lasting longer. Yeah. It like a lot of the people who say the Tacova feels like the seat pad's too thin or it bottoms out right away. I don't see that being as big of an issue on the Kieran. It feels like it's just better built. And when you look at like the actual frame of the base, I think not a lot of people look at this, but like the cheaper chairs, like the Tacova, they all come where you actually put the 5-star base together and bolt it on. That's one thing about the Calamity chairs is they just have a 5-star base like you'd expect from a nicer chair. So they didn't cut those corners where other people have. So I think I think that he's going to love that chair.
The Tacova and the Kieran are kind of opposites in what they do, right? Like the downside that we always say about the Tacova is don't expect this thing to last more than 2 years. If it does, then you're getting very extreme value because it's only $120, and the downfall is that build quality, but it's comfortable and has a lot of adjustments for the price. It's kind of the opposite for the Kieran. For the Kieran, you're getting a very well-built chair that is stout, feels solid. It just doesn't have the adjustability of a Tacova with the headrest and the locking positions and the, so it's kind of a trade-off, whatever you value more.
We had someone ask, crap, Canadian, no exceptions. I do know all the words to the Star Spangled Banner. It's impressive. Now, my wife, she would know all the words to O Canada because she watches, or as a teenager, watched so many hockey games, and they play it often. So maybe that's why they know the national anthem.
So would she be eligible for a giveaway in Canada that's only for Canadians?
Oof.
It's tough right there.
Tough.
It's
I
a
don't
tough
know
spot.
the answer to that one.
Listen, if you come and pick it up in the States, I think that's the exception.
Yeah, there you go.
I sat in the Ergohuman Gen 2 mesh and liked it, especially the recline, but I'm bumping against the weight rating. I'm not tall, only 5'7", just chunky. Any recommendations up to 2K, #FatKidProblems.
So do you want an all-mesh chair? Is that the requirement? Like it needs to be a mesh seat? Because I'm not sure. I mean, the obvious go-to would have to be the Aeron size C. I'm not sure what the next stage in mesh chair. I'm trying to think of a chair that I would say is definitely an upgrade or definitely better that's also larger. It's the only one I can think of off the top of my head.
Yeah, I think the size C would make sense. I mean, of course, it's going to be a higher price
Twice
range.
as much money, but
yeah, I don't.
It's in his budget. He said 2K, I think. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it has to be mesh. There's definitely nothing else I could think of that would be a good fit for that.
But I don't know if that's an upgrade necessarily.
I
think the Ergohuman arms are a lot better.
Yeah.
Carmen has more flexibility.
It's going to sit too narrow.
It's going to feel small, I think. Yeah. So, yeah, Aeron size C is probably the best pick if you want to go all mesh.
That's probably a big issue, I think, right now with mesh chairs is you're just not seeing a lot of that. And I don't know if it has to do with supporting the weight properly to be comfortable or what it is, but you just don't see a lot of those mesh chairs.
You did say mesh is not required.
Oh, well, that changes everything. What's your recommendation now?
Oof. I mean, if you could find a Leap Plus, that's a great chair.
I don't even know if you need a Leap Plus, to be honest. No. I mean, you could probably just go with something in the Steelcase lineup. Gesture, Leap, Amia. Most of those are probably going to be good. Embody would probably be fine. It's got a wide seat. The arms go super wide. The backrest isn't going to be restrictive at all. So, yeah, I would consider those chairs. Fern would fit because the arms go wide. The seat's pretty wide.
Greg M. just said, I have the Embody and the seat is just too hard. I have numbness and sciatica issues now from using the chair. That's the crazy thing about what we keep saying. I mean, these guys love it S-tier level or close. I think it's an A-tier chair, but if I get that back pitched up, it does roll my shoulders over. And I know that I can do what Robert does and pitch it back a little bit, but that just isn't as comfortable for me upright tasking. This is the thing. Just because we said it's S tier doesn't mean it's S tier for you. You need to really use the stuff that we put out, the content, and then pick out what you think is important to you. What have you sat in before? What do you think is important in your decision for your chair? Because I think we do a good job of saying what something is or isn't, but you need to take that and then use it against what you actually want. And I think starting to do it that way will help you, because I know we get people saying, you got the S tier for your own product or whatever. It's like, yes, but disregard some of that stuff and look at what the things are we're saying and see if that matches up with what you're wanting. And I think if you start to do it that way, you're going to get a lot of good input from it. Any other good questions in here besides the fact that David said that it's the Clammy brand? Yeah. So we're just going to leave it there. I got, let's see. Can you win more than once? So not in the same live stream, but you can win in different live streams. We just appreciate you guys and gals coming to hang out with us, talk chairs. It takes a special group of people to come hang out with us during this, so we appreciate you. Anything? We got some more stuff coming in right now. Knarps 9000. That's a European brand that is the Flock product, is it not?
I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure it is. This is something we get all the time. I know that a lot of the audience is in the Europe. You're in Europe. I mean, like you can't get some of the chairs into Europe that we have access to. It's the same thing for us. And so it's really hard to access those chairs. And while we could fly over to Europe and go visit shows, it wouldn't be an accurate depiction of how the chair actually is, because when you're at a show and you're walking around and you're sitting in a ton of chairs, they all start to feel really good because you're just tired.
You're also only sitting in it in a relaxed state. You're never sitting in it at your setup with where your mouse is, where your keyboard is, and getting an opportunity to use the chair for 2 hours to see what it would feel like if it would even work for you. So the only way to provide true value with these European chairs would be to spend not only thousands of dollars on the chairs themselves, but thousands upon thousands of dollars to ship them from there to the U.S. And so the cost it's just not worth it, guys. It's too much money for us to have to spend $3,000 on a high-end chair to provide a review at this point. Maybe in the future, but not right now.
You want a Ted Lasso speech about chairs? You want a Ted Lasso speech about chairs? I'm not prepared. But I do
Why do you assume that you would be the one doing it?
I'm looking around here. I only got one competitor in the mustache game, and he's going with a mullet. So I think we're vibing different right now.
Yeah.
And then respectable mustache, Greg. You know what? I appreciate you for noticing. Thank you. This is freshly trimmed up just for the stream today. My wife hates it. Although she said if I cut my hair like I did, that I can keep the mustache. That was the reason why I grew my hair out. For some of you who have been wondering that, it was to be able to get the mustache back. Super important. What is the last thing we got here? Oh, RC here. I really appreciate you because you've been here now through 3 work meetings and you're still hanging out with us. Listen, I hope your boss isn't on here as well, or maybe you're the boss, but yeah, I hope they're not here because you probably haven't been paying good attention to work. So, okay, should we go back into the chairs without Ryan?
Yeah, sure. Right as Ryan sneaks out, it's the chair that he's the one that probably fits in it the best. But
we don't want his opinion, right? These are chairs that we
we'll
don't want Ryan's opinion, so we're
okay
going to
with
talk
that.
about him when he's not here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Sale, very unique backrest with that poly back. Does have some nice flexibility. That's one thing I like about that, especially lower down where there's not a lot of hard frame, so you can kind of move your body around a good amount. The seat, this is kind of similar to like we talked about the Regeneration chair from Knoll. It's similar where it's that real thin looking seat, but it has still a good amount of support. I wouldn't say that this is a seat I would sink through. It has good support. Problem is, and I think Greg's probably going to be with me on this one, is it's a pretty short backrest. So for me, I'm always feeling like the top of the backrest is kind of digging into my upper back a little bit. So that's why I said Ryan, I think, likes this chair a little more than we do, just because he probably fits in a little better. This is actually the gaming version that we have. That's why you see the bright colors. Other than that, gaming version, exactly same chair as their standard version. And Ryan's on his way back, so
let me get my take in quick before he gets here. I think this is a pretty solid chair from Herman Miller, but yeah, the back is just a little bit too short for me. But it's nice though that it does have a lot of those adjustments that you would actually be looking for in an ergonomic chair, which you don't get a lot of times in some of the other products from Herman Miller. But like Robert said, this is the spitting image basically of the standard sail with a little bit of color to liven it up. Going to be a really good chair if you're probably 5'10" and under, I think is going to be the right fit. Ryan, you're like 5'9", and that fits Ryan pretty well. So I think now you get to hear his take because he's back. I'm assuming someone your size, a little bit shorter, is going to fit in this one pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, once you get up to 5'8", 5'9", I think you're getting to about the limit. You can see when Frances is in the chair, she's 5'7", where the back hits her, where the top of the backrest hits her. I mean, if she's a little bit taller than that, it's getting to the point where if you stretch or do anything in the chair, you can really feel that, and so you're not really going to want to do that. But I do think it's a well-built chair, very unique with that backrest, kind of similar to the Knoll chair that we talked about earlier, the Regeneration. And you do get a lot of high-quality adjustments, and it feels like a well-built chair, good synchro tilt recline. I think maybe the most underrated thing on the chair is the armrests, just because you get four-way adjustment, and all of the adjustments are huge. And I really like the arm pads on the chair. It looks like they might have a hard edge to them, but they actually don't. They're soft and flat and comfortable. So, yeah, I think it's a good chair, and I think it's going to be one of those chairs that you're going to be looking at compared to, something like the Amia or the Mavics or something like that, which might end up being a problem just because I think that the Amia is going to be a more comfortable chair, but it certainly doesn't have the look of a sail. I think the sail looks much better. So I think there's a lot of good things going on with it. I do think it might be a little overpriced for what you're getting, but it's Herman Miller, and that's to be expected. So,
all right. So one thing I forgot to do is let everybody know the next giveaway is going to be another meep. And then depending on how many of you are here, our concurrent viewers, if it's higher than what it is right basically at the peak for the last giveaway, we're going to run it again, and we're going to run one more, and it's the Lamia. So if you wanted a Lamia, now's your chance. But it's all dependent on how many of you stick around. So get your mom, your girlfriend, your brother, your best friend, your cousins, your uncle. I mean, what are they doing? Working? They should be on the live stream trying to win a Lamia chair. This is S-tier comfort. Come on, guys. But I got to run the codes real quick. So we've got discounts that are running to the end of today. They won't end right at the end of the live stream. First one's Lucky 10. It's site-wide. Everything we have on the site is 10% off. Outlet 20% off all of our outlet items. These things are already discounted between like 10 and 25, maybe 30%. So going to be a really good value there. Again, these are inspected. They're just returns in our free returns program. They're cleaned. They're ready to go, and you get a huge discount there. And then lastly, a MEEP 20. So if you didn't win a MEEP and you don't win one when we go to the last one, you can save 20% off all the MEEP chairs. Super good value there. All right, so last plug for now.
One question that was put in the chat. Out of curiosity, what kind of relationships, if any, do chair brands have with each other? Do Steelcase, Herman Miller, and Herman Miller, or do Steelcase, Hayworth, and Herman Miller see each other as rivals? Do Coke and Pepsi like each other? I'll just leave it at that.
It's pretty competitive out there.
Yep. I think they kind of have their own specialties in a way, as we've talked about. They kind of probably have different areas where they, at least where we can see some.
If you talk to one of the major brands and they don't talk about how their chair is better than one of the other major brands, then you're not talking to one of the major brands.
Or you didn't have them drink enough.
That too.
You might get some better info there. So
yeah.
All right. What do we got
I think we talked about the Fujin for a while earlier, so we could maybe jump down.
Let's skip it. They did all that work.
For the CXO. So Nightingale CXO, this is a chair we've talked about for a while. Ryan spent a lot of time in this chair. It definitely has that thicker seat pad. Feels super comfortable, really good when you first get into it. You're going to have probably a little more of that warmth. At least I've always felt that, just because you do sink a little further down into the seat. Certainly never felt like I sank through the chair down into the base of it or the mech. So it still has support even with that thick pad. Armrests, really nice, good adjustability, good padding. Unfortunately, that's kind of where I have to stop because as I go into the backrest, I really have problems just with it hitting the backrest frame is just not high enough for me. So I have never really been able to spend a long time sitting in this chair. So this is another one that I think probably under 6 foot. I guess it depends on your body style and everything, but I probably would stay away if you're taller. But I know this is one that some of the women in the office have loved and sat in for long periods of time. So this is a chair that's
just because of the cush seat.
Yeah.
Like, let's be honest. The draw for the CXO is the cush seat because there's no other seat like it. Whether you're looking at a high-end chair or a low-end chair, chairs aren't going to have a seat as thick as this with a memory foam characteristic to it that you are going to be able to sink into and is going to feel cush all the time. I used this chair for 10 years and never once thought this cushion is uncomfortable, it's bottoming out, I hate it, whatever. The problem with the cushion for me is that I didn't realize how much it was compressing my lower back because like Greg touched on earlier with the thick padded Yes chair, that foam has the characteristic to bounce back. So if you push in the foam with your finger and release, it immediately bounces back. This foam isn't like that. You push in and it stays. So whatever position you sit in the foam, that's how the foam is going to contour to you. It's like a water bed where whatever position you're in, it's going to cradle you and you're going to feel comfortable, but it's not necessarily going to protect you from the downsides that you're going to have with your lower back getting scrunched and properly pushing your lower back out. So I can see why people sit in this chair and instantly say, this is the most comfortable chair I've ever used and I'm going to use it for the next year, because that's exactly what I did. I don't know how healthy that is, and that's kind of the problem, because I am the perfect test subject I got out of this chair. So I don't really know what advice to give on this in terms of the seat, because I can see why people love it, and I can see why it could be detrimental. But from a build quality standpoint, very high-end chair. The thing's probably the heaviest chair in this office. It's around 90 pounds. It's just a tank. So it's going to last forever. It has really good adjustments, but like Robert touched on, I think even more so than the seat being a potential problem is the fit issues with the chair, because it has really weird dimensions where the seat height on the chair is pretty tall in comparison to the majors. Like, it doesn't get down low enough for someone 5'4" to use it like a Leap or a Herman Miller Aeron will. And the depth of the seat is really big. Even when you limit it to the smallest size, you can see that Frances's back of her legs are almost touching the seat, and she's got it all the way back. And so short people aren't going to fit in it properly in the seat, but then like Robert said, tall people don't fit in the back. So you kind of need to be between 5'7" and 5'10" to use this chair, which
it's a pretty wide group.
That really makes it tough. So I mean, for me, I fit in that range, and I loved the seat, and I liked the adjustability. I liked that it's a tank. So I liked the chair, but I'm not using it anymore. So,
yeah, I mean, that pretty much sums it up. I can't sit in this one just because the back is too short for me. If it has a headrest, major problem at 6 feet. I think the women in the office really like it because it's also warm.
Yeah.
Like, that seat gets so hot, and it just holds the temperature. Like, you get out of that chair, and then, I don't know, 30 minutes later you come back to it, it still feels warm.
Yeah.
It's crazy. So if you're cold, I think a lot of the girls in the office where we have the temperature set at 73, they want it closer to 80. That's not an option because most people will be dying in here of just heat exhaustion. They still want to sit in it because it keeps them warm. If you're familiar with how some people need it warmer than others, you're going to melt in this thing. So that's a tough one. But yes, thick with 2 C's, as someone had said. Question came in: do you guys plan on reviewing the Razer Isker V2? Seems like the racer style chair are getting smarter on ergonomics. So this is so funny because the first one was so bad. So the first chair was real bad. Yeah. It had the craziest lumbar that didn't make any sense. It just pushed you out of the chair. It was restricting. And so, in my opinion, now this is just my opinion, they went back and looked at the best-selling bucket-style racing gaming chair and then just did all the same stuff that they did. Like the Titan Evo 2022 is closer, I guess you could say the Isker V2 is closer than Titan Evo 2022 because they're the leaders in the space when it comes to that style chair. So I don't think it's really technically that better from an ergonomic standpoint. It just took away the things they created that just weren't very good in general. So
a racer's a racer. That's the problem. Even if you add soft side bolsters on the seat, even if you made the back with soft side bolsters, it's still a racer, and you're still always going to be locked in, and you're still not going to have a flexible seat or back. You're still not going to have a good recline. You're not going to have seat depth adjustment. There's so many things that you can't have because the design itself is flawed. That design was never meant for an office chair. Those chairs were meant for simulators. That's why the very first gaming chairs were DX Racer and Need for Seat. They were simulator style chairs for racers that wanted to emulate their car. And then for some reason they decided that kids playing Counter-Strike also wanted that chair, so we're going to fill up stadiums, and people playing League of Legends want this chair, so everyone on the main stage is going to be in it. It doesn't make any sense. It's not healthy for gaming that way. It's not healthy for gaming on a PC. For a racing simulator, yeah, because you're in it for a half an hour to 2 hours at a time and you feel like you're in a car. That's where it ends.
So, Ryan, a question came in specifically for you. Ryan said that he doesn't like hip thrusty chairs, yet he favors the Leap so much. Any reason why?
Because the Leap isn't hip thrusty.
That's true. That's it. That's a short answer.
No.
Yeah.
You want to elaborate on how that what it is?
Well, the big difference between the Leap and most chairs when it reclines is the seat slides out a little bit. So as you go back in the chair, the seat kind of slides out, but it doesn't do the thing where the back of the seat stays more level than other chairs, so the back of the seat still drops down, so you still get this reclining motion instead of the back of the seat staying flat and the back going back, and so then your hips are just flung into the air. So it doesn't feel hip thrusty to me. That's why I don't.
And some of the real hip thrusty chairs actually push you up,
literally,
really up and forward. You'll feel the movement in your hips as you get into that hip thrust movement, I guess you could say. RC here, whoa, I'm catching strays here as a CS player, Ryan. Listen, we played a lot of Counter-Strike.
I'm not trying to hate on CS players. I am trying to hate on the companies that run the tournaments, Valve, bringing in a whole bunch of unergonomic chairs to put on their main stage to make their gamers sit in them because they want that revenue from DX Racer, even though it's not meant for that application. It's not meant to be on a keyboard and mouse. That's why, listen, how many gamers have injuries at 20 years old? They have carpal tunnel syndrome and they can't play. Gamers get injured by the age of 20 because they are doing this on they're getting their hands pinched off, and they're in DX Racers. It's brutal for ergonomics, and I'm not surprised that so many of these gamers have injuries like RSIs because they're not in the proper equipment. Me and Greg have played we played Counter-Strike in college. I'm a gamer. I play lots of video games, and I use a mouse and a keyboard, and I've never had repetitive strain injuries, and I'm 40 years old, and it's because I have an ergonomic setup. I have a good chair. I have a good desk. I have a good mouse and keyboard.
We're talking System Link Halo 1.
Oh, yeah, in the dorms.
Let's go. Apparently, we've been mansplaining, and it's very cringe. I don't know where we mansplain to who, but we'll get better.
I mean, the truth is we are three guys, and we can only really speak for ourselves. So when we talk about what women love in chairs, we just try to do our best to listen.
Oh, it was me. That's right. You're right. It was the heat of the seat. How can how could I not realize that I mansplained that dang chair?
That's not what mansplaining means.
Well, there's that, but still.
That's not mansplaining. Come on, people. Come on.
But yeah, so we try we do our best. We just take feedback that we get from others. We can't say what's best for
I'm a fall on the
any
sword.
sex. But,
I'm going to fall on the sword. I potentially mansplained today. I'll get better.
We're not admitting to that.
Oh, I guess I didn't admit to that. I'm taking that back. I retract my statement.
I will say, too, if you happen to see me doing what looks like catcher or pitcher signals, I'm usually telling Francis, no, we don't want that chair because we're getting to, where we have so many chairs left. that stuff that we definitely wouldn't recommend. We're just.
Could you quit mansplaining to Frances about what to do over
Frances knows. She knows which ones not to put in. She's kind of just double checking to make sure.
She actually doesn't, because we have this huge list of 80 plus chairs that we're obviously never going to get through all of the chairs.
Funny thing is the heat thing is from like real life experience. We keep the office here at 72 degrees, and I can promise you we have a split about half and half, women and men, and the women do not like that we keep it at 72 because they're too cold, and they always complain about it being cold, and the guys complain that it's too hot because it's too sweaty in here. So we're always trying to find the minimum balance of not too hot but not too cold. And so Greg's comment about the seat is 100%. They use blankets and warmers and stuff because they think it's so cold in here. So this is a real thing.
To let you know who won, Ryan still thinks it's 72. It's actually moved up to 73.
There you go.
So we're not winning the battle on the temperature control in the office either.
It's easier to delayer than add layers. I don't know. What's the easier thing to do?
I'm wearing a tank top at work from now on.
It's probably better to just not have people be cold and a little warm than a little cold. So I need a what? Oh, yeah. The Cougar Terminator, because then you can take the spine thing out. Your spine will get some airway.
I am a spine sweater at 73 degrees. It's true.
All right.
We're moving on. The eternal battle. Everybody's in here just.
68 is the best temp. Now they're battling in the comments.
We talked about the embody gaming earlier. Now we actually rolled it out. So do we have more we want to say on the embody gaming?
I don't know.
We talked about it quite a bit.
For those who weren't here before, maybe this is comfort-wise preferred.
I like it better than the regular embody just because it has a little bit more so like on the backrest, because it has that ridge system, like the ridges in there, that adds a little bit more thickness to the back. And for me, that makes a huge difference right at the lumbar curve, because the lumbar feels a little pokey and plasticky to me on the standard embody, but I don't feel that at all on the gaming embody. So that little tiny extra bit of padding does actually make a pretty big difference for me. And it's also the same with the seat. I know a lot of people have told us that the regular embody now has the same exact foam as the gaming embody, and that's just not true. They've changed it, but it's not the same. And the gaming embody definitely has different foam under there, and I think that it reduces the amount that you can feel the individual pixels, which is why, for me, the gaming embody is just a little bit more comfortable than the regular embody to push it to that S tier.
Yeah, I mean, if it says anything, John, who's working our stream setup, he also is able to test all of these chairs and has been here for a long time, and he has a gaming embody at home.
There we go.
Yeah. And he went through when he started, went through all the chairs.
Yeah. I mean, he could have got a deep discount on some of our stuff, and frankly went with
a full price Herman Miller gaming embody.
That proves how much he loves it. So
there you go. Did you get a coupon code?
He probably paid extra. He likes it so much.
20% off.
20% off. That's a good deal.
They had a 30 at one point. You missed out.
Yeah. So next up, again, this is another chair we've been talking about a little bit, but the first time we rolled it out onto the floor, Calamy.
Remember, we have confirmation.
Calamy. Which one is it? No.
Calamy.
It's Calamy.
You're not positive, though.
Well, because this is what happens when you're almost 4 hours into a stream.
Yeah.
We'll double check
Starting to lose my mind a little bit.
Either way, the Atlas or the Kieran chair, I apologize. So again,
dial her back in.
First time we're showing it here. We've said a lot about this, but as you can see, I think it's a nice looking chair actually for the price point too, which to me, this a lot nicer looking than the Tacova in my opinion. Looks certainly aren't everything. Maybe one lacking thing here compared to the Atlas. I don't know if we said this before. This is probably not going to have quite as much lumbar support. So if you're really keen on that, the Atlas might have a little more for you there. Someone also just asked about going back to the Atlas. Do you recommend the headrest? But I believe that it always has a headrest, right, on the Atlas?
You have the option to put it on, though.
You do. Oh, okay, sure. So you're going to get it either way, but you don't have to add it to the chair.
I like the headrest.
Yeah.
So I think it's a good addition to the chair.
Yep. Doesn't get in the way, anything like that.
I mean, I feel like we've talked about this chair so much
we did
leading
talk about
up to this point. And this,
At least we can show the thick padded seat now. That's kind of what we talked about the most. You can see it's large, spacious, no hard edges, good thickness. So that's probably going to be the main draw to the chair. That and the build quality, which we already talked about. Build quality
and
and
that
looks.
price point is going to be killer.
Yep.
So awesome. Well, what's
All
up
right,
next?
we'll do a little switch over. We got Series 1.
You don't want to bring in the Odin Lake triple lumbar backrest?
That was one we kind of gave the cut to,
I can see it right there. It's a triple lumbar, triple whammy lumbar.
You want to bring it in?
Bring that unit in.
All right.
We got to see that unit. It's one of a kind.
This is one of a kind. They're like, the Ergohuman was successful. Let's do it 3 times.
That's right. And that's what we got. We got the triple lumbar threat here.
Okay.
It's for
It's
low
the quadruple, though.
because the headrest is
Yeah.
a smaller version of that. Yeah. So a lot of people are concerned with that lower, mid, upper, and then neck support. This one misses kind of in the middle and the upper because it's a little awkward. The headrest is pretty solid. It's got a footrest.
That backrest has to have height adjustment.
Yeah, it goes up and down.
All the way up, and then it'll come down. It's like ratchet back.
So you can really dial in the triple lumbar.
There we go.
The problem is here with any of these mesh chairs is as great as the backrests might be, what's the seat like? Because that's always the hardest thing for them to resolve is what's the mesh seat going to be? And that's my problem with this chair is the seat is really bad. So it doesn't matter how fancy or how many lumbar supports they add, it's not going to be a chair that I'd want to sit in.
Yeah, this is just one of those chairs where it's kind of like the split backrest type chairs where it's like I'll give them credit for trying something new and trying to come up with something that might be different to cater to a niche of people. But I think they're just
looking
doing
for triple
too much.
lumbar.
Yeah, I just think they're doing too much. It's a lot, and I don't know.
I wish I would have been in that board meeting when this was developed. Yeah. What could be better than one lumbar? Obviously 3.
Yeah.
It's obvious.
Well, someone said six lumbar is next. They need to do a 6 lumbar.
You're going to have a
Well,
hard
they'll just
time.
split it in half.
Yeah.
They'll go with a split back design,
Yeah.
and you'll have 6 lumbars.
Pretty soon it's going to be 1 per vertebrae.
Yeah. Terrence thinks they need just one more to get to that right spot.
Exactly.
You're right. I think so too. I just don't know where you're going to put it.
Yeah.
See, I knew we needed to bring this thing on.
It's a fun chair to look
It
at.
is a fun chair. And you know what? For someone out there, this is going to be a really good option. I just don't know who it is. It's got a coat
nice.
rack. We missed the coat rack and a massive metal backrest. So it's going to stand out in the office for sure.
All right, moving on.
Yeah, I'm going to check Amazon, see the reviews here. Has that one person found this chair?
Are you going to verify it's still available?
The problem is can we trust the Amazon reviews?
No.
Yeah, well, what is this, 747?
And the reason I say that is because Amazon reviews are just fake as heck a lot of times.
Fake as heck.
They are. I mean, how many emails do we get a day asking us to buy fake reviews? There's just companies that do it. They own bot farms and just bot reviews. So,
well, it has been quite interesting to see some of the products that somehow maintain like 4.5 stars on like 15,000 reviews that this is a terrible product.
I can't find it on Amazon, so I don't know if they found that one person.
He just dropped that link.
She did?
Yep.
Is it live?
They must charge extra for the coat rack. No, that actually is included for free.
Okay, so T is close here. She actually, that's a different Odin Lake chair. So Odin Lake does still exist, but whether or not the 747 is still out there, you might have missed your chance on that quadruple lumbar.
We have
so
one.
in the time that we
have one to
ordered it
sell.
and reviewed it, it got DQ. We just got that thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think it's, I'm going to be clear, I don't think it's on Amazon. I think it's just on their website. So if you've been looking for that triple threat lumbar support, you're going to have to go to their website.
Cool.
They gave us that for free, by the way. Sponsored endorsement.
Did they actually?
Yes.
Oof. Okay. Well, it just shows we're honest.
Yeah.
And they're not going to be sending us any more chairs. Okay.
So,
What do we got next? Series 1. Okay.
no one's real excited to start on this one?
Well, I don't want to mansplain again here because I feel like this chair is meant for petite women.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. But you can talk about the things that are just across the board.
Yeah. We say it a lot. This is a Steelcase chair that isn't a Steelcase chair. It doesn't match the rest of the Steelcase chairs. If you were to put this chair with the other Steelcase chairs in a lineup and say, does this chair belong with the others? You'd answer no. It just doesn't feel like it was built by the same factory, most likely because it's not. It's just a low-quality chair for what it's being sold for, in my opinion. This is kind of the opposite of the Soji for me, where the Soji provides extreme value for a $500 price point, whereas I think they need to sell this chair for about $300 less than what they sell it for to provide the value that you're getting, just because there's not a lot of redeeming characteristics. The armrests are rock hard except for the very middle of the arms. You can push in a little bit, but around the whole edge, they're hard plastic. The seat is okay. The backrest is really small, which is why I say that it's not going to be good for people that are, guys that are shorter like me, 5'9" or less. Maybe you could use this, but it feels more for petite people. And then the lumbar is not great. I don't know. And then this is one of the Steelcase chairs where you get that hip thrusty recline. So I don't know. This just isn't it for me from Steelcase. It's one of the few Steelcase chairs that I kind of have to say avoid this one. They have so many other options that are good.
The thing about it is that we get called Steelcase fanboys all the time because we just rave about their chairs. And the thing is that we rave about some of their chairs, the ones that are actually good. And this is the other thing I think about these high-end manufacturers. They're really good at making high-end chairs. They're really not good at making these lower-end chairs. They just simply aren't, because you end up with a Series 1 chair, or in some cases a Series 2 chair, which is maybe a slight upgrade, but the mech is the same and it's got better arms. But there's just so many glaring weaknesses there that I just think this will work for some people. I know they sell a ton of them because it's Steelcase, whatever. But if you were going to look for a chair from Steelcase, I would definitely not look at this option, even if you're a female, because the other chairs fit females really well, and they're significantly better. And you want Steelcase because you want quality, you want something to hold up well. I just don't think this one's it. It looks good. Even
Taylor just kind of jumped in there, and Taylor's our designer, that she'd prefer the Leap V2 because even at 5'2", she's not comfortable in the Series 1. So.
And she sits in one every day.
She does. Yes.
Yeah, she's definitely not giving up her Leap for a Series 2. Or a Series 1. She might just quit if we made her do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Vix said the Series 1 is fantastic for users under 5'7". The quality is decent in my opinion and still has the 12-year warranty. The only thing that I would challenge you on is how many other chairs from Steelcase have you sat in, and did you pick that chair because of a budget restraint? Because I think if you had the opportunity to sit in some of those other chairs, I would question that pick. But doesn't mean you're wrong. Again, everybody has their chairs for their needs. But if you had a chance to sit in some of the nicer ones, you might think differently because they are quite a bit nicer.
One comment and then a follow-up comment from Lisa was talking about third-party headrests, how we think of the headrest adapter for the Fern. There's been some questions about the Atlas headrest for the Embody. I think it's probably a good idea for us to find all these third-party headrests and bring them in. The only reason why we haven't is because they're just really expensive. You know, a $350 headrest is a lot of money for just a headrest, but we're getting a lot of questions about it, a lot of feedback. So, yeah, it's probably time to just put in an order for a bunch of those. So maybe you'll see a video in the next couple months on those.
Vix responded, I've tested all of them. Well, there you go. Is that the one you ended up with? That's another question. Okay, BTODtv.
Yep.
It's our own chair.
S tier.
S tier. What did this actually get?
It's probably a C tier would be my guess.
It was It was a B minus. Now you don't see those showing up. We didn't even mention this. We haven't mentioned the comfort guide once. I don't even know if we have a link for it. But it's basically all of the chairs in the last comfort tier list ranked by rank, or ordered by rank, and then they include price and ordered by price within each rank. And so you can't see the B minus, C plus, A- stuff, but I think that does make a difference. Unfortunately, it would just make for a really confusing guide, so we eliminated that. But the BTODtv did get a B- from us, so slightly above average, but not by a significant margin.
I think it would be slightly above average for people that are bigger than me, because I believe I had this like a C+. Just because the main issue with this one is fit issues, because it's better for bigger people because it's a little bit wider. That backrest is pretty wide and tall. The armrests are nice and wide. So that would be my only thing with this chair. But the seat is one of those cush seats where you sink into it and it's comfy. That's probably the biggest reason why most people buy this chair, is because it's kind of that yes vibes, but the foam doesn't bounce back quite as nice. You sink into it a little bit more, which could be a downside or an upside depending on how you like your foam. But it is going to be thicker than most chairs, and that's going to be the draw. Armrests are decent. Backrest is decent. I really like the headrest, although it's one of those headrests where you kind of have to use it. So think about that. If you don't always want to have that headrest there, you might want to go without it. But from a build quality standpoint, price of the chair, pretty good chair, just not top of the line.
I think when we first started to market this chair and how it was in order of like the rest of the chairs then available around this price point, I think it was a pretty strong option. However, there's been a bunch of new chairs that have come out, and again, it's really big, so unless you fit in the chair, it's probably not a good option. So I'm on the borderline of it being just a little bit too wide for me even yet, but that backrest is super wide and the seat is too, so just be super conscious on that.
Yeah, I think for me, it's more kind of a preference thing. Again, it's not like I have issues with the chair. It's just kind of like when we talked about the Neutral Posture 8000, which is another thick padded seat. I think it's comfortable. It feels nice sitting in it, but it's just not like my preference. I'd rather have a chair that has the built-in flexibility as opposed to just a big wide seat and backrest. You know, backrest basically doesn't have any flexibility in the Ikea, so it's going to be other chairs I'd prefer, even if it's not roll problems.
The one thing that I will say about it, though, is that it fits in that $400 to $600 price range, which seems to be one of our most difficult ranges to find quality options for you guys in. And so when we look at that range, it's like the Soji, the Vera, the Ikea, you know, what else is there that we really love? There's the Yes, but if I was to pick 5 chairs, the Ikea would probably be in that 5. So while it doesn't do everything perfect, almost none of the chairs do. So you kind of got to look at what you want the most, what you want the least, that type of thing. I think it provides decent value. But like Robert said, there's going to be better options for slightly more, maybe some better options for a little bit less, depending on your size and what you want.
You can see that Frances doesn't fit in the chair.
Yeah.
For sure. It's just too big for her. So, okay, next up we got, well, they're bringing it out. It looks like, what are you going to pick, Robert, so we can keep cruising through?
Well, should we take a look at that Sihu chair?
I don't know if we need to see
one?
who.
You don't think you need to see
The one that we already bashed?
Likes
like
it?
that chair? All right.
Yeah, let's bring it on out.
Oh, my God.
We might as well show why we don't like it.
Yeah.
Oof, that's a loud one.
Yeah, it's good rattling mech like that.
So the first thing to touch on with this chair is the seat. So you can see the seat has a contour, and the seat is rock hard. Like right there. Like right there with the Titan as being one of the hardest seats. Like it takes a lot to push into that foam, and it's just super stiff, super firm, and you can see that the seat is deep, and there's no depth adjustment on it. So you need to be pretty big to fit the seat, and then the arms are set wide, and they have this weird like concave to them, where if you don't have your arms pointed straight forward, they're going to kind of be like off center, and you're going to feel the edge because they're rounded, and you have to be in them to use them, which I don't love. And then I don't like the way that they designed the backrest with the mesh. Instead of pulling the mesh over the plastic, they have the mesh in the plastic, so you sink into it more and you can really feel that frame. If you look at that design compared to the Tacova where they wrap it around the frame, it makes the frame feel a lot less pronounced and gives it more flexibility. So for me, the Tacova just does everything better, and it's cheaper. And so I just see no reason to buy the M18, which is the Sihu that we're looking at here.
Better or worse than the kitchen chair? Cam wants to know.
I mean, it's going to be I know we joke a lot. It's going to be a little bit better because it has some adjustments. The seat isn't rock hard and you get armrests, but those armrests might not even be usable depending on your size, and they might be less comfortable than having no arms. So I don't know. For me, it's one of those things where would you rather sit in a kitchen chair for an extra 4 to 6 months to get more money to buy something better, or is it better to just go with the Sihu? I'd probably go the first route.
So, I mean, this comment, it rattles, but it's a quality rattle.
Yeah. I mean, you do start to get kind of cued into some of the different rattles of chairs. Like, we can all hear when an Aeron gets rattled through the office. It's
the classic, especially.
It's got a different sound, a lot of moving
jangling
parts on there.
Yeah, that bass is like super, super loud for sure.
Yeah.
All right, so here's the deal. We got another Meep, and then again after this, guys, we've got the Amia, because it looks like we've made the cut and we've got more concurrent viewers right now. How many uncles are on here and cousins? Because you guys got a nice boost going, so thank you for that. So the Meep is up, and basically all you got to do is say hashtag giveaway in the chat. You're going to be entered to win. You need to be in the U.S., continental U.S., because we can't ship it outside of the continental U.S. And then Ryan is going to hit us up with all that legal action, and then we're going to run it for a bit here as people enter.
Oh, I have to scroll so far to find my message now.
Lisa's getting nervous. Let's go.
Official rules. This is a sweepstakes with no purchase necessary. You need to be 18 plus, reside in the continental United States. Hashtag giveaway in the chat. Winner will be selected at random at the end of the countdown. If you are selected, shoot us an email, marketing@BTOD.com, and we'll get the chair shipped out to you.
Okay, so we'll let that thing go as we do. We're gonna
Thank you, Taylor.
Looks like one of those super cheap center tilts you see on $100 chairs. We're talking about the last chair we just had out here, which is the Sihu M18.
It's actually a synchro tilt. Like, the mech does look super cheap, but that's synchro tilt, so that's one advantage. It's just probably the cheapest synchro tilt you can get.
Vic said that he finds the Sihu, he or she, Sihu M18 seat comfy, but I'm heavier than you guys. So that's not an unfair take that you want some more pushback if you're heavier set so that you don't bottom out. But based on my experience in this chair, I don't think it's possible to bottom out in that thing. It's so hard. It's so firm. Like,
yeah, you'd never hit the bottom.
I can't imagine.
Yeah.
Anything else in here? What's a good chair for 12 to 16 hours daily usage?
That's a long one.
Something high end.
I mean,
unless you're going to take multiple breaks.
Yeah, you need to, no matter what chair you get, you need to take breaks. Introducing a standing desk into your setup so that you can sit and stand is going to allow you to take breaks while still working, or if you're gaming or something, depending on what the reason is for you to spend 12 to 16 hours there. But I think just looking for any chair that you can sit in comfortably for 12 to 16 hours nonstop, without the exception of getting something to eat and maybe a restroom break, I don't think it exists, because you're a human meant to move. So that's going to be really hard, in my opinion. I think you're going to develop a lot of bad problems that a chair isn't going to fix or solve. And that's just because you're sitting in the chair so long. Okay, so people keep giving away. Any more questions in there? Anything you guys want to... We had a couple questions that were super popular. You want to talk about those, Robert?
Cam's trying to trigger us.
Questions that were popular?
I'm not taking the bait, Cam.
You mean some older questions we got, you're saying?
Yeah, you said we get some pretty frequently asked questions that we want to cover just because I think it's important. Spread the good news.
Yeah, I got a little list here. So this is something we've talked about a lot, but again, especially Greg and I, a little on the taller side. Ryan's more in average, I guess you want to say. How could we help out smaller people a little more? We've talked about some of the smaller chairs. Is there any specific recommendations, chairs that would fit better? I know we've talked about the Leap as a really good petite all the way up to almost big and tall chair. Any other things we want to help people with?
I would say if you don't want to get into like the specialized market of petite chairs where you're probably going to be paying a little bit extra just because it's designed for a specialty category, I would, again, and I know we keep going back to this, but you're going to need to stick to the majors just because they design their chairs specifically to a standard to try to fit that 5th to 95th percentile. That's why we see their chairs, like the Leap chair goes as low as, I believe, 15.5 inches up to 20.5 inches, whereas a lot of times you'll see on these imported chairs especially, where the chair height might be something like 18 to 22 inches or something like 17 to 21 inches. And it's just because either they haven't done the R&D to know any better, or that's just the range that they decided to go with because they couldn't make the chair work with the 5th to 95th. And so that's probably going to be the biggest thing. And I know that when we've made our petite lists, the only chairs that ever make those lists besides the specific petite models, like from Neutral Posture and Office Master and our BTOD petite chairs, are like we picked the Aeron Remastered size A, or the Leap chair, or like the Amia, or even like the Gesture, because those chairs can get really small. Like the Leap chair, when you put the seat all the way in, the arms all the way in, the seat all the way down, it is a petite chair, just like the chairs that are called petite chairs. So for me, I know we keep going back to it, but it's going to be those majors that put in that R&D, put in the effort to really design a chair to fit most people.
All right, Damian H. Have you won before? Has Damian won before?
For a second there, I thought I was Damian. I was like, oh, man.
Well, that'd be something to come out on stream, wouldn't it? His name isn't actually Ryan all these years. No, so I know, Damian, I'm just kidding. I have no idea who's won in the past, and you're eligible to win anyways. So some of these names are starting to look familiar, though. But congratulations, you have won a refurbished meep chair. So you need to hit up marketing at BTODtv.com, and they're going to hook you up with the chair. You just need to give some information so that we can get it to you. And the last one coming up here, this is going to be our longest stream ever. We got some team members that are stretching on the other side of this camera. It's like a flex on us because we're not allowed to stretch because we're on camera all the time. We're going to be giving away a Lamia at the end of this run, so stick around for that. And I got to do it one more time. Lucky 10% off everything in the store at BTOD.com. Outlet 20, this is going to save you 20% off all the items in the outlet section. So these are going to be a lot of our best-selling products. They're not just chairs. There's also some other items in there as well. So these are already discounted, typically 10 to 15, 20%, as much as 25%. So when you put the additional coupon on there, you're getting a great deal. And then a MEEP 20, that was the last MEEP we're giving away. If you've been waiting to win one and you didn't, I apologize. You can either buy one now for 20% off with a MEEP 20, or you can wait till the next live stream. So,
isn't this unbelievable? So not only are they stretching in front of us, but now they're eating snacks. We don't have any snacks. Yeah, I'd love a grape. I'm on camera though. So
he's
one of
on
these
camera.
questions,
Can't eat that grape. Try to hit it from right there.
One of these questions made me chuckle a little bit. It's ever try the Aeron Swapper? Worth buying used as a switch up from sitting to standing. I'm going to put this right here for when you're not watching. Yeah. I'm going to eat that. Funny story. We actually used to sell the Aeron Swapper because we were authorized dealers for the brand. So we sold the Swapper, the Moveman, the 3D, all of those chairs. And we were actually really successful with them. We liked the products, but like every product that we review and talk about, even when it's our own, we are going to point out the negatives. And we're going to say what it might not be good for, where it might fall short, where it might not provide value. You guys know how it is. Aeron didn't love that, and they didn't like that we shared anything negative about their product, and after a review, they demanded that we change the review to be all positive, or they would take the line from us. We stood our ground, we kept the review up, and they took the line. So we no longer sell the Swapper. Full transparency, I liked the product. The review that they were upset with was ranking it #1 overall out of all standing desk chairs. But because I had a couple downsides, that wasn't good enough for them. So we're not allowed to sell it anymore, but I do like it. I think it's one of the better standing desk chair options, one of the better active seating tools. But like I said in my review, I think it's only suitable for, 1 to 3 hours at a time. And I think it's more of an accessory to your ergonomic chair and your standing desk than an all-day type of sitting experience. So used for a couple $100, yeah, I think it could be great value.
Yeah, I mean, so I was reading some. We used to talk about these kind of side chairs more, I guess. So if you look, we have a lot of content about it, but it's some older stuff. But yeah, Swapper was a good one. There's some other ones now. The blanking on the name all of a sudden. The one that's at an angle. I know we've got a couple of them. The guys in the shop like those a lot too.
Oh, the one that we sell, the Sitmatic Pogo.
Yeah, the Sitmatic Pogo is another
that's a good one.
option. You don't want to use it for hours a day, but
the Capisco
right
up there.
So if you really do spend 12 hours at your desk, that's a great way to just get out of your chair, use it for like an hour, then put it away. Maybe 4 hours later, grab it again, use it for a little while, then put it away. But yeah, Swapper had that nice big thick pad. I remember having that around kind of the spring system in there. So yeah, those are definitely good options for kind of breaking up your day. I, again, like that Capisco, which is later on our list. But
oh, man.
Another way.
$90, he says, yeah, get that thing for $90. Yeah. You won't be disappointed for $90. It's a well-built product, and it does its job well. And, yeah, you're not giving money to Eris, so. Yeah.
I think this just it shows a bigger issue within the realm of just all the manufacturers, that there's some that are open to criticism and understand that their product isn't for everybody, and then there's others who just don't want you to bring that to light. And I think that's the wrong way to go about it, because the truth is if you sell someone on something and fail to tell them what it might be from a downside perspective, you're really going to do a lot of damage to your brand, because you're going to send them something, they're anticipating this thing, and if you didn't tell them the downsides where they could then say, here's the pros, here's the cons, I'm okay with the con, they almost feel like you pulled one over on them, right? And from that perspective, they get it, and they're really, really disappointed because there's this glaring issue that you knew about and didn't address. However, if you were to open up and say that, guess what? You are transparent, you're honest, you're telling people up front, and they can make that decision before they invest the money if it's going to be a good fit or not. So I'd like to see more of the manufacturers doing that, and I think they will eventually, especially with all the transparency online, with people being able to review everything and people talking a lot. So hopefully we get there. But in the meantime,
be like Anthros, not like Eris.
There you go. Yeah. they've been great in that way, and and we really appreciate Anthros for doing that. So
just to hit a couple other questions we had in there. Someone asked if we could talk a little more about the cable management box, which I'm not making this up, so I'm not just because I'm the cable management guy.
Don't tell them any of the negatives.
Yeah, it's all positive.
We don't want them to know the negatives about our box. Don't tell them how much it costs.
Yeah, so maybe cost is a negative. You can get 10% off, though, with the coupon today at least. So, but these cable management boxes we call it the ultimate box, and it's because it really can hold all your stuff. Very easy to use. Just screw it onto the bottom of your desk, and has a big cover to hide all your cables. We have, I can see about 4 of them where I'm sitting because we use them all around the office. There's one right behind me on the box. I actually have 2 of them at home, one on each side of my L-shaped desk, because you literally can just load it up with stuff, put the cover on, you don't see any of it. So it's an awesome product. Yeah, if there are some negatives, they're heavy too, so if you are worried about weight on your desk, you also have to screw it into your desk. I wouldn't recommend using any kind of like some cable products. You can use like an adhesive sticker to put them on. I don't know if I do that. These are pretty heavy boxes. So you do have to drill it into your desk. You might be able to find a way to clamp it. I don't know. I have to think about that one a little bit. Another product, jumping into another question we had, was about standing mats. Personally, I really like the Ergo-driven Topo, I believe it's called. Topo. So there's like $100 one. That's the larger one that I really like. Has like a nice ramp on the back, and then kind of like this ball essentially that you can kind of roll your foot over. They do have a smaller version that's maybe $70 or so. We could probably drop those links in there too. But personally, I really like that. That brand has everything's kind of rounded nicely. So if you're with kick off your shoes, and it's all very comfortable. It really encourages you to move around on it, not just a flat mat that you just stand. You actually like feel like you want to kind of step and move around on the different areas of the mat.
I think even the flat ones, though, are really good. Like just the standard, like flat, like the Gel Pro mats where you don't have any of the elevation stuff. I do think it makes a world of difference when you're standing, especially if you have the ability to take your shoes off and just use the mat barefoot. I think it really gives your feet a break. I mean, there's a reason that anti-fatigue mats are so popular for, store clerks and stuff like that, because science has shown that it does make a world of difference. Another brand that is really good at like the topography type stuff is the TerraMat. I remember when we were testing all of those mats, that was my favorite one, just because it was really thick and you could sink into it, and it had kind of the ball in the middle where you could kind of massage your foot on, but it also had a really large flat space as well, which a lot of those topo mats don't. You're kind of forced into using some type of the ridge, whereas that TerraMat has a lot of flat space and the ridges, and so that was my favorite one.
So back to the original thing with the cable management box, it is definitely expensive, which is probably the biggest downside. I don't think you're ever going to need to buy another one, though, because it's going to work the same forever. And the thing I think, for me personally, that I like about it, Robert's clearly the expert at cable management. None of us in the office are as good as him. I know it seems silly to say, but just simply I'm not. And so I have one at my desk at home. It's like the cheat code, I'd say, just because you get to dump everything in there, and then you're done. You just close the door and you move on. And I love it from that perspective because my desk looks awesome, and I didn't need Robert to come over and do it for me, which he's not going to do everybody's desk. I would hope he would have come over if I needed him, but he didn't need to come over
it's
because
a service I'm considering providing for a cost.
Just not on BTOD's hours, right?
Man, lots of questions.
Yeah, there's tons of questions coming in right now.
I don't know if you guys saw that one about...
Keep firing them, too. If you have questions, keep firing them in. I mean, we can run through this last segment here just answering questions.
Yeah.
So a question about a bar under their standing desk that their legs were hitting. Now, this is a little hard without knowing the exact kind of standing desk. Hopefully, you shouldn't have a bar that's in the range of where your legs are. Do you know what that kind of desk might be?
Well, so if you have
a T-frame with a bar.
A T-frame with a cross support, or if you're the person that tends to really scoot forward and get your stomach touching the front or the edge of your desk, and you like to work more on the desk surface this way, you're always going to have a higher likelihood of hitting that cross support, especially the taller that you get, and if your desk is not as deep as, say, 30 inches. So if you're 24 inches deep, you like to sit with your stomach up against the edge of the desk, you're going to have issues there. So there are things you can do. You can look for desks without a cross support that have, say, wedges or some other things built into them to provide better lateral support, but they won't be as good as a cross support. They just simply can't be, but maybe you don't necessarily care as much about that and you care more about your knees. The other thing, too, is for a lot of people, like for me, I kind of stretch my legs out underneath my desk, and I don't sit so close to my desk, so it's never really an issue for me. But if you have clearance to go under the cross support with your legs, that can solve that problem a bit, too. So,
or could you put a keyboard tray that maybe gets you down and away from the desk a little bit?
Yeah, I mean,
option.
Of course, a lot of people do that here at BTOD, but it's not the most popular option.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that a lot of people like it because it also does other things too, like lower where you're keying and using your mouse, but they can get in the way as well when you want to work on your surface. So there's pros and cons to that.
How easy is it to turn an existing Leap V2 into an Amia? That would be impossible. I'm assuming you mean Lumia, would be my guess. And it's pretty easy. You just need to get an Amia seat and just swap the seats out. And that's it. We have a video. We could show you how to do that. No problem.
I think we have the Leap versus meep video where we actually show you. Excuse me. It's the Lumia video. We've made a lot of videos. But hopefully someone on the team can drop that link.
Someone is in the Kalami Atlas, and the lumbar is hurting their back. They want to know if the Leap V2 is a good chair for home office use. Yep, 100%. Perfect for home office use. The only reason why it may not be good for home office use is if you're one of those people that loves to rock back and forth in their chair constantly, just because the Leap doesn't do that super well. It's more suited for a static recline type of application. And so if you want to be constantly in recline and you want something similar to the Leap in terms of quality, you're probably going to need to get something from Hayworth or Herman Miller.
And just one last thing here on the last giveaway. The last giveaway is a Lamia chair. When the time comes where we have you enter in hashtag giveaway, we'll tell you when to do that. Then you just enter it into chat and you're going to be entered to win. You need to be in the continental U.S., so the lower 48, to be eligible to win. Of course, you need to be 18 or over. There's some other things in there as well, right? That was pretty much it.
Yeah.
Okay, covered it that way. But stick around because that's going to happen at the end of the timer. So the Lamia is my S-tier chair, and a lot of people in the comments have one, and they like it a lot. So stick around.
Is the Leap frame that much better than the Amia frame, or is it just mostly aesthetics? From a build quality standpoint and component quality, they're going to be the same. It's just that the Leap has more technology. So the backrest can do more. It's a little bit higher. It's more flexible when you move around. You're going to get 5 tilt limiter positions instead of just the upright lock on the Amia. So you're just going to get some more technology in terms of adjustability and functions. You also get a 2-way lumbar support system. So instead of just height adjustable lumbar support, you get the knob on the side to either make it more or less pronounced. So just a higher end version of the chair. So it's definitely an upgrade.
So someone commented about that Crandall Leap chair, that you can get a thicker seat and a back pad. So we have it here. I think there's a couple things with that we've noticed. Number one is the fact that it has a hard edge on it. So it is a circulation killer in the front of your legs. This is a problem. In my opinion, I think we've talked about this internally. If we're going to do any type of cushion change, it would just be replacing the cushion to the exact same cushion, just brand new, so that it's like Steelcase had made it in the first place. I think this is super important because there is a lot of people involved in the development of the Leap chair that are much smarter and have a ton more experience with a wide array of testing. Not just a handful of people. We're talking thousands and thousands of extensive usage testing. It comes down to this for me. If you don't sit in that chair comfortably, right, you should probably look at something else. That's what it is. I know I put the Amia seat pad on there. It's basically the same seat pad, just slightly flatter. But again, this came from a ton of research from people at Steelcase when they made the Amia chair. They just added a little bit more contour to the Leap, flattened out the seat on the Amia. There isn't a significant difference there, and there isn't a difference in the thickness of the pad. Now, with regards to making that back pad thicker, when you thicken up the seat and you raise yourself in the chair and then you increase the thickness of the backrest, you have changed the ergonomics of the chair because you're sitting up higher in the chair and you're sitting more forward in the chair. That means that the seat depth effectiveness is going to be lowered because you're going to have a shorter seat pad, and as you move up in the chair, you're going to change the way you sit in the chair. Doesn't mean it's not going to work for people. I'm sure it is, but just be aware of those things if you're going to go that route. I don't know if I missed anything.
There's also a reason that Steelcase's V1 and V1 Highback had thicker back pads than the V2. There's a reason that Steelcase did that. And some people will say it's because they want to cheap out and give you less foam. Steelcase doesn't care about paying $10 extra in foam in the back when they're charging $1,500 a chair. That's not a thing. The reason that they did it is because their R&D showed that it's more valuable to have movement in the backrest and promote movement and not overheating people's back than having a thick cushion. That's it. That thick cushion on the Crandall chair makes my back sweat. The standard cushion on the Leap, I've never had heat issues. You get more movement out of the standard Leap chair. The thing about it is that Crandall went to solve a problem that just introduces more problems, right? So the return rate on the Leap is tiny. We sell this chair. We sell the refurbished Leap. The fraction of people that return the chair is minuscule. A portion of those people return the chair because the seat is uncomfortable, okay? So by designing an entirely new seat that I would argue isn't even ergonomic, and I'd venture to say that most ergonomists would agree with me, you're now just introducing problems for the 97% of people that didn't have an issue to fix the 3% of people that maybe did. So I don't like the design choice. And like Greg said, if we were to introduce a brand new pad in our refurbished chair, it would be an exact replica of what Steelcase did because they're the ones that poured millions of dollars into R&D instead of a crew like us deciding to just design a pad.
That's very fair. But to what Joseph said, I know Crandall has that, but I read some, that doesn't matter. However, I think that BTOD and Crandall are the two best. I will agree with the fact that there is a lot of bad in the refurbished and used market, and both us and Crandall do have favorable return policies that we're very clear about, and then also do service customers, where that's sort of another question mark out there. So I would 100% agree with what Joseph said on that. There's a lot of bad, and these, ourselves and Crandall included, you're going to get your service on your chair that you would expect, for sure. It's a real company doing real things, and none of that fly-by-night stuff that goes on a lot of times. So,
well, you see it all the time, too, in our comments and reviews and stuff, like, oh, Jackie helped me out so much to get this resolved. And so what's great is you can know that if you have a problem, you can call in and we can figure stuff out for you really quick. So awesome customer service team in the other room here.
Yep. That's the biggest thing, too. So trying to bring consistency to a used product isn't easy, but there's a few companies that actually want to try to do that, and I think that's a good thing for sure. So next question, we got...
one here. What's your opinion on the Steelcase Think chair with a fabric backrest? For this, I would probably we talked about the Think a little earlier. I don't know the exact time frame, but we've talked about it in other videos too. We don't have the fabric one in here to test, but I would basically say almost all the same things that we say about the Think chair. It's just the backrest is going to maybe have that padding, but that the backrest isn't really our issue with the chair. It's more the synchro tilt. It's the kind of lack of adjustment. It's some of those other things that are why it's maybe not our favorite chair. Not necessarily. I don't think changing the backrest style.
We've had the fabric backrest in the Think V1 here.
Yeah.
And the backrests remain basically the same. So I do think the fabric back is going to be more comfortable than the mesh back because you don't have the problem where you sink in and feel the frame of the backrest. But like Robert said, it has all of the other stuff going on. The one disappointing thing about the Think is that the Think V1 was better than the V2. The V1 had a standard recline. It didn't have the frame issues. I think they it's one of the few version 2 chairs that I think they went backwards a little bit.
Yeah, it's almost like, maybe they were targeting that, going more simple, more aesthetically pleasing, might be better conference room chair or for that home office.
We had 2 more questions coming in. We've opened a can of worms now on the seat pad. So we got more questions coming in on this. So I think it's these are good questions, though. So someone had mentioned, we see that you add a 1/2 inch of pad to the underside of the seat. So here's the thing. Over time, these chairs are going to compress some. Steelcase makes a really, really good seat pad, but it is still going to compress some over time. The point of what we've done is really to just rejuvenate that, but keep the pad the same shape and feeling the exact same. We're not changing the top of the pad, and honestly, when you sit in the chair, we went with something that felt as close to what you could get with a new chair. So we didn't want to change that. We wanted to keep it feeling exactly the same. When it comes to Steelcase chairs, especially like the Leap, the Amia, the Gesture, they're really, I think honestly all of their chairs that are on the upper tier, like the Think moves a ton. They're all about flexibility in the seat. And so it's really important that you don't add too much so that you lose some of that flexibility, that it sort of locks you more into place, because that goes against everything that they've done. And so by us doing that, it's really just to get you that feel that feels like new. But again, if we were going to create a seat pad, which there has been some discussion, it's nothing immediate, it would be to create the exact same seat pad because they've done it already. And yes, we've done nothing to the back because to be honest, I don't think there's sitting on a seat pad versus leaning back against a back pad is a very different experience. And so short of some of the chairs that are like 2006 and 7, you don't really need to add any back pad because you're not applying as much weight to it. And once you start to add too much, it really reduces that flexibility in that backrest because it's thick. So do you think the Zodi 2 is worth it over the Zodi Classic? You can't buy a Zodi Classic new.
Yeah, you can.
Where?
Hayworth. They still sell it.
Is it in the outlet? Because I saw it for a while, but I thought it went away.
Maybe it went to the outlet. For a long time, it was just on their normal site. They were still moving it. I mean, this is one of those where the guys are probably going to disagree with me. I like the Zodi 1 better. I think the seat is more comfortable. It's more cush. It's softer. I question the longevity of it and wonder if that's why Hayworth changed it because the pad now is quite a bit more firm and it's not going to bottom out like the previous Zodi had the potential to do, but just the pure comfort of the seat, I liked the previous one more, and the same goes for the arms. But I understand why they did what they did. The previous Zodi arms were much softer, much more comfortable, but they were the biggest weak point of the chair, and they really got beat up and worn out quicker than the rest of the chair, and so then you're having customers having to constantly replace those. And so I get why they moved to more of a firmer foam on the arms because they'll just last longer. Still a great chair, but just those two things I liked a little bit better on the previous one.
Yeah, I think I couldn't get comfortable because of the way it pitched me in the chair. It's just this awkward, not neutral position, and so the newer chair is much better. And so
it's a little flatter.
It feels like it's more comfortable in a more neutral position. So
I can't say I've sat in the Classic enough to know that the difference, but the fact that I like the Zodi 2 as much as I do means maybe I need to try out the Zodi Classic more if Ryan actually thinks it might be better. But so either way, I think that Zodi is a great chair. I personally really like it.
So what are your thoughts on second-hand chairs?
Yeah, so
this is such a gray area because there is such a wide range of second-hand chairs.
So I kind of said,
what do we mean? Just like buying a chair off Facebook?
I'm assuming,
so.
yeah, Facebook, Craigslist, used.
So
I think it can be great.
Yeah. So if we're talking full use, where you anywhere you don't know where it's coming from, there's definitely some dice roll there. We talked a little bit earlier about the embody, how I'd almost feel more comfortable getting an embody because it'd be pretty easy to clean because it's this real thin. There's not a ton of pad. It's not like this thick cushion. Where I'd get a little more nervous, at least me personally, with like an upholstered cloth chair, excuse me, that has a thick pad. I'd be nervous, like, how am I going to be able to clean through that pad and not be worried about what kind of odor or whatever might be in that seat? You know, Greg loves to, roll in a chair that has a return and be like, who wants to give this one the smell test? And no. So I don't want to be the one, giving the smell test to a used chair when I'm getting it. Knowing if you're, the other side of that is if you're able to buy a used chair from a company that refurbishes and does a full steam cleaning going through the entire pad and all that, that's different. That's something I couldn't really do at home. So that's why buying a secondhand like cushion chair like that would make me a little nervous unless I had some way to actually like steam clean these pads.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because we saw it with a couple of chairs. So number one, if you have closed cell foam, I think it's going to do a better job of repelling some of that stuff that's coming and seeping into the chair. That's just the nature of closed cell foam versus open cell foam, which you're going to find on a lot of the cheaper chairs. But when we look at the upholstery, I mean, you gotta get in there with something that's heat treated, and you really need to get in there well with it because you should see some of the chairs that will come through, and these are from commercial clients. They're not sitting in homes, which are the ones you're going to see on the Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist. You're doing different things at home than you're doing at work. We'll just say that, okay? I think that's a fair assessment. But even like with the Aeron chairs, if someone was a smoker or someone was wearing a lot of perfume or cologne, if they've sat in that chair for 10 plus years, it was really hard to get those smells out of the mesh. It took a long time. And so if you're really like keen to those smells and you don't want that, used might not be the ticket unless you can replace the upholstery because some of that stuff you can't get out.
Yeah, but on the flip side, it's the only way that you're ever going to get a $25 Leap V2. And
which is
we see
incredible.
posts like that all the time. We see that in our comments. We see that on Reddit. A guy was just trying to get rid of his chair. He didn't know what he had, or maybe he did know what he had, and he didn't care what he was selling it for. But you can find ridiculous deals on places like Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist, all these places that are secondhand markets. Whether they don't know what they have or they just want to get rid of it, you can get extreme value. It might take you a couple months of digging and looking and going to find these chairs. But if you know what you're looking for and you can kind of judge the atmosphere that you're buying the chair from, obviously if you walk into a hoarder's place and it's dirty and stinky, I'd probably not buy something from them. But if there's someone that looks like they've taken care of their stuff and it's a clean environment and whatever, then not many places that you're going to be able to find the value that you can find from somewhere like that, because you could end up getting a chair that maybe just needs to be steam cleaned, but it's in perfect working order that someone just bought for $1,400 4 years ago. That's a ridiculous deal if you can pick that up for under $200. So I don't know. I know that there's a lot to worry about with just buying straight used from a random person, but there's a lot of upside too. So I'm definitely not going to say don't do it, but just educate yourself, know what to look for, and you should be able to find a pretty decent buy.
You can get a $25 leap with pizza stains and all kinds of stains all over it. Invest in a $1,500 cleaner, or you could rent one for probably like $100.
Yeah.
And then get after it. Clean that thing up, and you're probably going to be okay. So, but there is a huge cost to value ratio on some of that stuff, and you can find diamonds in the rough when it comes to that stuff. So don't think that you can't. And if nothing else, give yourself an opportunity if you can afford something that's, more than $150 to get in something that's actually going to do a favor to your body versus the opposite that you'll find with a lot of those cheap chairs. So
you might find a Herman Miller Sella out there.
Yeah. One thing I have seen, a question about used chairs, is whether or not you can power wash them. Don't. Just don't.
But if you do, send us the video.
Might be water.
We'll share that on our channel in a short format. That's awesome. Hey, we gotta give credit to the customer service team. Isa Red called in and got amazing customer service. The girls on the service team are amazing, and just found out they had a 12-year warranty. Didn't know that wasn't why you bought it. So that's awesome. I've bought a $40 Zodi, a $30 9-to-5 Theory, a $75 Sitmatic Super Alpha. Vix, I've noticed through this stream that you've been rattling off more names of chairs than even I know some of these chairs.
Vix has as many chairs as us.
Yeah.
He's got chairs at his friend's house. He's got every standing chair. He's got chairs I've never heard of. We sell Sitmatic. I don't know what that chair is. That reminds me of this question right here. Speaking of the Pogo, why don't you guys sell any Sitmatic task chairs? The Beta is a real crowd pleaser. The reason that we don't is because their chairs are ridiculously customizable, and they would just prefer that we didn't dive into selling those chairs online. They'd prefer to work with dealers that can put the chairs in front of people. The one chair that we do sell is a little bit different because it's just available in a few colors. And those are the only variations, so that's why we sell that and nothing else.
Oh, Vix found
I know, I just saw
he
that.
found a Sella by a dumpster. Like you're cruising around looking for chairs. Yeah. Frances has got some sweet dumpster chairs. She's not sure what she wants to do with.
Will y'all ever start selling used or refurbished Aerons?
Not the classic. We did that, and no more classics, but we've talked about remasters for sure.
Yeah, if we get an opportunity for remasters, we'll take a stab at that. But we're not going to do the classics anymore just because of what we touched on earlier in the stream. They're super expensive, not only for us to buy, but they're super expensive to refurbish, which means that we have to sell them for a ton. And the price that you need to sell them for, it becomes one of those things where you're selling someone a $700 chair that you've just put in F tier in your previous tier list, and it just feels crappy. They get returned all the time. We don't feel good about doing it, so we don't sell them anymore. We stick to the chairs that we like to sell. So.
You stopped listening to us when we told you to stop buying them. You just kept buying them, so we had to stop selling them, basically. All right. I also like my refurbished Elite from BTOD. I like how you can cross your legs in them. Yeah, that is a good point, for sure.
Like I've been doing probably this entire stream.
Got to respect that hustle. Yeah. Vix, are you selling those chairs? Got competition on the live stream right now?
Yeah.
You funneling customers from BTOD's website to your own? All right. Any other questions in here? It doesn't look like it. So look, we can pop back to some chairs. We've got 23 minutes, so make sure you get everybody in here. Lamia chair. We're at the tail end of 5 hours of live streaming. This is the longest live stream we've ever done, and I think it will be the longest live stream we'll ever do. So it's getting, this is a level that we've never thought possible for chairs. So thank you all for sticking around. Actually, I got a question to ask. Who has been here since the beginning? Who has been with us since 11:02, besides the people in the room?
Raising some hands in here.
Well, as those comments come in, since there's a delay, let's keep going. Do you have any chairs out there? You got the Mira? We got the Mira 2 and And a different smart? Let's do that. Because you know what? The first human scale chair, the Freedom didn't get a lot of love, but this is a chair that I like a lot. Woot. They always have 20% off. Pretty much all since COVID. So if you want 20% off human scale chairs, go to humanscale.com.
So, smart chair. There's a lot. I think the human scale can be a little confusing. Once you get past the Freedom, there's essentially 3 chairs, at least in my opinion, very similar. You have the World, the Smart, and the Liberty. Each of them kind of have their own, I guess, reason to buy. For me, this is probably the best seat of all these. Pretty close there with the Liberty. Backrest is great. They all 3 of those chairs have that pivoting style backrest. Problem here, and for me this is a deal breaker and why I would go to the Liberty chair for sure, is the elbow knocker. Now, it's another one of these phrases we maybe say a lot, but to really show it here, your arms just, the way that the armrest is positioned and the mechanism to move the height adjustment, your tendency is if you move your arm back at all, you're going to knock your funny bone right on the edge or just anywhere on your elbow, making it quite uncomfortable. So for me, even though there's a lot of really nice things about this specific model, that right there is just a real design flaw in my opinion, and I would just avoid it fully for that reason. That said, that this is a very popular chair in our office that people want to sit in, so maybe it won't be something that everyone deals with, but I know the amount that I've sat in it, I've definitely done that funny bone knock.
I mean, I feel the same way, and it's the same reason why I wouldn't be able to use this chair all day, just because doing it one time is really frustrating because it really does hurt, but I do it multiple times a day when I'm using this chair, and I consciously have to be thinking about it, which is not really what you want to be doing when you're sitting in a chair. But everything else about the chair, aside from the recline, I really do like. The seat, like Robert said, is amazing. The backrest is super comfortable. This is one of those backrests where it just has a really, really good curve. So you don't need any additional lumbar support added. It just has good lumbar support because of the design. And then the arm pads are pretty good too. They're not going to be the squishiest, but they are soft. They've got a nice flat top. So everything that you touch feels good on the chair except for that potential elbow knocker.
This is my favorite human scale chair. I do agree, though, that the arms do have the funny bone knocker. Adapt and change, and you should save your funny bone. But otherwise, I love that Tri-Flex mesh on the back. When you go into the recline, it will pivot up into your back, and it just gives you, like, strong support. It's super good. Of course, you don't have a headrest, so maybe some of you won't want to do that, but I do those things at my desk where I'm just taking a break. Like right now, I would love to be able to just kick back in my chair because we've been sitting here for, approaching 5 hours, and that would be a great thing. The seat's super comfortable. And again, my favorite chair from Human Scale without question.
So there's been some news dropped in the comments. Vix has a 50% off sale going on right now on pea-stain chairs.
Jesus.
He didn't say that. Someone else volunteered his sale, so I don't know if that's not confirmed yet. But
is it only the ones that have been stained?
That's all that's been advertised.
It does say, someone else said here that they were, I'm going to Vix chairs for my next purchase. So apparently, Vix, you've taken over the stream, and now this is yours.
Yeah.
We need a cut, Vix.
Yeah, we need a cut. Got to get that royalty off of that. Keep the lights on at BTOD.
I think this is a good question we could probably address. I know we only got one chair in here, but so if you don't have the ability to sit in chairs, like to test them out, it's hard to guess on a fit. I don't think 30 days is long enough to know. Do you guys think 30 days is long enough to test out a chair and know if it's right?
Definitely. I think that you'll know within 1 day. I will know within 5 minutes of adjusting the chair whether it fits me, like whether it will actually fit my body. And then for me to fully know whether or not the chair is good for me, I'll need probably 2 to 4 weeks, but I won't need more than that. Like even my most extreme change up from a chair was when I switched from the CXO to the Leap, because it was such a drastic change in the seat. My butt hated me because I was used to sitting in this soft thing all the time. And then I got into a firmer style seat, like almost every other high-end chair. And it kind of punished me for a couple weeks. And I was in literal pain for probably 2 weeks. But by the third week, my body really started to adjust to it. And in that third to fourth week, something clicked where it went from being uncomfortable to being like, wow, this thing is actually really good, and I'm just going to keep using this thing. And that was, I believe, 2018 or 2019. So it's been a long time that I've now stuck with thinner seat pad chairs, firmer seats like the Fern, like the Embody, like the Leap. But you just need to give it enough time, and I think that 30 days is definitely long enough.
Yeah, I think so. And Ryan's in a unique situation because obviously he's been around chairs for a long time, so he can get a quicker take on how things work. But even in his situation, it took him a while to adjust to the chair. That's the biggest thing. Number one, if you don't have experience in an ergonomic chair and you've been sitting in like a kitchen chair or some terrible chair that your employer just gave to you that just doesn't fit you right, it's going to take you time because, yeah, you got to get that fit right. Know that you fit. That's like the entry-level thing. Like, that's the bare minimum. But then you need some time to let your chair adjust basically to you and your needs. And so understanding what the adjustments are. How do they work? Like, what do I do? Maybe I can tweak this. That's where companies like BTOD comes in, and we have a ton of resources, obviously. But when you call on the phone, customer service is going to say the same thing. Sales is going to say the same thing. Can I help you fit yourself in that chair better? Can we help you adjust to that chair? Give it more time. That's why we give you 30 days. But I think in 30 days, most will know whether or not a chair is going to be a good fit.
Don't be put off, though, if you are experiencing soreness right away when using the chair. Like, we get not a lot, but the people that don't like the Leap, usually it's within the first few days. They're saying that it's a little firm. And a lot of times these are people that are coming from like a really poofy all leather Staples chair. And it can be kind of jarring to your body because you're going from sitting in a terrible position in a poof ball to now you're being forced to sit properly. And now you're engaging muscles that haven't been used, haven't been trained, aren't strong enough to be doing that all day long. And so if you can imagine going from never running to all of a sudden now I'm going to run 10 miles today, your body's going to be devastated. And it's going to take you a long time before your body gets used to doing that type of activity. Getting in an ergonomic chair, while isn't that drastic, is similar because you're doing something different with your body. So give your body time to adjust. If you get to that third or fourth week and it's still just nightmare fuel, then yeah, send the chair back, try out something else. But I think that 30 days is a good window to know.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, so here's a good question. Francis over here, one of the, I would say more, I don't know if complicated is the right word, but a more unique chair that to get set up to your body is the Anthro's chair. Francis has primarily sat in just the Anthros for a couple weeks. Do you think have you got to the point where you're ready to say that this I can continue, or do you think you need more time?
She's been in the chair for 3 weeks, she said, and she doesn't think she needs any more time.
Yeah.
I mean, she told us it was her S-tier chair before she left the office. That was a fact.
Yeah.
And now she's had it since.
Yeah. I mean, I think like everything you guys said is very true. Like you do, there is an adjustment period, so you don't want to right away make a claim. It is possible maybe that there might be some things that right away you're like, okay, this is clearly not going to fit me. This is clearly going to be an issue that I can't, like, especially for me, there's so many chairs that right away I'm like, well, I pulled the seat depth all the way out and I'm not even close to fitting in this. So there's some things you'll know immediately. These other things that will take a little bit of time. So you want to, give it that time, but 30 days seems like plenty. You're going to have time to adjust in that amount of time, especially if you're sitting at 8 hours a day.
Lisa is in the branch task chair. It's a year old and needs replacement. I mean, that's kind of what that chair does best, right? It's like that gateway to a better chair almost. Like you're probably coming from something worse, got in that as sort of that quick fix, and now you're looking to improve it. It's pretty much perfect for what that chair is. But yeah, you're definitely going to be able to get something in the $400, $500, $600 range. It's going to be a huge improvement over that.
Yeah.
Now, is this true? I mean, is Vix is an ergonomist?
What?
Not a chair salesman? I mean, there's so much happening here with Vix. I don't even know if I can believe this story anymore. It's like, it's too much for me right now. It's too much.
I love it.
All right, what other questions came in? I wish I could. Again, it's about Vix. I wish I could find. He stole the stream. I wish I could find chairs like you, Vix. I'm in a hefty old leather lazy boy and need an upgrade. This chair is horrible. Since I recognized the name, I thought it would be fine. That is so true in so many ways, and that's one of those things where the brand names kind of will get you sometimes. And that's why a channel like ours is useful because, well, you only have to spend the next 4 months of your life to watch all of our video content, which we would highly recommend, but you will find the best chair for yourself after that.
Would you be willing to share a few desks that you'd recommend that don't have a cross support?
Few desks that I recommend. Well, I guess it depends price point for sure. It's going to depend on how much you care about stability. There is a wide range of stuff. I know that someone mentioned from the team that we have a guide for that, so I would definitely check that out too, so you can spend some time in it. We've looked at everything from like sub $200, $300 all the way to like no real budget, and so there's a wide range. I think the best value people are getting right now is probably in that mid-range where you're looking at something like we've got a couple of our products in there, and then there's other products like the Uplift V2 product, which is going to be pretty stable. The Fully product is in there. Some other ones that come to mind are like the Very. That's another well-known brand that's pretty stable without a cross support. So I think you're going to be able to find something stable, but you are going to need to make that upgrade into the, we'll say, minimum of about $600 if you want something to not hit your knees on.
Someone asked, who is the most sore right now after sitting here for 5 hours?
So I think that I was put in this Ergohuman just to prove that it's comfortable, and it is. It is comfortable.
I think you said earlier we're locked in where we can't recline at all. So I think I'm feeling like I wish I could lay back, but I got to hit the desk here. Plus, I'm trying to hold my computer up. But feeling pretty good, though. Could keep going.
I mean, this is a chair that I sit in all day, every day, so this feels normal to me.
Cheat code.
Cheater.
Yeah, John here has been sitting in the Aeron remastered over here, which I'm kind of surprised he picked that as an all-mesh.
He loves it, he says.
Loves it. All right. It's good.
Really?
He's our second Herman Miller fanboy. We didn't even know.
Yeah.
This is amazing. The more he sits, the better it gets, he says.
So there's someone who
that could be
commented
on a chair.
There's some
or on a shirt.
There's someone who commented, why can't you have access from the country you're in Romania? Unfortunately, our IT people basically picked countries that we were getting flooded with spam and decided to block them on Cloudflare to protect us and everybody else that uses our website. And so unfortunately, if that's the case, you're probably going to have to use something that's going to be a VPN to get into the website would be my guess. That'd be your only way. Not to be a problem or a nuisance there. Yeah, you know, one of the things, though, the people, I saw some comments before, like I wear a BTOD hat, we got all the merch. Is anybody interested in that stuff? When we do our next live stream, should we put together a bunch of stuff that's giveaway BTOD merch? You got to let us know in the comments, especially if you've been here all day.
By the way, I purposely bring in a couple colors of these shirts because I don't want to show up and have all three of us wearing the exact color. I thought that would look kind of weird. I don't know if you guys are doing that too.
No, I
to
never
help the
care.
team. No.
I hope that we match.
Okay. Do you want me to switch to my black one?
Well,
I mean, it wouldn't be a bad thing to be aligned like that. Is there any other chairs that we want to talk about, Robert, that we didn't cover?
Ooh, man. I'm trying to think if there's any that...
Anything new that we haven't discussed that maybe some people want to see? Or if anybody wants to comment something we haven't covered that they want to see on stream?
I mean, some of the popular ones we haven't really hit on much. Carmen we didn't really talk about. That's a big brand chair. We haven't really talked about the Zodi much. That's another one that maybe if you guys have anything to say.
we talked about the Zodi.
Yeah.
We did the Zodi too.
We did have a question about the Vera earlier about whether it was better than the what chair?
BTOD
I was
onesies.
comparing it to a cheaper chair.
That's what we're getting asked for. BTOD onesies.
I guess the value in the Vera chair is, I think Ryan talked about it earlier, how he likes the chairs that have a built-in lumbar curve. So if you aren't necessarily needing that height adjustable lumbar, the Vera has just an awesome curve that just, I don't know if I've ever heard anyone say that they didn't like the backrest on the Vera. It's super comfortable. So
It's also got a good seat too. It's like a kind of similar to the OMES seat, not quite as thick, but it's got really good foam that bounces back and doesn't just compress, and it's relatively thick, so you're not going to bottom out. It's one of the cushier chairs that you're going to find, especially for that price range. And again, it's in that price range where we've only got 4 or 5 picks for that $400 to $600 range. So definitely one of my go-tos. Another one of those chairs where I wouldn't hesitate to recommend it to a family member. I believe Robert has one at his house that he uses pretty regularly. So
it was the Staples Avalon, thanks to Vix there.
Avalon?
Dropping that. So
I think it's Ialon.
Ialon. Yeah.
Ialon.
Sorry. So that's the one they were comparing it to, which we don't.
Those chairs are a bit different though, because the Ialon has a different mechanism. I guess I haven't looked at the chair in a while, but I believe it's very similar to what's the name of the other Eurotech chair that? No, but we sold that version of chair on our website for a while. The reason that we didn't like it is because the backrest is a little bit different. I don't love the huge flared design. And then the mechanism was a little bit different, where it wasn't the straight synchro tilt, and it was more of that weight-sensitive, hip-thrusty recline. I don't know if that's the exact same chair.
But we'll need to bring it in.
Yeah, I'll need to bring it in to make sure. But if it's the same chair as the other version from Eurotech that is like it, then that would be why.
A lot of love on that merch, especially the onesie. I don't think we have any plans to bring in a onesie though anytime soon, so unfortunately that's not going to happen.
Talking like a baby onesie or like a
it's for adults.
We can't fit in a baby onesie.
Right, footsies with the footsies or without the footsies. I mean, because like heating up those footsies,
that's too hot.
And those onesies, BTOD socks, bumper stickers. What did we say? What did we come up with? Honk if you heart chairs. What was the other one? We've been thinking about this stuff, guys.
Quick review from you guys. Someone said they've heard my opinions on the Carmen from my review. You guys have a Carmen thoughts that might be different than mine?
No, I have a comment, though, because someone just wrote, one of the major publications that obviously does a ton of research on the chairs before they put them on their website, just reviewed the Carmen in their list, and they recommended it for best mesh for breathability. And I thought it was so ironic that they don't know that there's a cushion in the seat.
Yeah.
And so, like, it's not for breathability in the cushion. And that just goes to show that they don't bring in the chairs a lot of times, because it's comfortable, but it's definitely not great for breathability, because it's going to be more like a traditional chair. What's your take on it?
It's one of those chairs where I think they were super, super close to completely nailing it. And the two areas where I guess am most disappointed with would be the arms, not from an adjustability standpoint, but just from an arm pad quality standpoint, is the arm pads are basically their second worst arm pads in their entire lineup, only ahead of the Series 1. But even if you buy the Series 2, which is a fraction of the cost of this chair, you're getting way better arm pads. You're getting the same arm pads as the Elite V2. So I wish that they would have done that with this chair, because it would have made a big difference. The design of these arms also make it so that you can pinch your finger underneath, which for some reason I continued doing over and over and making the same mistake, which is why I ultimately just wheeled it out of my office out of frustration. And then the second thing that I don't love about the chair, and I think that they could have absolutely nailed the seat, is if they would have made the frame around the seat as flexible as the backrest. Because it looks like it would be, but it's just not. It's much more rigid. And so it's more flexible than like an Aeron, which is awesome. But if it would have had the same flexibility as the back, I think that would have changed the experience completely.
So Phil asked the question, is the gap between the cushion and the mesh actually going to be better? The problem is that it's meant to actually sit you into the cushion. Yeah. So while it may have some separation before you sit in it, it doesn't have it once you sit in it, because your butt will conform to the cushion. So it's, for those who don't love mesh seats, like, it's a really nice option because it doesn't sit like a traditional mesh chair. However, it is going to sit more warm than a regular chair. So The other thing too, so like with this chair, I think Ryan hit it right on the head with those arms. It's just a disappointment. I love the look of the chair for sure, and this is actually one of my favorite mesh chairs. Love the flexibility in that backrest. You lose it in the seat though, which I don't understand because it could have been so good there from that perspective. And then they don't have a seat depth adjustment. I don't know if you said that, I missed it.
I didn't say it.
But because of that, it really limits the amount of people that will sit in it comfortably. And that's one thing that's interesting because Steelcase does a great job there of having those adjustments that people want, short of, say, like the Silk chair, where they went a completely different route with that one. And I could understand it. But like as a higher-end ergonomic chair, I would just like to see it have seat depth adjustment because I know Robert just doesn't fit in it because of it. So, all right, we're down to the last. Look at all these people hanging around here. We're down to the last giveaway, and then we're going to end it. So don't forget, before we go into the giveaway, if you've been waiting and you don't win, apologize. Hopefully you'll win next time. But if you want something now and you've been waiting, we've got 3 coupon codes you can use on the website, BTOD.com. Number 1, it's going to be Lucky 10. That's 10% off everything on the website. We've got what is Outlet 20, which is 20% off all of our outlet items. Someone asked in the comments, what's the difference between that and new? These are chairs that have been returned in the normal return policy. They're free returns. We go through, inspect them, clean them, make sure that they're in perfect working order, and then we rebox them up and then give a huge discount so that we can get them to their final home and don't continue to ship them around the country. Now, the last one is the Meep 20. So we gave away 3 Meeps today. That is going to be 20% off the Meep chairs that we have, and that's a super killer deal. So if any of those discount codes are interesting, use them today because they'll be expiring at the end of the day. And Ryan, you want to hit us with some of that legal?
Yeah, I just spaced out for a second there, though. Did you answer the question of what the difference between an outlet and a regular chair is on our site?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
5 hours in. It happens. It's just, we're 5 hours in. I've lost track when you're talking too, so I get it.
Okay. Did you literally just say it or something?
Yes.
Got it. Okay. No, I was just reading another chat from Taylor, so I was whatever. All right. Official sweepstakes rules. This is a sweepstakes. No purchase necessary, 18 plus to enter, and you have to be in the continental U.S. Hashtag giveaway in the chat. The winner will be selected at random at the end of the countdown. If you are selected as the winner, shoot an email to marketing@BTOD.com, and we'll get you set up and get the chair shipped out.
All right, we're going to get this thing queued up, and then we're going to give it away. Is there any more questions in there that we want to cover? If you have questions and you didn't get them answered, bring them back up to the top. I think I saw one in there we missed.
Well, with the one about the Vera, maybe. So if you see a Vera on our website, we either have a brand new Vera or we do have outlet Veras, which are not refurbished. That's just most of the time like a returned item. We make sure it's fully functional, clean it if necessary, and that's why it's an outlet item. So we do not refurbish the Vera chairs.
There was one more in there too that was important.
Maybe the difference between an outlet and
just answered that one. Doing that on purpose. Oh, here it is. It's from Will Sander. If you can't figure out the perfect customized fit at first, is it better to have the fit be too large or too small? You guys need to answer that.
Just in general on a chair, better too large or too small? I would say too large because then at least you have the ability to move around a little bit. Too small, for me, makes it more unusable. But I guess like if your seat depth is too deep and you can't make it smaller, then you also probably can't really sit in the chair because you're always going to have something hitting your legs.
Yeah, that's tough. I would probably err, like you said, on the being a little bit too big. Just because if I think about so a perfect one to think about for me is, would I rather sit in like the Vantum or the Ikea? Like the Ikea is a little bit too big for me in almost every dimension, but I can use it, and it's still comfortable for me to use, just not something that I would prefer to use. Whereas the Vantum is almost unusable for me just because it's too small. So I'd probably I'd rather sit in a Aeron size C than try to squeeze into an Aeron size B. Yeah. So,
anything else that came in? As I'm getting these all queued up here. There's a lot of people. Vix. I don't even know if Vix should be allowed to enter. I mean, he's already got 4 of every chair we're going to give away.
He's in there. If a Leap V2 is much warmer, if coming from an Aeron remastered, is it somewhat comparable? I think for me, the Aeron remastered it's going to feel cooler, especially when you first sit down in it. A Leap, over time, it's going to build up a little more heat, but neither of those I would consider, I mean, especially the Leap, a overly warm chair because you don't sink super far into it.
I'm a person that runs pretty hot. Like, I am usually running warmer than normal. My palms, a little sweaty right now. I've never, ever had heat issues and being overheated from sitting in the Leap. I don't think that you're going to have that problem just because the foam isn't overly thick and it's good quality foam. And it's just something that I haven't experienced in the chair. So I wouldn't be super concerned with that on the Leap.
Oh, there we go. One of the more active people in the chat today, MGMZX. Congratulations, Amia. Let's go.
Ooh, the Amia winner.
So that's awesome. He wants to, Vic says he wants to test every chair. This is his chance to get that Amia chair.
MGMX just made a good comment, actually. Just don't get the leather, you'll regret it. Like, that is one thing, too, that can be very, very true. And a perfect example for me is the Fern gaming chair. The Fern gaming comes with a vegan leather seat, which just means fake leather, pleather. That thing is so warm that it literally makes me sweat within like a half an hour to an hour. Standard Fern, no issue, no problems, never even crossed my mind. So that's a very legit comment there.
There we go. All right. Thank you, everyone who was here for an hour, and then a special thank you to you crazy ones that were here for 5 hours. Really appreciate you hanging out and appreciate what you guys do in the community for us. Make sure you check out, or watch out, for our next live stream because we will have one coming up. And yeah, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time.